Ooh, hoo, hoo. Hmm, hmm, hmm.
However bad.
Hello, hello. All right, hold on. Like 10 messages hadn't done. Let's just. Boom, boom. What is this? Fuck that. I think, I don't. Never mind, actually. Just kidding. I don't think.
Bone, bone.
Oh, it's the sort of strumming thing?
I'm crying looking at you.
If you don't breathe, it's not terrible. It's when you breathe. There's a real problem.
What is it? In Sweden, there's something, nobody like really eats it. It's like a meme, but it's like some nasty, fermented, disgusting fish shit. But I think like Americans think that like Swedes like eat this stuff normally, but it's fucking gross. And 99% of people in Sweden don't eat this shit. Wow, we're almost done with the final version 2.0 final site redesign. We'll finally have a big calendar feature on the site so people can stop asking what my next fucking shit is. Dude, I'm getting I'm worried I'm getting fucked. I'm worried my mind is like, I feel like I've been depressed, not depressed, but like like out of it for longer than normal. Usually this goes away after a while. I feel like prior to Vyvanse, I feel like I had the perfect amount of information to be like upset at people and then fight people and be correct. And now I feel like on certain things when I learn too much, now I just get like deeply unhappy. Reading through some of the responses to this, I wonder how many people just don't understand like anything about our government or like how anything is structured. Like, why there are like multiple people in these replies like quoting the Constitution at me. Blatantly wrong. Read the next sentence of the Constitution. The president, vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of. He thinks conviction here means criminal conviction. There are like, I think there are like 4 or 5 different people. So both of Donald Trump's impeachments were political and had nothing to do with crimes? Yes, that's how impeachment works. Trump wasn't charged or convicted with any crimes for his impeachments to go through because it's not a criminal proceeding. Except that the only way to hold them criminally liable is to impeach and convict, as stated in the... It doesn't say that, though. Not sure why you're playing weird semantic games with impeachment when it was intended exactly for situations like this. It's not intended for criminal prosecution. I wonder, oh, this guy, read the Constitution. Holy shit. There were like 3 people that I was about to, like, I was quote tweeting and I started writing. I was like, this is a fucking waste of my time. Okay. The Tim Pool's tweet is the most telling. Yeah, and I don't even necessarily hold like normal people responsible, maybe, but the commentators. The president could assassinate a political rival and is immune to criminal proceedings until convicted by the Senate after impeachment. That's not anywhere in the Constitution. It was an argument that Trump's defense tried to float. Roberts shot it down. Nobody seriously believes this. If Congress agrees the assassination was not a high crime or misdemeanor, why would there be a secondary criminal charge? What? Impeachment has nothing to do with if you think something was criminal. What does secondary mean here? None of this sentence makes sense. What do you think? Like it's just a total misunderstanding of what all these things are. Like I don't even know what the comparison would be. Like, you can't possibly be the Speaker of the House if you haven't gone to trade school. Otherwise, how would you not know, or how would you know how to use like a hammer to gavel and like call for order? It's just like, it's like not even, it's not even wrong. It's so out there in terms of how do you even evaluate this statement? I don't know. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. Anyway, sorry. 7 more DMs. Let's go. Puggy Gubs wants me to... Oh, I fucked this emote up. Hold on. How was the meeting? Which meeting? Oh, with Kick? Oh, don't worry. We're working it. Oh, I need to send them an invoice, actually, for last month, though. Thanks for reminding me. I need to go get my car registered. I feel like I'm going to get arrested if I get pulled over. I feel like every single thing I have to do in the real world is like so time consuming that it like is traumatizing. Like I don't want to do it. Like I feel like going to update the registration on my car, I feel like that's going to be like a 6-hour ordeal. When I picked up Nathan from the airport, it was like 6 hours. But to be fair, just because I was driving my parents too, I showed up and I thought that last time they just brought him out to me. I was like, oh, okay. And then I found out that no, actually, what you're supposed to do is get a gate pass. They were just nice and brought him out last time. I was like, okay. So I have to go to the ticket booth, but I have to wait in line for it. So it's like an hour in line. Okay, my kid is literally like a 2-minute walk away from me at a gate, but he can't walk to me. So I have to wait in line like an hour for a gate pass because I need to go to a gate without a ticket. And then I have to wait in security, and I can't use like my TSA pre or anything because I just have a gate pass. That's another hour. All this to say, it just feels like every time I have to do something in real life, like if I have to go to the bank for something, like, well, here's 3 hours of my time that are fucked. Fuck. Just pay someone to take the car for registration? I could. They just have to find somebody that... Not that many people can drive standard in America. So not even that, even if people wanted to. I don't know who can. I thought Erin drove your car once. Yeah, she lives in Southern California, so I don't think she wants to make the 6.5-hour flight. Okay, this was pet. Destiny pet. Delete. Add. Name. Pet. Boom. Okay. How's adopting out your mom's cats going? Don't talk to me about anything related to my parents. Oh, fuck me, dude. Don't worry about it. This Lotus Emira got away. Somebody linked me a Lotus Emira for sale in Miami. And I didn't buy it. I pussied out. And I was like, I'll wait a month. And if it's still for sale, I'll buy it. But it was sold. That's a sign from God. Realistically, if I had a car like this, how difficult would it be for maintenance? Like, let's say that I got like a check engine light. Would I really not be able to take this to any dealership? Do they use like the same parts as like a Porsche or BMW or something like that? Or would I truly be fucked? Do you have AAA? I don't know what the fuck AAA is. No, I don't have AAA. I've got Geico. It's a Toyota engine? Oh. You need to bring it to an official Lotus dealer? Do those even exist? Oh, gross. Somebody else is selling one. But it's not blue. Imagine buying a not blue car. Who does? People actually do this? This was for sale for $92K. I should have just bought it. This thing gets like the same mileage as my fucking Focus RS. Bro, that RS chugs gas like crazy. Okay, changed out the emotes. Isn't the RS all-wheel drive? Bad gas? Yeah, it is. I've heard all-wheel drive will fuck you always on gas mileage. Yeah. I don't know why. Why does all-wheel drive take so much gas? Why do you want an Emira? It's like a perfect type of like me car. It's like, it's decently fast, much faster than what I have now. It's very unique, and it's blue. Like it's just like I think unique cars are cute. like unique-ish, not like 1 out of 100. But like the RS is like pretty unique considering the other cars that were in its class. The Emira is very unique. I think it's cute. Why does all-wheel drive take so much gas? Did you change your mind on the Porsche? No, Porsche is probably the best car, but I don't think I even want to drive one because I feel like if I drive one, I might get obsessed. Listening to Jake talk about driving that car sounds like when I drove the RS as a step up from my GTI. Yeah. If you want parts fast and you don't want a headache, get something that is more widely sold in the USA. My family gets expensive foreign vehicles, and it's always a struggle with the rare ones, especially Bentley. Sure. On average, how many miles do you think you're driving a week? Bro, fuck, I don't know. Probably... less than 100. Less than... It just depends on the week. There are weeks where I don't drive at all. The only driving I ever really do is maybe to pick a friend up from the airport and then come back. Yeah. Is this going to be a primary car or secondary? Probably primary unless I've got like friends with me. Okay, this is done. Done. Why do you even own a car? Well, because in the U.S., public transport sucks. Destiny's definitely the type of driver who cuts in and out of traffic like an idiot. I would never cut in and out of traffic like an idiot. I cut in and out of traffic like a race car driver, like a bouse, okay? Are you even test driving things? Nope. Have you gone shooting with your alien yet? Nope. But I think I'm finally I think I'm finally free of like the studio stuff. I think for the most part all the studio stuff is finally done. I'm just waiting for August to tell me if the fucking video's working. Wait. Do those videos work? All the studio stuff has been occupying so much of my pre and post stream time. But once I think all of that is like basically done. Ah, oh, Jesus. You seen the new Porsche logo spun fast as fuck? What? Porsche logo spun fast. Did I spell that wrong? Oh no. Oh no. Wait, to be fair, the logo only goes on the car, right? On the hood. There's not like your wheels don't have the logo on them anywhere or anything, right? I feel like you should use AI when asking questions like this. All you have to do is double check after, but AI gives you the answer in a clear and concise way. What AI would you suggest? God, I just get so weary. Can you pass the citizenship test? Probably not. Didn't we try this before? Or no, wait, if we did, I must have. Don't I have an account for this? It's under your price range, but I want a GR86 so bad. Can you pass an Israeli citizenship test? That's a good question. Is there even a test you take for Israeli citizenship? DNA test, Jesus. Toyota GR86. Naturally aspirated engine. It looks cool. I don't know why. I feel like in this price range, I don't know why everybody just doesn't use. I don't know enough about cars. I don't know why everybody doesn't just use small turbos. Or maybe people like assuming it's a naturally aspirated engine, your torque curves are always going to favor higher RPMs, right? Assuming it's not like they would call them a torquey truck where your power is in the lower band. AI that can browse the web can be more useful maybe. Other than that, it could be sketchy research. Yeah, AI is not good for summaries yet. AI is useful for finding new information, running ideas through for a back and forth, or as a tool to organize and suggest alternate solutions. Okay. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if there's like a fucking breaking news story? Like Biden goes out for a drive and like he doesn't come back. Oh, Jesus. We're not sure where he is right now. I'm aware of the Corvettes, I know. They seem nice. New incel video just dropped.
Do we really have to go to this party?
What do you mean?
Oh, we watched this guy's channel before, right? When we looked at his stuff, it was like a variety of things, right? Do you think he's just gravitating towards incel content because... I'm trying to remember. When we looked over his channel before, was it all incel-y or was it just like random dating shit and some of it and it leaned different ways? I don't remember.
Man,
She hates me.
Claire doesn't hate you.
No, she does. She definitely hates me, but it's fine because I hate her too, so who cares?
Babe, I know how you feel about her. I know she hasn't been very warm to you, but it's her birthday, and I think we should cut her some slack.
I don't really care that it's her birthday.
I mean, I was her closest friend. Like, what?
Mikey, I love you, but she friend-zoned you.
Small turbos do nothing at high RPM, so it makes no sense. Yeah, but I think the point is to just like smooth out your power. Like when you floor it in a car with a small turbo, you just have good power like right at the start, as opposed to, I guess it depends on the person, but at least for me, I feel I don't like the idea of driving around a car that's not very powerful, where you've got to floor it, and then you have to get these like screaming RPM ranges, but you're not really moving that fast. So you've got a car that does like 0 to 60 in like 9 seconds, and you're like, and it's like, okay, dude. I don't know. That's just a feeling I had. But I mean, different people prefer different things. This is all like a personal taste thing, I think.
I mean, I was her closest friend. Like, what?
Mikey, I love you, but she friend zoned you. And she only started showing attention once we started dating because she missed the attention that you gave her.
Okay, listen, I know that, but it's
You
just...
haven't talked to her in months. Where is this coming from?
Well, actually, she sort of texted me the other day.
What?
I think she was just reaching out because she has, like, nobody else to talk to. I mean, she told me she got laid off from her job. All of her friends have been treating her like crap.
No, Mikey, these are her tactics. She wants you to go crawling back to her so she can get your attention again.
I hear you. And normally, I'd completely agree with you. But I'm worried that she's, like, genuinely depressed.
She's depressed? What kind of sob story did she tell you?
Well, her parents sort of cut her out of their lives, so there's that.
So,
Yeah, so I just feel like being there for her on her birthday, regardless of everything else, how I feel, how you feel, I just feel like it's the right thing to do.
yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And it's Claire. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be like 50 random people there, probably 25 of them crappy influencers. We can literally just sneak into this party, buzz by them, say what's up to Claire, and get the hell out.
So are we early or no? Anyone else coming or?
Where is everybody?
I missed you, bestie.
That wasn't for you. Stop reading. Now I've read it all and I'm responding. Is there really so heavier transmission and mechanical loss for all-wheel drive versus like two-wheel drive? Is the mechanical loss? Are you really losing that much power now with like modern transmissions and everything? Is that like how much horsepower do you think you lose on a it's like 15%? Oh, damn. I would have assumed that it was more fluid, but I guess maybe not. Maybe you have to. Okay, damn. If you had to replace or repair anything on the RS, I think they did a recall a couple years ago. I don't remember if it was on the Mustangs too, or if it was just the RSs, but the head gaskets were having failures, so they swapped them out. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, but that was like a recall job. Other than that, nothing has gone wrong, or I haven't had to fix or repair anything. Although I don't drive as much. I have like 40,000 miles on the car, so, or 50,000 maybe.
So no party.
Oh, I didn't really want like a big party. All my other friends are like fake losers and stuff. I just wanted my closest friends here. So, did you hear me before when I said that I miss you?
Yeah, that's...
What's your advice for me who got sucked into right-wing conspiracy theories at an early age and sees everything through a lens/algorithm of NWO, Jews, and far more? If you're there now and you're asking me for advice, it seems like you're already probably not there anymore, no? If you look at the notes that I have, let me sync. If you go under people's beliefs, or I think you can actually just click the theory of mind article. I link a bunch of shit in here, and I guess you can kind of read through this stuff and see if any of it connects with you or not.
Nice.
Can't you say it back?
Say what back?
So, did you hear me before when I said that I miss you?
Yeah, that's nice.
Ooh.
Can't you say it back?
Say what back?
Did you not miss me?
Well... Claire, yeah, I missed you too.
Really? You did?
Where's Blake? Are we ever gonna meet him?
What did you miss about me?
There's a lot of things.
Like, what's the...
That's a suspension on the RS. I've heard it's the stiffest among the hot hatches. It is absolutely the stiffest. It is insanely stiff. Probably stiffer than any other. Probably the nicest car I've ever driven is like a Corvette, though. So maybe there are some sportier cars with more stiff suspensions. But the RS one is unbelievably stiff.
specifically?
The rom-coms.
Yeah, and like watching me try on clothes.
What? No, didn't miss you. I never saw her try on the clothes.
Yeah, I miss it all too.
You were watching her try on clothes.
Emily, you're acting a little paranoid. Worried I'm gonna steal your man? I'm not. I am not.
Where is Blake?
Oh my god, did I not tell you? I kicked Blake to the curb. Yeah, I dumped him.
So then you're single or something?
Does that really matter, Mikey?
Nope.
Yeah,
But really?
really. What do you think about that?
What?
It's crazy, right? Because I was just thinking, I have never been this single since we've been friends.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes me like wonder what would have happened if I was, you know?
What? What is that? What? Claire, you scratched the hell out of my back.
Oh my God, Claire.
Emily? Do you two know each other?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Mikey, this is Ricky.
That's the Ricky. I'm the.
You should chat with Lichtman at american.edu. Maybe. Listen, Erudite, if you're listening, I'm sorry for telling you to not invite him. Listen, if you want to invite that keys to the White House guy, then go for it. There you go. Your Rittenhouse takes and Alex Jones debate helped massively. You're an inspiration for me, and how not all left-wingers are libtards. However, I still believe those conspiracy theories. Okay.
The Ricky.
Yep. Claire invited my ex.
What's the most extreme crime you've committed that you're willing to admit to? What's the most extreme crime? I'm not a very criminally minded person. Would insurance fraud count? I feel like the two luckiest things I think that have ever happened in my life are when I was in college, my shitty Dodge Neo got broken into, and they stole I think it was just my head unit and my shit ass fucking saxophone. It was like a $400 or $500 like student model, and I think I lied and I told my insurance company that they stole like a $5,000 horn or something, or a $2,000 horn, and that they could to see how much they'd give me back for it, and they just reimbursed me for the entirety of the sax. I was like, oh, okay, pretty sure that's insurance fraud. I don't know if that counts. They just cut me a check. I felt rich. They mailed me it's like a $3,000 check, and I was like, God damn, holy shit. And then I drove to Tenor Madness. Is that the name of the place? There's a guy in the United States that sells and works on saxophones who's like everybody, I think, around the country reveres as like a god. He lives in, is it Sioux City? Is this in Sioux City? Oh, are there any saxophone players here? Oh, Waterloo? Maybe it's in Waterloo? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Tenor Madness is very good. Okay, yeah. I went here and I bought a Reference 54. I was so lucky. The little hummingbird engraving, so cute. I don't know why I'm showing you a fucking picture of this when it's right behind me. I don't know why I'm looking this up, but yeah. Let's see. There was that, and then the other thing was it wasn't really fraud, but this must have been 2000 and let's see what. Okay, when were the years? I was thinking a little bit. I feel like I want to read that Durham report. Because I feel like every time Pisco comes on, he wants to argue. He just says over and over again, like, oh, what about this report? You haven't read it. It's like, okay. And then I was thinking about, like, because some of the claims were like, oh, Biden couldn't remember when, his son died or whatever. I'm like, that sounds really bad. But then I'm like, well, actually, I guess it depends on what you think. Like, I don't really know. Like, if I'm trying to remember years of things, I usually have to peg them to other things. Like, my best friend killed himself when I was when I was working at the casino. But if you were to ask me the year, I would have to think. Like, I know that when he did it, I know I was working in the casino. I graduated in 2007. I was working at McDonald's. I was working at the casino, I think, 2008 and maybe 9. So he probably killed himself in 2008. But that would be, like, my best guess. I don't remember. Malvern. Fuck me. I'm a full year off. 2009. Like, end of 2009. Yeah, I was thinking of that because I was wondering, like, I wonder if I could remember important dates and shit. Fuck me. Yeah. Now I'm curious how far off Biden was when he was, when he brought that up. Fuck me. 2009. I was working at the casino at late 2009. When did I start streaming? I must have been doing carpet cleaning for about a year or maybe a little bit less. I must have been, I guess. Mexican Cracker 89, what's up? Why did your friend take his life? He was kind of a loser, and he got caught selling weed to an undercover cop. So he was facing like a serious criminal charge, and he had like basically nothing going on in his life. And he was like, "Oh fuck it, I'm just gonna kill myself." It's like, okay. Jesus. What year did Reckful kill himself? You get only one try. Oh shit. Well, it was during COVID, which was 2020, 2021. I was living in Culver City. When was COVID lockdown? It was like 2021, right? I'm going to guess 2021. Reckful suicide. Fuck. Okay, yeah, fuck me. Oh, man, that was only 4 years ago. Do you just not think about dates? No. Actually, no. Everything in my mind, like... So I've said this before. I've talked about this on stream. Sometimes people ask how I know so much stuff, and then sometimes people are like, how do you not know this? In my mind, if I can conceptually organize something, I'll probably remember it almost forever. If there's like a story or a way that it like conceptually fits into other things that I understand, then I'll remember it forever. But if it doesn't like conceptually match much, then I probably won't know it at all. So for stuff that I've learned and I had like a decent grasp of, I'm probably going to remember quite a few things around it because conceptually it makes sense to me. Like if you ask me about like, why are things on the periodic table of elements on the right side tend to be very reactive? I would say it's because they're missing one electron from their outer shells, and things that need only one electron to become stable are very hungry for other electrons. But it's because like conceptually, like it all makes sense to me. So I could talk a lot about like these particular things, I think. Wait, or is it on the left side? They need one. Fuck. No, I just fucked up the example I was giving. It's the right side are the noble gases, or is it all the way on the left? I'd have to look at it. Fuck me. Hold on. This is why we refer to the table. Oh, sorry. These are incredibly stable on the right side because their shells are full. And then all of these on the left side they need one more. They need one more? Or they're giving one. Or maybe they're giving one more. They need to get rid of one. Okay, that's it. They need to get rid of one. So they are hungry to react with things. Okay, listen. Close enough, okay? It's been a long time since I've done chemistry. But I could probably talk a little bit about this stuff. But if you were to ask me things like who is like the second president of the United States, I have no fucking idea. I don't know who was after Washington. And I only know Washington because he's like named so much. The noble gases have no unpaired electrons. Well, kind of. You wouldn't say unpaired. You would say the noble gases, all of their orbits are full of electrons, because the shells are different sizes. It's not necessarily just pairings, right? Oh, atoms. Madison? Atoms. I don't know if people said atoms. I'd say atoms, I guess. Yeah, I have no idea. Or I have a lot of trouble with months because I always have to just run through all the months in my head. Or if I try to do the months conceptually, I think of it like time, where I try to do the prefix minus 2, which just fucks with my head sometimes. Like sept is supposed to be sept is 7, but it's 7 plus 2 is 9. Or des is 10, but 10 plus 2 is 12. So it's like that shit just drives me. I always fuck up like the last like 4 months. Oct should be the 8th month, but that's August. It's oct is 8 and 2 is 10. It fucks my head a lot. Could Biden right now order the Secret Service / military / whoever to go and detain sequester the conservative Supreme Court justices and then submit something to the Supreme Court for review, which only the liberal justices could then review, forcing a better standard to come into effect? Maybe, theoretically, I'm not sure. Because Caesar added 2 random months, maybe. I don't know anything. I don't know, maybe. What is the animation for Xenon? Bro, the things are spinning. We remember stuff completely different, and I am smarter. Interesting. Behazed. Do you use any to-do list, a calendar? Yeah, I have a calendar. Once you become sufficiently like busy, you absolutely have to have a calendar, or your life is unmanageable, in my opinion. It's like the equivalent of an assignment notebook in school. Like, I think you have to have one.
Big D.
What's up?
I'm just thinking about, if we're stuck with Biden, potentially, there's got to be a way that he can do some fucking sick shit right now to increase his standing and make the Supreme Court justices that put this law into effect look like jokers and also get some shit accomplished, right? There has to be. Like, in my eyes, I feel like the Supreme Court fucked up because they made this ruling while there was still a Democratic president in charge. And he has the opportunity to do something based right now, to actually make change.
I just don't think
And he
Democrats generally think that way. I don't think he would. Yeah.
Well, he's trying to make change that would get rid of this decision immediately and force definitions of it to happen.
Wait, no,
And I
he's-
think
wait, Biden is?
that's what I would want to do, right? So right now there's a law in the book that says essentially if there's a law in the book right now that says essentially if you're a president, you're king. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's hard to get away from that, right?
That
Using the military, I can remove whoever I want to, detain
some
them,
things
kill
basically
them.
just can't be criminally questioned, kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So I could go and I could, if I was president, you could go and detain Supreme Court justices indefinitely in Guantanamo or something.
Possibly,
Yes?
sure, yeah.
Well, is it possibly, or is that how it's written? It feels like there's
in
not
my
a lot
opinion,
of...
that seems to be the case. That's how that's written, but
Right. So what do you think's the drawback if right now Biden goes and says publicly to the world, I've done this. This is a right that the Supreme Court has given to me, and I will be appointing new Supreme Court justices moving forward. And then after that's done,
maybe he could. It's just really extreme.
Yeah, so what's the option? He doesn't do it, and then we actually have a perma-king after this. If Biden does not use this ability given to him right now, and Trump or someone else comes into office with this law, we have a perma-king. That's the end of democracy. No?
Here's an issue with all of these thought experiments. I don't disagree with you on this level, okay? But I would go one level higher to this. The issue is that what people don't realize is that democracy only works insofar as like the public wants it to work. I think we even in some of the federal spheres, right? Like it requires a public that is dedicated to the principles of democracy, to uphold the principles of democracy, and to further the principles of democracy. If the republic, no longer is supported by a people that want democracy, then who am I to say that we should remain that way? Do you understand? Like we tried to force democracy in Iraq, or with the Palestinians or whatever.
Listen,
yeah,
that's fine. So if the Supreme Court has said we have kings now, then I expect to have a king right now.
Oh, if you want, I think I would just leave. I think I would probably just move.
Oh, that's like the I don't want to just move.
Oh.
I'm here. So if under your logic, if the public has determined and the Supreme Court has determined that we get kings now, I would like to have a king right now. I don't want to wait for the next king that's not going to agree with me. I want a king right now. Okay, if that's going to be the case. Like I just fucking Democrats are such limp-wristed pussies. Right now, he has the Supreme Court stating he can make whatever changes he want to has happen. And it seems like your viewpoint is, yeah, well, I'd really prefer they didn't do that. So I think, that's not good. Oh, so let's just Let's just not.
It's
do
not a matter of
anything.
it being good or not. It's a matter of what kind of government do you want to be a part of. I don't want to
Yeah,
be a
not
part
this
of.
one.
I don't
I'd
want
like
to be.
to force a change.
No. It's not a matter of this one or this guy. It's the system of government. I don't want to live under a monarchy. I don't want to live under a monarchy with a king that I like. I would just rather fucking leave. That's my point of view.
Okay, but
now for a
there's-
lot of people,
you
who
know,
don't want
you
to
have to
leave.
think about a
stop,
lot of
stop.
people that
I
can't
understand.
leave.
I understand. That's why I said in the context of that you're speaking, I would agree with you. But that's why I said I would back up to one level higher, and I would say I don't want to live in a country like that. I would just leave. Now, if you want to stay here and you want to deal with the outcomes of whatever powers are granted the executive or the Supreme Court or whatever, then yeah, then you would say like, oh well, Biden should start going like full base mode and start doing some wild shit. That's a fair statement to make, I think.
So there's a few questions that I think are sorry. There's a few things here. One, a lot of people can't leave. They have no ability to, right? Like me and you, we can leave. We can go to New Zealand.
Okay.
We can go in with an investment. We can become a citizen there. That's without question. But a lot of people can't. So that's the first thing. The second thing would be that America sets the status quo for a lot of the world. And if this happens here and succeeds, I don't think anywhere you move to is safe. If you go to New Zealand and they're like, hey, interesting, the Trump strategy seems
Well,
pretty
the
based.
hope, the ideal would be that hopefully other citizens around the world take a look at America and the democratic system that they tried, and they would say, okay, well, here are more safeguards that we need, or here are things that our population needs to be informed about, so you don't have half the country literally clamoring for authoritarian dictatorship, right? Because there are things that I think in America, I think that we've failed at for at least the past 40 or 50 years that, that we could have done better. And I think one of those things is having people, I think that civics or government should have been like a required class in, it should have been a required class for every high school student. And people should have, I think it maybe just starting and stopping there. I think civics or government should be required.
Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay, let's think about how Biden could solve this situation in a way that could not be undone.
Hold on
Here's
one
a way-
second, real quick. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Everybody that's spamming in chat, it is. I don't mean like you learn like a random fucking the 14th president, and then you learn that like one speech that was given and whatever autistic, retarded, dysfunctional shit they present to you in a high school curriculum. I mean that like at the very least, you read and study the Constitution from cover to cover. You read a few of the Federalist Papers, and you have a thorough understanding of why the system works as it does. And all of these things are given current day analogs so that you understand the reason why the government functions as it does is because of this and this and this. Okay? Maybe some of you in chat are going to say, oh, no, we had this exactly. I didn't have that. I went to a better school than 99% of you, and they didn't teach that at my school. And most Americans don't seem to have any fucking concept of how the government actually runs. So maybe only the people in my chat all went to exceptionally good schools for civics and government or whatever. But I think the vast majority of Americans have no fucking idea. It wouldn't surprise me if less than half of Americans could even name the three branches of government. Is there a poll for that? Percentage of Americans who know all three branches of government. Holy shit. Wow, it's almost like I fucking wrote this into the... I'm just going by the first article. Like, fewer than half of Americans can name all three branches of government. Survey finds. The percent who can name all three branches was 47. 25% couldn't name a single branch of government. Like, yeah, so maybe in my chat, maybe you guys are like exceptionally fucking ingenious, or all of you into the best grades or high schools or whatever, but I think for a lot of people, I just think a lot of people just don't know how our government even fucking works. Okay, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
So I think I have a system that could not be undone. There's $100 on the line here, so you're gonna have to play devil's advocate. Okay?
Wait, $100 on the line? How? Like you bet somebody?
Well, with a chatter.
Oh boy.
Okay. So here's what I would suggest Biden do, using his executive powers. One, stack the court immediately with how many justices does he need to give himself the majority? To give Dems the majority.
I don't know, like 4 or something.
Okay.
If it's 3 to 6 right now, you'd give 4 more. That'd make it 7-6.
Okay, we're gonna immediately stack the court with 4 Democratic Supreme Court justices, and we're gonna not worry about confirmations because we're gonna just go ahead and sequester like a bunch of House Republicans or senators when the vote comes, and they'll pass. Okay.
Okay.
You with me so far?
I'm
Okay,
listening.
great.
Yeah.
We've now added and packed the Supreme Court. the first thing on the docket, okay, number one thing that we're going to do on this docket is stating that never in the future can the Supreme Court be packed again, and that this specific rule cannot be undone unless there is a 90% majority in both Congress and the Senate and with the existing Supreme Court justices.
Okay.
Now, there would be a majority of Supreme Court justices, which is all that you would need to get this to be passed in the first place. So they would all do that. And then essentially what you would have to happen in the future for any Republican or Democrat who would want to go and pack the court in the future, they would have to have 90% from everyone, essentially, to change this rule, because it's now written as a Supreme Court rule that cannot be changed. And it's also a legislative rule that the Supreme Court, I believe, reads off of directly and cannot change that. They're there to interpret the law. So you do that, essentially. So basically, you get a bunch of Dems on the Supreme Court. First thing that you do is make sure that no one else can ever pack the court again. Second thing you do is that you overturn, essentially, this existing King for a Day law. Not King for a Day, perma-king law. And then that's that. And that's the end. And that's a thing. I'm curious how that can be undone.
I mean, it can be undone the same way that you're saying it could be done.
With 90%, because that would be written into the Supreme Court rule.
Well, you can just have first of all, you're never going to even pack the court because I'm pretty sure that requires Senate confirmation. So you'd already need the
no,
Senate
you
to do
didn't.
it.
You forgot the part of what I said. It does require Senate confirmations, but unfortunately, there'll be a few Republican senators who will be missing for that vote. They'll be sequestered.
I think you need
somewhere.
a majority vote. You can't just.
Yep. Well, we'll get more than a few that will go and be sequestered.
Okay, then the Republicans will just do the same thing when they come to office.
They won't be able to because that law will be gone.
Why do you think they would care about the law? They would just do it with secret police.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
You're saying you're treating it like a computer program, or
No.
like if I can break these rules in these specific ways or there's not even breaking rules. I can follow the rules as written right now to write a new set of
Yes.
rules to redo the government in a way that the majority of Americans wouldn't normally support the government to be redone, and now it can never be redone in the future because these new rules that I, in an authoritarian fashion, set up have protected from future expansions of authoritarianism. Like,
yes.
Yeah, theoretically, I guess it could work.
It's not theoretically. I believe it's actually been done. In California, Uber and Lyft did a rule that went into place. And the way that they wrote that rule is that it cannot be changed no matter what unless they have 90% majority for any future things.
Yeah,
And
did
they're
the
powerless to stop it.
governor set that rule up on his own and sequester people to do it? No, he didn't, because we would have all heard about that.
No, he didn't sequester people to do it, but it's within the president's current power to sequester people.
Okay.
So, I feel like
I don't care. I don't want to live in that system. Is it possible?
No,
It might be
you're
possible,
right,
but I don't care.
either, and this is how you get rid of that system. I don't.
No,
like,
you don't get rid of the system from the top down. Governments don't appear and then people fill out the government. The government's created by the people. If most people don't give a fuck about democracy, I just don't want to live here, and I don't want to hard fix
That
it
is like the
from a
most
top
retarded-
down.
It's so retarded that people do. Okay, the Supreme Court unilaterally, them specifically, have fucked the country. Not a majority
No,
of
that is
Americans.
not
Yes,
true. No,
that is
Americans
true.
have fucked the country. Okay,
I don't
we
agree.
absolutely did. The Barack
No,
Obama.
you're wrong.
Okay.
Because
All
right
right.
now, if
Okay.
you were to go and poll, no, you're wrong. The majority of Americans do not want kings. Okay, and I
They-
can tell you that right now. If you go and even poll all of our Republicans out there, hey, should Biden have the power to go right now and have Trump detained permanently? What do you think they would say?
No.
Okay, so it sounds like
Well,
all
ask them if they
Republicans
should
don't
have the
want
power
that.
to have Biden detained permanently. They'd all say yes. That's the point.
Yes, but the point is that you can go and state these questions to the majority of Americans so that they're going to be like, okay, yeah, having a king is not good. Yeah, Trump might do some stuff that I would like as a king, but you know what? I don't want Biden having this power, so that law should not exist. So
Yeah,
if you
that's
say,
no,
hey,
that's
should-
not how conservatives think.
Oh,
They don't
okay.
think that way.
Well, then you would ask them a question. Hey, there's currently a law that says Biden can kill Trump. Should
They would
he-
say,
should-
no, that law shouldn't be allowed. But then if you say, well, should Trump be able to do it? They say, well, Trump should be able to do it because he's got a really good reason for it. That's what they would say.
I disagree with you.
Okay,
I
listen,
disagree
tomorrow
completely
I'm going to
with
have my
you.
parents are going to come when I pick up Nathan. We're going to go out to eat. You can come and talk to them, and they'll say shit like this, literally verbatim to you. They'll say it. They're like, oh,
What
yeah.
percent? Well, no, hold on. what percentage of Americans do you believe would say, if you were to ask them, hey, should Trump have the ability to throw anyone in prison and even maybe to kill them as well? Any American without questioning anything whatsoever, just anyone he doesn't like. What percentage of people do you think would say, yeah, I think he should have that ability?
I don't know, like 45%, whatever percentage
think
are Republicans.
That is the most delusional thing I've ever heard you say. I want you to think about that again. Even diehard Republicans. Tell me
Donald
again,
Trump
what
has
percentage of
literally
people-
posted multiple times that he would suspend the Constitution, and he still has like a 95% approval rating in the Republican Party. What more evidence do you need than that?
Okay.
Donald Trump literally tried to change the last election in multiple ways, and he still has infinite support from conservatives. What more proof do you need?
I think that you are taking people that are like supporting Republicans over Democrats and going along with the things they don't like.
Hold on. Listen. I'm sorry. Okay, I understand. If you follow politics in every way, whatever, there are no Republicans and Democrats right now. The Republican Party doesn't exist. There is a party that has been completely absorbed by Donald Trump, okay? Do you remember McCarthy?
Yep.
My parents hate McCarthy. He was like the most Trump loyal person ever, and they call him a rhino, okay? Republicans do not exist at all as a party anymore. It's a group of people that follow Donald Trump. That's it. That's why every single senator and representative, all the lawmakers are allegiant to Trump. It's why you need, like, Trump tries to back people in elections, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let
me ask you a question. It's important, the framing. I agree, because if you ask the wrong question and you lead it, you're going to get.
It's not about a fucking poll.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh my God.
No, don't stop. Yeah, I know.
You're saying like, oh, well, if we poll somebody on this, it's not about the polling question. It's about what do people vote for. Okay, go ahead. Tell me about the hyper-specific poll that you would ask a person.
Let me know when you're done.
No, go
you
ahead.
Sure?
I'm
you
done.
sure?
Yeah.
I can go. I believe it's about leading questions.
Okay.
So I think the important thing is, currently there's a law that says whoever is president can kill whoever they want. Right now, Biden is president. Maybe in the future, Trump will be president. This means that whoever is president right now or in the future could kill their political rivals. Do you like this law? Do you think it should remain? That is a neutral question to ask. What do you think the results of that would be?
The vast majority of people would be against it, Dan.
Okay. I think that if the vast majority of people are against the specific law, that's what matters here in getting rid of that.
It doesn't matter at all, but
See, the thing is, you're just completely fucking doomer pilled on all of this shit whatsoever. I don't know what to say to you. It's like so wild to me across the board. Most Americans do not agree with what the Supreme Court just did. Okay. Now, if you could spin what the Supreme Court did to being like, oh, Trump won, then of course you're going to have a lot of Republicans be like, yeah, I love this decision. Trump won. Yeah, I love that. But if you just frame it as the actual law, hey, how do you feel about the fact that whoever's president?
You are correct. You are correct. If you could find ways to run the government by locking people in rooms and framing everything as a neutral question, then you can get people to vote in certain ways. No part of our system works that way. So I don't know what the relevance is of the in a vacuum question.
Okay.
Here's a question. If you were to ask the majority of Republicans, do you think that people should get felony convictions for buying guns and doing drugs, like smoking marijuana on video? I think the vast majority of Republicans would say, fuck the ATF, fuck the government, you should never infringe on our gun rights. But if I say, well, Hunter, fuck that guy. I'm glad that he got convicted. It's long overdue that he got caught for this, and he should never have a fucking firearm in his life for that. Well,
then this is a failure of Biden then to explain what's going on, and I think that's the problem. There's no other way to look at it. Right now, Biden has king powers. Do you at least agree with that?
Kind of.
No, kind of. You kind of agree he has king powers?
He's immune from criminal prosecution when he's performing official acts as president. That's what he has right now.
Okay. So essentially that means anyone who disagrees with him, he can have detained. He can be killed. As it's written right now.
Theoretically, as per the text of the last order, it seems to be the case that is True, yeah.
Do you
but-
want to take a stronger stance? I mean, I feel that's how it's written. Every legal argument that I've listened to on it has said that that's the case. I haven't seen anyone saying that's not the case, except the most extreme, fucking insane, delusional debate bros on the right. That's it. That essentially,
I mean,
right
the only I don't have a fucking legal education. The only thing I've gotten is I got an email this morning about a legal concept called dicta. That basically the court opinion is only binding in parts where it's responding to the very particular prompt that was raised by the court, and other things that are being spoken about that aren't in direct relation to the question being posed to the court aren't necessarily binding in the same way. But I mean, obviously the statements are still strong, and it could point to different bindings in the future, whatever. But like, I agree with you, like 95%. I don't know, I wouldn't say 100%, but I think it's probably
I
the case.
I'll
Yeah.
take 95%. That's fine.
Okay.
Biden's a king 95% right now. There's a real chance, it seems like, that soon, in 8 months, 9 months, we'll have a different king. A king that will be unhinged and would love to use the king powers, as opposed to right now, a king that doesn't want to use the king powers. Okay? I think that's his mission in life right now should be to stop this from going into effect before the next presidency, under any means he can bestowed upon him by the Supreme Court ruling. He should act within the law to do everything he can in his power. And if he doesn't do it, he's complicit in the downfall of democracy.
Okay.
Just okay? You don't agree? You think,
No, I don't agree.
sorry?
I think Americans have
Oh,
voted for it
no,
every
just-
part of the way. If
just
the
fuck-
majority of Americans vote, you just don't like my opinion. You're not going to convince me with this retarded argument. If it's good for you, that's fine. I don't
You're
want to
not
live under a
saying a
king
majority of
that
Americans
saves
don't want
democracy.
it.
I don't know.
First off, a majority of Americans don't want it. So you're not even true there.
Okay.
The best you got was saying 40% of Republicans want it. So that's like 25%, 20% of the population. So you're wrong even there.
In the last year of Obama's term, Obama was denied the ability to seat a justice on the Supreme Court, which is a power expressly given to the president. Republicans
he got
suffered
cucked.
absolutely no electoral consequences for that, right? Americans chose that, all right? Part of why we have such a heavily conservative court right now is because Americans made these decisions. There were no electoral consequences for that. So the rulings that are before us
I don't
now.
agree with you, right? I don't
Okay,
agree
that's
with you
fine.
right
I don't
now.
care.
Why do you think that he wasn't certain? Why do you think that he wasn't it? That's a failure on Biden. There was plenty of articles.
Wait, well, hold on.
pushed
What's a
out.
failure on Biden?
Or
That
not Biden, sorry. That was a failure on Obama.
Why? What can
There's
Obama
plenty-
do? The president can't. All the president could do is nominate somebody. It's up to the Senate to do the hearing.
Obama could have forced the issue. I think there's plenty of articles out there about what Obama could have done to basically force it, and that he was complicit and he thought there was no chance that Hillary was going to lose the next election. So he said, fuck it, we'll just deal with it next time.
I'm
There's no
unaware
fucking
of
chance.
how the president could have forced that. I don't know. My understanding is all the president can do is appoint somebody or nominate somebody, and then the Senate has to confirm. And McConnell said, no, we're not going to hold any hearings for your nomination.
Wasn't there the quote unquote nuclear option for the nomination of Garland?
The nuclear option just has to do with the speaker of the majority leader in the Senate basically ending a process that would get rid of the filibuster option. It would basically make it so that if you've got 51 votes in the Senate, you have the ability to pass legislature or do stuff that you would ordinarily need 60 votes for. But the Republicans had the majority in the Senate, so that nuclear option had nothing to do with anything. It didn't matter. The nuclear option just
All right,
has to do
I'll-
when you've got between
I'll
51 and
look for-
59. There's nothing the
Sorry,
president could have
I'll
done.
look for like better things, but I believe. Listen, I thought I was reading. Not I thought. I've read things before about mechanics and essentially influence and whatever else that Obama could have done to force the issue of the nomination of Garland.
I mean, he shouldn't have had to. This is a power that's...
No, he shouldn't have had it, but you know what it always feels like? It feels like Republicans like play dirty tricks and they abuse the letter of the law and they push it as far as possible to get their means across. And Democrats and people like you like roll to the side and be like, yeah, you can fuck me. I don't really want to live in a world where
Because
you abuse the rules.
I want to live in a democracy. That's the type of government that I want. If you've got to
Yeah, but
play
you're
by
not being ruled by the problem is you are in a democracy, but you're letting the minority come and fuck you. And you're just sitting there like, wow, I really wish that wouldn't happen. Right? Even right now, you acknowledge that only 20% of Americans want this king shit to exist. 20%.
Yeah, but the rest of
don't.
conservatives are complicit with it. So that's how the system works.
I don't know if complicit is the right way, but even if you take that, it seems so fucked to me that. See, I guess I completely disagree with you on the matter of it. I want to live in a democracy. I want to live in America, and if I currently have a king, I'd like that king to fucking use his power to do what he says he claims to care about and do. But instead, you're like, yeah, I don't think he should do anything. I think we should just let it all burn. Fuck it. Everyone chose this. No.
Okay. I mean, you can't. You're making an ends justify the means argument, not realizing that the means that you're using destroy the ends. You can't say, like, I want a good democracy, and in order to get there, I'm going to do a massive authoritarian play in order to establish my democracy. That's not how the United States was founded. The Federalist Papers weren't a bunch of people getting together with guns and threatening to kill Americans if they didn't vote a certain way. It was them writing articles at people to convince them that, hey, this is the best way that we do the government. The Constitution was originally framed when they were all having their arguments. There's a bunch of old dudes in white wigs that were screaming at each other about empirical and theoretical ways to establish a government. It was like, oh, let's just enforce this. Let's have a king for this day and do this and blah, blah, blah. That wasn't how any of it worked. So if you're at a point in your democracy where you have to do these authoritarian steps to maintain the democracy has failed. Democracies are only as good as the people that run them. And this idea that, like, well, sometimes you just need one guy to come by and act in a way to subvert the entire system to maintain the system doesn't make any sense.
Well, hold on. Sometimes you do need that one guy, when right now it was just a few Supreme Court justices that made this decision. It was two guys that are overthrowing this.
It's not a few Supreme Court justices. You keep
It
saying
is.
that.
It was
the Senate. It was
this.
McConnell in the Senate blocking a Supreme Court pick. It was Republicans continuing to support
I'm
their
not
party
talking about
that
any of that.
that did
I'm
it.
talking
It
about
is
making a king right now. That's what I'm talking about. You know what? Here's what I'll even say. You know what? Blocking fucking Garland, it's within their power to do it. Fuck it. That was within their power to do it. Never until this time has it been within the power for the president to be king. That's it. And essentially, two Supreme Court justices have now made that the case. Not the majority of Americans, not anyone else, right? They could have narrowly defined it to more be protective of Trump, but they didn't. They put it out there to make the president king.
okay.
Not the majority of Americans, two people. And one person can possibly override it.
Okay.
So to you, two people doing it, okay, fine.
I don't
fuck
think any of
I
it
guess
is
we're fucked.
okay.
I don't agree.
Okay. I don't think you can create a system of democracy that's resistant to half your country not wanting a democracy anymore. There's no way to create
But we're
that
not
system.
at that point.
I think
Half
we are
the-
at that point. We are at
No.
that point.
We're not at that point that
Okay.
half the
I
country doesn't
disagree.
want a democracy.
I think we are.
Half the country just doesn't want Joe Biden. That's it.
But I don't care. It doesn't matter. There's the other side is supporting Donald Trump as their candidate. Like you can't make excuses for that. Like it's
Well, right now, politics is very heavily bent not on even who your candidate is, but who the opposition is. That's it. I don't disagree that half of the country does not want Joe Biden, and they know the only path to get rid of him is with Donald Trump. I think also a lot of themselves are telling them these Democrats are fucking going crazy. There's no way that Trump is going to kill anyone or do anything. They're
the Republican Party put Donald Trump up as a candidate twice.
I understand that. Okay, I get that.
Or not
But
twice.
I
I'm
think
sorry,
that if
3
you-
times, right?
If you asked any Republican voter, what do you think the odds are that Trump would kill anyone? They'd probably say, there's no fucking chance. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. I think there's too much at stake to just be like, well, you know, we chose this, fuck it. There's a certain level of, I'll put it this way. We elected Joe Biden. The majority did. He got in there under our rules. The majority of Americans wanted that to happen. They wanted him to be able to set whatever rules in place he chose to be best. Supreme Court says he now has this power. Who are you to say that he shouldn't do it? That's your argument against you. You're saying right now a majority of Americans don't want it, but guess what? A majority of Americans did want Joe Biden to be in there, to do what he could to make America great. So how do you go against that argument?
Well, I mean, we're having our next election. I mean, we'll see who wins, but what do you mean?
You're not listening to me. What I'm saying is that the majority of Americans want Joe Biden right now, or maybe not right now, but they voted for Joe Biden to do everything he could to make America the best place he could under his plan of what he wants for America. We voted for him to be the commander-in-chief. You make the changes that you think are the best, the majority. So who are we to say that he shouldn't do this to make America better under
I
his
didn't vote
plan?
for Biden to be an authoritarian leader.
I agree. You didn't. But the Supreme Court says he has this power. Are you saying he shouldn't use the power Supreme Court has given to him? He should just be a cucked fucking...
He can want to if he wants to, but that's not what I voted for. That's not what I support. That's not the type of system that I want to live in.
Yeah, I don't think Biden wants to live in there either. Would you support Biden doing something to get rid of that?
I guess working within the system to do what he can, sure. But
The current system?
yeah.
So the current system says that he has a lot of powers to be able to do that, no?
Not technically, but, well, I mean, not conceptually, but technically, possibly. It's still untested, but...
I think it's pretty clear that the president has the ability to order the military to, I'm not going to even say kill, but to detain whoever he wants indefinitely. He's the commander-in-chief. He can detain anyone he doesn't want to have around. You 95% agree with that statement.
that's how it looks like. It is the Supreme Court is.
Why are you giving such fucking weak answers? Why not
Because
just say,
none of
yeah,
this has been
95%.
tested yet. It's not a fucking binary like,
I'm
oh,
not
they did this
asking
and blah
if
blah
it's
blah
been
blah.
tested. I'm asking you, do you 95%?
Because I'm
agree
hedging my
with-
answers, because every single thing I say gets clipped 50 million fucking times on the internet. I end up looking like a fucking retard, agreeing to shit that is completely fucking untested. So no, I'm not gonna follow you into the ends of the fucking earth on your hypotheticals off of a Supreme Court decision. I'm not gonna say, oh yes, 100%. The president, especially I'm gonna be doing debates about this topic over the next 2 weeks. I'm gonna be looking like a fucking retard. So no, I'm not gonna agree with
Okay,
you,
fine.
like without qualifying my answer.
you-
Jesus
all
Christ.
right. Okay. As it's written right now, let's qualify.
I've already said it. You don't have to repeat my qualifications. I can qualify my own statements. I said, yes, as written, it appears that the president probably has the power to do that. Yes. That's what I've said,
Okay,
yes.
well, let me do it a little bit. Well, in my case, as is written, it appears, it's my understanding, as far as I can tell, based on what's written and from what I've understood so far, it seems like with a 95% chance that probably the president can have someone detained and killed. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay, I agree with you. I think that's how it's written right now, personally. And if the Supreme Court wants the king to have that power, I think the king should have that power.
Okay.
And right now, we are lucky that we have a king that doesn't want that power. We have the Jon Snow right now in charge. Okay, everyone wants Jon Snow to be the one true king. Okay, and I don't want it. Okay, I can't do a good Jon Snow impression. He doesn't want it. We are so lucky that we
You
have.
can't. You're repeating the same. Are you just going to repeat this over and over again until I agree with you? I'm not going to agree with you ever. I don't agree in violating the principles that the country was built upon because the country has changed to such a way that the current president can break those principles. You're saying that, like, well, if you like the system and the majority of people voted for this last guy and now the system has changed in such a way that these principles are broken, but he could use his majority support to fix the country or whatever. I just don't agree with that conceptually. I don't
Okay,
period.
so
It
when
doesn't
the
matter how many
country was
times you lay
written,
out the
people-
exact same thing over and over again. I
when
just don't
the
agree with
country-
it.
Okay, first off, a few points here. When the country was founded, there was slavery, okay? And the majority of Americans wanted to keep slavery, I believe, even up to the point where a president said, no, that's not good. We're not doing that anymore.
Yep.
Okay? So that did happen, okay? So that argument's out. Yes? So we don't really care about what was written when we start. We only care about what's the benefit of the country.
What?
You just said in your argument that I don't think this is good because the original framers essentially did not put this in there. Okay, this is not a law that was there. No, we can go back and listen to what you said.
Oh, okay.
So
I don't understand. We got rid of slavery. Well,
Hold
there
on.
was a civil war.
Stop. Okay, you said, we'll take it one step at a time. You said part of the reason that you do not support Biden using the powers that he may or may not have right now is because, as it was written in the beginning, in the framing documents, that wasn't the case, that it shouldn't be the case. Okay, so that's one reason that you don't agree with it. I'm giving you an example saying that does not matter to you. Okay?
No, slavery is not a part of our Constitution or whatever. It's not a principle of the founding country. It was a thing that was legal at a point in time, but Americans were given the ability to change their Constitution via an amendment process. And we did that. And that's how we got rid of it. I support that.
Okay. And there's never been instances of presidents going against what the public wanted, the majority.
I'm sure there have been.
Have those been good
Some
things or
presidents
bad
have
things?
suspended habeas corpus. Some presidents have. There were times when our media was heavily restricted during wartime. For whether or not I would support or not support any of these things, I would have to look at the particular action, and I would have to look at the particular legal analysis of that action to have a thorough understanding of it to see if I would support it or not support it. I'm sure
like
there are
were some-
probably things, though, that there are probably things that some presidents
yeah,
that I
let's just
disagree
agree
with.
there's
I'm
things-
sure. There's
yeah.
probably been things that I disagree with. Sure.
What about agree with as well? Things that the president has done that the majority of Americans didn't want to have happen that you think was good, and you're glad that it happened.
Probably.
there's anything
Yeah,
like
I'm
that?
sure. Yeah, I'm
Yes?
sure there must be things
Okay,
that
so then
presidents that are
that
unpopular.
that argument's out then.
I don't think I've
right?
ever used that argument for anything in my entire life, but okay.
You just did. You said the majority of Americans don't want it, so that's why it's important. And you just agreed, saying that there has been things in the past where the majority of Americans didn't want it, and the president did it anyways, and you're glad it happened. So fuck you.
Wait.
This is
Wait,
not a
no,
hard
wait.
concept.
Restate what you think my original position was?
You said, okay, and we can go back and listen to it again if you want.
We don't have to go back and listen to it.
all right,
I don't know why
fine.
you keep saying this. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You said that I don't want to fix this. If the majority of Americans want this, fuck them. It's not worth fixing. And then I've asked you, so that's what you said initially.
Okay, hold on.
Do you disagree
Yes,
with that statement?
I don't disagree. I'm sorry. Let me expand upon this more. When I say the majority of Americans want a thing, I don't mean that 51% of Americans have voted yes on a referendum to make a thing happen over and over again. What I mean is that the system functioning as it does has had enough support from Americans for the system to change as it has. When I say the majority of Americans are supporting this, that's what I mean. The system has moved. You could argue that in some ways, well, actually, it's not the majority because the Electoral College and blah, 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 blah. It's not technically 51%. What I'm saying is enough people in the system have supported the system such that it's gotten to this way without like breaking any major rules or laws or like doing anything too crazy. It's just the system corrupting itself. And it has enough support, organic support inside the system for that corruption to happen. When I say the majority of Americans have supported us, that's what I mean.
Okay. So you feel like there's enough support right now that something bad could happen or something good could happen, even though they don't have the majority. Is that accurate?
I mean, yeah, possible. Yeah. I mean, like presidents can be elected without majorities. Senate has a lot of power, and that doesn't represent the majority of citizens. Supreme
Okay.
Court is the Supreme Court.
Sure. So do you also concede that in the past, there have been major changes to America where the majority of Americans either did or did not want something, and the president went the opposite way, and you're glad that that happened, and you think that was the right thing, and it was better for democracy?
I'm not. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, I think that there's probably many things like that that you would agree with, but having them offhand is a little bit difficult for me to find. I guess I would say,
Like there
What-
might
what
be
was the
decisions.
support
There
for
might
integration?
be decisions like that have
Yeah.
happened, but I don't know if every decision a president makes like that might contravene the American public. I don't know if it's as core to our construction of government or my understanding of how this government is supposed to function. So like there might be, for instance, a president that in the most unconstitutional and illegal and subverting the process way possible, like replaced the carpet in the Oval Office with a carpet of a different color. And he absolutely was not allowed to do that. And he was barred from doing it. And then I was like, you know what, fuck it, it looks better or whatever, right? And I don't care that much about that particular thing. But I don't know if that's as core to my understanding or appreciation of how our system works that I would say that that's like on the same level as the slow push towards fascism, like, essentially, that conservatives have been championing in this country for the last like decade and a half.
Okay. I think that there's probably been events, especially around integration and slavery and other things along those lines.
Well, for
where the
slavery,
majority
we
of-
had to fight a war, right?
Okay. Okay. Again, that's still something the president did that you think was good that he did that. Yes?
Well, I don't believe the states didn't. I don't think the states had a legal right to secede from the Union. So yeah,
That's not, I didn't ask you that. I'm asking you, do you think that Lincoln did the right thing?
but going to war when the states tried to secede, yeah, I think was probably the right thing. Yeah, but I think I'm pretty sure he had the
But
support.
even though the majority of Americans weren't for it at that time.
Even though the majority of Americans weren't for it at the time, I don't even know if that's true. Because if you're seceding from the state, I don't even know if they were voting or how. I don't even know how the electoral system was even working at that particular time.
Okay. You know, this is all coming down to the issue, essentially, of if the majority of Americans want something, that it has to happen, or if they're complicit in it being the case. But even that falls apart when I say that the majority of Americans put Biden in power and wanted him to do what he thought was best for America. Yeah, that's. I guess I'm confused on why you wouldn't want him to do that with the powers that are now given to him.
If he wants to, he can. I'm just a little indifferent to it at this point. I don't want to live in a country where 40% of the citizens, or in Dan's words, only 49% of the citizens want to live in an authoritarian dictatorship. I'm just not very interested in that. I don't really care much.
I don't agree with that statistic, and it's not about what we want. It's about what's best for the country and the common person who can't move, who can't.
No, that hasn't been the conversation topic at all. If you want to make the conversation topic is like, what do you think would be best for most people if we lived under some authoritarian regime or whatever? Say, oh yeah, well probably the better authoritarian would probably be better for sure. The question was initially like, oh well, why would you leave or what would you want to happen or whatever, right? For me personally, it's going to be different than what would be best for the average person.
I don't know. This all started with me basically stating that if this power is now in effect, why would you not want Biden to do everything he could to get rid of that power? Like, to literally be Frodo and throw the ring into the fire. Why would you, yes, he has to use the ring to throw it into the fire. Biden is literally fucking Frodo right now. And you're like, nah, I guess you would just leave it there and wait for the next dude.
I'm pretty sure I think the analogy probably more closely matches you saying that Frodo should just wear the ring the whole time to go to the mountain. That's essentially what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying right now.
Actually, hold on. I'm sorry. Actually, it fits perfectly. No, it actually fits perfectly. That's a great analogy. Yes, correct. That Frodo thinks he needs to wear the ring in order to destroy it. And at the very end, if it weren't for Sam, he literally would have put the ring on and just walked out and just worn it forever.
Kamala.
Because absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yeah, as soon as you start holding on to power like this, it's hard to know if you would ever give it back or if the system would change fundamentally.
Yeah, I agree that would be bad if that happened. But we would hope that wouldn't happen. Of course, there's no predicting Biden becoming a fucking madman and going insane. But if you're asking me, do I think that Biden should put on the ring to destroy it by any means possible, then I think the answer is yes. This is such a damaging thing that's done. I completely support him doing anything in his new powers to throw the ring into the fire. Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine. You can have that position. I think
and your position is that Biden now has the ring, and he's just going to leave it on the table for Trump to use.
My position is I have no interest in participating in a system where we have to use fascism to fight fascism. It undermines the entirety of what I think the system should be. At that point, whatever you've created afterwards is not legitimate. You're not going to have that support in the future anyway. You haven't done anything to get rid of the base that led to those exact same things happening.
No, this is not fair because the base didn't write the rules. The base doesn't like. Listen, there's been divisive politics for years. It's not new with Trump versus Biden. Okay, the Republicans have always hated the Democrats and vice versa. The only thing that has changed here is that the Supreme Court has put out an insane ruling that makes the president a king. That is not something the majority wrote. That is something that they
This
unilaterally
didn't just
with
happen.
their
We
own
didn't just
power
get
did.
here immediately. We've been taking a lot of steps to get to this position. Like there are a lot of things that have had to happen in the past, even just 2 to 3 decades, to get to the position that we're at now. It didn't just happen in just one crazy
I'm sorry.
random Supreme Court decision.
No, you're wrong.
Okay.
Okay. The Supreme Court could have written this decision at any point in time if the case came to them.
No.
True or false? No, they
False.
couldn't. So they couldn't have written this back with Nixon? It would be impossible for them to have written this back then. It's possible.
No other president that I'm aware of in history has tried to
Nixon.
take a case to the Supreme Court to ask for full criminal immunity. I'm not aware of that
Okay.
even happening. So you had it. One, you need the case, okay? You need the case of a former president committing fucking crimes and then going to the Supreme Court and asking for immunity. So that's one thing that has to be, okay? But not only do you need that president, you need somebody who would support a person of that character, of that moral fiber,
Both Nixon
okay?
and Jaworski
Then you would need
appealed directly to the Supreme Court.
for what?
You just said they've never, no president has ever appealed to the Supreme Court before. Nixon did this.
For civil
appealed-
immunity for firing an employee.
And-
When
and you
Nixon
think
got
it would
caught
be
doing
so
Watergate,
unreal- it would
when
be so unreal for them to come out and say, as insane a ruling that Trump didn't even ask for. By the way, that's one of the things that you take away from reading this is that the Supreme Court went so far they couldn't even. The Trump's attorney couldn't even fucking believe.
Sure, but
what
they
the
were still
Supreme Court
asking
gave to
for
them.
forms of criminal immunity. Nixon didn't ask for immunity over Watergate. He resigned immediately, and then he accepted a pardon from Ford, which is an admission of his crimes, and then he walked the fuck away. It wasn't even a thought in Nixon's mind that he could go to the Supreme Court and say, "Hey,
Yeah, and you know
actually,
what? It
can I
wasn't a
get full
thought in
immunity from
Trump's
this?"
attorney's mind, or
It
Trump's
literally
mind.
is. Yes, they
It
went to the.
wasn't- No, it was not a thought in their mind that when they went there that they would get the result that they got at the end of the day.
No, but they
never
were
thought that
they
it
were
was
still
something-
asking for forms of criminal immunity, just not as much as they got. But they were still asking for it, of course. Why the fuck do you think they were in front of the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I understand that, but it was the Supreme Court specifically, not the majority of Americans, not anyone else. The Supreme Court could have come out with a very narrow answer to this, which would have kept Trump from going to jail, but they didn't do it. They gave God power to the president. That's what they did. Okay, they could have come out and said, listen, under this very specific case, when this happens and there's this dude in the room and this dude is not in the room, and under those cases, we say that you're immune. But they didn't. They were just like, if you're a president,
I don't
you do
disagree
anything,
that
you're
they
immune.
could have ruled differently.
So
I'm just
it was
saying that
them-
it's
so it
not
was them
just it's not
unilaterally.
it's ignorant to assume that it was just one Supreme Court decision that landed us where it's at. It's not. It's been a whole chain of events that have happened over the past couple decades.
Listen, the Supreme Court could have appeased the entirety of their base without making Trump or Biden become a king. They could have done that. They could have given Trump the immunity that he needed to escape whatever shit he's in.
Which
and
they
continue
probably
to
have
be
already
president.
done.
They could have done that, okay? And they didn't. They went further, unilaterally, without the support of the majority of Americans, okay? And if you ask the majority of Americans, do you think whoever is president should be able to kill whoever they want? They would all say no, okay? Not saying Trump, not saying Biden, just should whoever's president be able to kill any congressman or senator? They would say no, okay? And that's a fact. So the Supreme Court, okay, 2 of them, I guess, would be the majority into that case, with their own power, set this rule into place, changing the nation. Those 2 people, not the majority of Americans, 2 people set us on this path. And your argument to this is, well, Americans will just accept it, so fuck it. But Americans would obviously, as you know, because they're fucking politics pilled, if it's Trump win, Biden loses, they would accept anything.
Okay, that's fine. That's a consequence of
that
our
is
system.
not
Then
your
that's a
question.
failure of our system. Then that's fine. Then it doesn't work, right? Then,
it's not a
and
failure
and
of
it's going to come
system.
out. It is a failure of the system. Yes, maybe it's a failure of having two parties. Maybe it's a failure of us selecting our executive instead of having a parliamentary system. There's a million ways, but it's obviously it's fucking failed. If it's delivered you to the point, if a democracy has delivered you to a point where you have to be undemocratic to sustain it, then the system has failed.
Dan,
I
can I
don't-
ask you a question?
Yeah, fine.
What do you want Biden to do with his new godlike king powers?
I want him to get rid of the godlike king powers
How?
by any means necessary.
He wants them to. He wants them to arrest people in the Senate and then
No,
keep
well,
them
don't
there,
speak
and then
for- I
arrest.
can speak for myself.
Well, then say,
Thank
then give
you.
a real
I'm big
answer
boy.
instead of avoiding the answer because you know it's fucking
I wasn't
crazy.
avoiding. I'll tell. Okay.
You dodged
How
it
do I
twice,
want-
so yeah.
No,
you
no. Go ahead. Talk to me a third time. Talk over me again. Okay. How would I have him do it? Now, I'm not a constitutional fucking scholar, so I would have him do it with the most minimal impact possible. Okay. But the goal is to do one thing. The goal is to change the Supreme Court law with a new one. Now, how are you going to get that to happen? You either have to add a majority of liberal Supreme Court justices, or you have to remove some of the conservative Supreme Court justices, and then you have to put a new case before the Supreme Court, which overwrites the existing law and also makes it so that it cannot be changed in the future without some insane majority that could never be done in the future. So how could that be done? You could pack the court, and then when Republicans objected one by one, you would start sequestering them so they're not there for the vote. Okay, that's one way. That's probably the least insane way to do it. Not killing anyone, but just like putting them in a hotel room or something like that so they can't make the vote. That's what I would support happening. Only for one thing, and that is getting rid of the king rule. For nothing else. Not for making gay rights better, not for withdrawing from Gaza, not for making healthcare universal right, only for one thing, and one thing only. To get rid of President and King.
How do you understand the king rule? Now, Pisco and I will probably fight about this, but I think we understand the king rule completely differently.
The president is the commander in chief, and any action he takes as a military commander is criminally immune. So to me, if he goes and he orders his Secret Service or the National Guard or whoever he wants, and he says, this guy needs to be sequestered, that would be an order that he would not be able to be held accountable for, because it is his exclusive right as the commander in chief to order the military as he sees fit. He's not declaring war. He is targeting a specific person.
So in this scenario, I agree that the commander in chief is a core constitutional duty. However, criminal prosecution is not the only available means to the Congress in order to hold the president accountable. And therefore, he could still be impeached and removed from
Really?
office.
No, he can't, because anyone that takes that
Why
vote,
not?
we're going to sequester them. They won't be there for the vote, unfortunately.
Yeah, but there's a whole
Wait, so
idea
you're-
there that you're missing, Dan, which is that you're assuming that the authorities underneath him are going to take the risk of carrying out those orders, because at least right now, the military members that would carry out those orders, they are not free from criminal liability, just the president. So why would you risk jail time taking an illegal order, which you're obligated not to do as a U.S.
Well,
soldier
you have to
member?
You have to remember now, these are not illegal orders anymore, are they?
No, they are
Yes.
actually. They are still
They-
illegal orders.
They're not an illegal order.
Yes, they
Why?
are.
Well, I mean, an order from the commander in chief, he says, listen, I suspect that this person is a spy, and according to the 1945 fucking XYZ Act, I have the ability to sequester this person for 45 days for questioning. Yeah, we have
You
that.
do it for 45 days?
Don't tell me we can't do this when we literally have drone striked American citizens.
So
Yeah.
let me
So-
address
so-
the
so,
drone
yeah,
striking
what?
of American
Yeah,
citizens.
what?
Let me
We've killed
address
American
the-
citizens.
So do you know why he's able to drone strike American citizens?
Because he determined and gave that order to do it.
Incorrect.
Because he
No.
felt that the intelligence was strong enough that that person was a terrorist.
No, he was given explicit. He was given explicit authority through Congress through both Patriot
Yes.
Act and the authorization for use of military force.
Yeah.
These
Oh,
were
that's fine. That's fine too.
And it's
Fine.
100% correct. You think the President of the United States does not have the authority to use force outside of a declared war under the Constitution?
You feel free to articulate from where he gets his authority, Pisco, because basically
Article
everything in that.
2.
Hold on, let me finish my sentence before you start interrupting. Is because in the decision itself, it's articulating how the president either derives his powers from two locations: the Constitution or congressional authority. So feel free to articulate where else he's deriving his power from.
As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, that
Which is Article 2.
which is in Article 2, absolutely includes the authorization to wage war or to not even outside the context of a declared war.
So-
Everyone has understood this for the last 2 centuries. Thomas Jefferson has, engaged in combat outside the context of a war. A lot of actions have been
You
taken
know
by
that there's a
presidents outside
difference
that
between the
context.
exercise of executive authority on American citizens versus non-American citizens, especially enemy combatants of a foreign nation.
You know what? Hold on.
Wait,
Let's just take it back a second.
wait a second, Sports Batman. So if the president makes a determination that, in fact, this person who everyone thinks is an American citizen, he says, I have made the determination, I have made the factual finding that he is, in fact, not an American citizen. All his papers are fraudulent. That's not an American citizen, in fact. Order the strike anyway. You agree that
There is a reason. No.
Why not?
Because, again, statute has laid out the process for.
Forget about statute. We're talking about constitutional authority here.
He
And
does-
as we're
And
talking
then,
about constitutional authority,
and
there's
under
no-
those circumstances, it would still be a government act against the United States citizen, which means
I would
they
like
can
to.
do-
Wait,
All
one
right,
second.
Shia,
No.
Let him
stop.
finish.
Stop. You guys are on the wrong point, anyways. It would never be the military. It would be the FBI, which has the
Well,
exclusive
then you get the
authority.
courts to
Stop.
do a writ of
Stop.
immediate
Shut the
corpus
fuck
and
up
you
for
get
a
out.
second. It would be the FBI who has the exclusive ability to detain, arrest any American citizen. That is their
Or
federally.
kill. Wait. Or kill an imminent threat. The FBI.
Right,
has
we're not talking
has a long-
CIA. We're not talking the Marines.
Yeah.
The FBI is the federal police.
No,
that means they can.
because that
I'm
is
not done
incorrect.
talking. I understand you want to speak, but I'm not done. So you have to wait. Okay? Listen, the FBI is federal police, and they have the ability to arrest anyone in any state in this country. Okay? They can do that. Now, many times, okay, a crime happens in a state specifically, and local police handles it. However, it is absolutely within Biden's power to go to the head of the FBI and say, I want you to have the following senators investigated for child porn. And the FBI guy in charge might be like, you know what, that seems a little fishy. I don't know if I want to do it. And he said, you're fired. I'm appointing someone else. He does it. The next guy, I want you to have the following senators investigated and detained for child porn. And that guy does it. Okay? That is within his power to have that done. Okay? In getting rid of someone until he finds someone, then he gets it done. And you know what? Shit
You're kinda
worse than this
rambling.
has happened.
I mean,
already
and
before.
That's
you-
not even a crime
Always
right now.
within his power.
That was always within his power, and I don't know if there's a law that criminalizes investigating someone under bad faith. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about,
And that's
is
actually a core argument in the argument.
but what we're talking about here is the inarguable containment within the presidential authority to, in certain circumstances, use lethal force. That no one can argue.
I'm not
that. No
talking
one
about
can
lethal
dispute that.
force, to be clear. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
Okay, but
containing.
so,
We're not talking about your
Pisco,
scenario.
let us
Yeah.
address Dan first, and then we'll address you, okay? Because I think we need to clarify some things for Dan. So, Dan, the reason why Trump has immunity for his core constitutional powers is like articulated either through Congress, but primarily through Article 2 of the Constitution. And specifically to the segment that you're talking about with this investigation is because it is his exclusive right. Congress does not have the ability to hire and fire heads of departments from the executive branch. No one else has that right. And on top of that, correct me if I'm wrong, Pisco, but it's presumed that the communications are necessary for the president to do in order to affect whatever. And also the DOJ or the president has exclusive authority to direct the DOJ to conduct investigations as he sees fit. So therefore, the reason why this is a core and immune ability, power, authority, whatever you want to say, is because it's the president's role alone. That's why the court is arguing that he is immune.
Hang on.
No,
So
wait, hold on, hold on. Real quick, hold on. Nothing that you just said requires him to be immune. The reason why the court gave him immunity is because they said that it would, I think it was two major
the
reasons.
proper functioning.
No, it would kind of, yes. There's two reasons. One is because they feel like it would be a violation of separation of powers because it would essentially give judicial reviews over core executive acts. And two, it would intrude on his ability to perform those acts with the vigorous energy needed for the executive. Those are the two
Basically,
reasons.
without political consideration.
Thank you. Yes. Those are the two reasons that the court gave, okay?
So
both those reasons are likely bullshit, but those are the two reasons given.
Yeah, and let me address the point as far as investigating. There's a huge difference between conducting an investigation and detaining someone against their will, because there's still a court review process under habeas corpus that the courts would have to issue an order. And as far as we're concerned right now, those federal agents are not criminally immune. Just the president is. So while the president may enjoy authority, they, being the individuals who are being doing the detaining, could be criminally immune for violating civil rights and violating contempt of court orders if there's a writ given. Now, you can always sit there and say, well, the president can pardon them, but that won't stop them from eventually being freed. So your theory falls on a little bit because it requires a lot of state secret stuff that
No, that's
gets
stupid.
kept
Everything,
off the wall.
everything you just said is just stupid. So agreed that by the terms, this doesn't extend to subordinates. But as you mentioned, the pardon power would include any federal crimes there. Also, analytically,
But it wouldn't encounter state crimes.
If you include
Yeah.
wait, hang on a second. If you include the president's authority as unitary executive as a conceptual matter and you consider it, it doesn't really make sense for it to be extended beyond or to be given powers to subordinates beyond what the president has, and so conceptually, it should also include that immunity. And
You
as
and
for
I already
state,
had
and
this
excuse me,
discussion yesterday. I agree with you.
excuse me. So then, what you just said is countered by what you said yesterday. And finally, as to state prosecutions, there's a very strong preemption argument for these individuals who are subordinates. Why? Imagine the following scenario: that there's a terrorist bomb about to go off. The president said, in Arkansas, the president says to the FBI agent, "Take the shot, kill the terrorist." And then some dumbass terrorist apologist in Arkansas, some DA tries to prosecute him for that killing. Do you think that he could raise a good federal preemption argument? I was given a lawful order by the President of the United States. It doesn't fall within the jurisdiction
Only
of
if
your
it falls
state.
within their core federal employment. We've run
Hang on.
into this before.
Yes. Killing a terrorist who's an imminent threat is under the
Yes,
core authority
and
of
I
the
wouldn't-
FBI.
I
Yeah,
So you would
in
agree?
Cisco, the
Wait,
order
hang on a
has to be
second.
lawful.
We're going to get an answer here. We're going to get an answer. Esports Batman, do you agree that that officer has a strong preemption argument against the state prosecution?
For the terrorist situation, yes.
Yes.
Not for just randomly detaining.
All right, so
people against
let's change
civil
this.
rights.
Wait,
No,
let-
Pisco,
oh my
stop,
God.
stop.
Let me
stop.
be clear.
You're running down a line of argumentation that I can already see, and I want to flip this right back to you because
Yeah.
basically, let's say that the president says Nancy Pelosi is walking down the streets of San Francisco. He says to an FBI agent, "Hey, that person over there is a terrorist, an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to other people. Take the shot." And then the agent says, "Are you sure, sir? I don't really see any imminent threats of death or great bodily harm." And then he says, "Yeah, I'm the executive. Don't worry about it. Go ahead and do it.
I've
Pull
done the
trigger."
investigation.
Now,
We've
so hold
done the
on.
investigation.
So hold on. At the end of this thing, Nancy Pelosi gets shot in the face by an FBI agent under direct orders from the President of the United States. At that point, is the officer still liable under state law? And will it be infinitely more hard for him to defend? And then not only that, isn't the president still liable for impeachment?
He has a strong preemption argument against state prosecution if he
For shooting an unarmed woman in the face who's walking down the sidewalk.
on the direct.
They're going to let that stand as a
so
lawful order.
let me just. I'm going to put it out for you. He says, "Are you sure, sir? He doesn't seem like a threat." And President Trump at that point says, "Yes, we did a strong investigation. That's not actually Nancy Pelosi. You have to take the shot right now. I promise you. We did the investigation. Do it." Shoots.
Okay.
Strong preemption
Answer the
argument.
second
Agreed?
question, then.
But yeah. So your second question was about state prosecution or impeachment?
No. Is the president still
Yes,
liable for
yeah,
impeachment,
he's-
even if it's not for criminal prosecution?
No one has ever denied that he's amenable for impeachment for anything. Yes, he can be impeached.
Impeachment is
What's
not
the
criminal
point?
prosecution. It's a
Why-
political.
why-
rule.
No.
why are you-
Okay,
why
let
are
me
you bringing
clarify.
up impeachment? No one has
and
ever-
removal from office.
Yes, he
Impeachment
can be
and
impeached
removal
and
from
removed
office.
from office. No one has ever denied the scope of the power under the impeachment clause. You're arguing with no
Okay.
one. Now
Well,
the question is
Pisco,
going to come
Pisco,
back
hold
to
on,
you.
hold
Wait,
on. I'm not
now the
arguing with
question
no
is going
one.
to come back
I'm not
to
arguing
you.
with no one.
Connor,
I'm not arguing
Connor,
with no
the
one.
question
I'm not
is coming
arguing with
back
no
to
one.
you.
Let me finish my thought, and I'll be happy to listen to you. I am arguing against Dan and people like Dan who say that we now have an emperor god king, and the current emperor god king needs to destroy democracy in order to preserve it.
Dan is
No,
trolling. I don't
we
agree
do
with
not
Dan.
ha-
No
hold
one
on,
agrees with
I'm
Dan.
not done. We don't have an absolute monarch. We do have division of powers. We do have ways to hold people accountable. You're just worried about one
Hang on.
aspect
Hey,
of it.
so Dan is trolling somewhat, but also to be
Is he?
100% clear, what Dan may be pointing out to, and which I agree to the extent this is Dan's point, is these kinds of scenarios where yes, you'd be amenable to impeachment, but like, what if he arrests the people? Yes, agreed. He could be impeached for those actions, but the fear is there's more of an incentive. This is what Destiny is getting at when he's analyzing the opinion, because there's no consideration given to this point either way. But like the incentive structure, if you remove the fear of criminal prosecution from the president, is that he would be more likely to take these actions because he knows at a minimum he's not going to be indicted for those actions. That's the fear. Now, I agree that there's this impeachment power that exists and that hasn't been changed. And so that's technically a check. But what we're fearful of is without the threat of everyone equal above the law and that you can be prosecuted for your actions if they transgress a certain boundary, then those kinds of things would be much more
Okay,
likely.
so I've wanted to poke at you for this. So
Wait, I'm going to ask a
core-
question of you. You just
Sure.
said that if I answered that, I'd be able to ask your question or ask you a question.
Go
Is
ahead.
that true? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
You agree, don't you, that domestically the president of the United States has, under some circumstances, the authority to order the use of lethal deadly force?
Yeah.
Okay. So you agree that's a core presidential power?
That was actually going to be my question. So when we're talking about, and this is
Can
actually
you
why
answer
I'm a little
first
frustrated.
or no? Do you agree that it's
I'm
core?
going to answer the question.
He
So,
won't.
damn, Dan, why you got to be so argumentative? You fucking, I was going to make it. Yeah. Anyways, so the point being,
A
is
Jew
that
joke?
core. Yeah, I was going to do a Jew joke. So, anyways, Article 2 of the Constitution articulates the president's, roles, responsibilities, authority, etc., and then also talks about his exclusive powers, right?
Yeah.
And it seems like that's part of what the argument of the core is either power that is explained in Article 2 or is authorized by Congress. That's what I understood to authorize like official acts. For core, I wish we had a solid definition, because the truth is, I think that Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces is obviously a core responsibility, but does that extend to quote unquote the periphery of his authority, like ordering specific drone strikes?
Okay, cool.
So is that core or is that peripheral? And do we have an answer, or are you just telling me what I want to hear?
We have at least one example for what is core. One example for
Okay.
what is core is the communications given to the Department of Justice about prosecutions. Correct? You agree with that?
Yep, I agree.
The Constitution, and you agree that the closest thing we have to a test for core constitutional is the exclusive powers of the president granted under the Constitution. Correct?
Yep.
The constitutional citation for that authority of that being core, that is the prosecutorial power, is number one, the removal authority, which by the way isn't in the Constitution. There's no constitutional provision for removal authority. That's kind of implicit. Okay. And number two, the take care clause. Do you understand how broad
Wow, damn Gina
those
and
clauses
Eliminator.
are
Thanks for the 10
in
gift
terms of
subs.
what they could
Or
entail?
5 each.
There's nothing that tailors the take care clause to only prosecutions or the removal power to only removal of prosecutions. As Destiny said, if you condition any order on removal, why would that not be an invocation of the removal authority? If you invoke the take care clause, anytime you say, well, yes, by enforcing the laws, it is illegal in this country to do a terrorist attack, and so my taking care of that the laws be faithfully executed is killing it before it happens.
Okay, so hold on. I have a follow-up question here. So within the examples that were given within the decision, right? There was also
Wow, Scrawny, thanks for the 5 gifted
communications
subs.
to the vice president, and there was communications to the states. And what I found interesting when we're trying to define core versus peripheral is they kind of didn't give us an answer when it came to the vice presidential communications, because they said, obviously, like communications between the president and the vice president on decorum and official matters or whatever, these are going to be privileged and part of his official duties. However, the president pressuring Biden in order to modify his behavior during the thing is not something that's authorized to the president in his abilities. Therefore, we remand it to the lower court to make a decision. So that, for me, is where you could throw like that federal enforcement of laws is a core authority of the presidency. However, this is getting into the periphery of his duties and therefore bears like judicial scrutiny.
Stops. No, it's totally core. If prosecutions to enforce the law and arrests to enforce, you agree arrests are covered, right? If the president orders the arrest of someone, that's going to be covered as core.
Well, so hold on. Can you continue before I
Yes.
answer the question, and or I could give you two answers simultaneously.
Okay, I'm not even gonna. I'll ask you the question after. If the executive branch, as described by the court, is described as the embodied in the person of the president, they're a branch unto themselves. If anyone in the executive branch has the inherent authority to arrest, as everyone agrees they do, it's a part of enforcing the laws is arresting people. And so before we get to killing, don't you agree that a core power of the president, if anyone has that power in the executive branch, surely the president of the United States has that authority as a core power?
Okay, so can I give you a hypothetical?
You know what? I'm gonna just tell you both to shut the fuck up. You guys have been going on for so long about the least important part about this. The president, without a doubt, has the right to detain people. It's so obvious that even as Ray, shut the fuck up.
Moron.
Stop. Don't fucking moron me, or you can go talk to yourself in a fucking mirror.
Have you read any of this, Dan?
Yeah, I know that as recently as in July 12th of last year, Rosendale was trying to do amendments to get rid of the AUMF, which allowed it to detain American citizens without cause indefinitely. So it sounds like there's still the ability for the president to have people detained indefinitely. That's under the case. And it could be the guys who say, oh, well, that's only for terrorists who were at 9/11 or whatever. It doesn't matter. All it takes the president to be like, you know what? These guys, they're trying to destroy democracy. That was covered under the 9/11 bill. You know what? These guys want us dead. I want them detained. And that's all it takes. I don't know why the fuck we're going on about if something's core or not. It doesn't fucking matter. The president can act.
Fucking moron.
No, you're the fucking moron. You're over there arguing for shit that no one even does it.
Hold on, Dan.
Oh my god. Oh, so this is a strategy to talk over the other person when they're talking. Here we go. You know what I do? I have a very special strategy. I learned this one from Rust. Is when someone's trying to talk louder than you, what you do is you just put your headphones up over your ear a little bit and you keep going, and then they're screaming at you.
I'll wait for you to stop, and then I want to tell you something.
You can't hear them. And then you can just kind of talk about whatever you want to talk about. And eventually they give up like the fucking beta male that they are, like you right now, shutting the fuck up. That's what I thought. I give you permission to speak, dog. Go ahead, speak to me.
Okay, I'll speak to you right now, Dan. So, Dan, you just said that the most principal disagreement between the Chief Justices of the United States of America is boring and not relevant to the fucking conversation, and we've been circling it when it's the crux of the fucking issue, you goddamn moron. You spent 40 fucking minutes talking about presidential power that hasn't been given to the president, and you've been grilling Destiny on it, but you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you didn't bother reading the decision, you didn't bother reading the indictment, you didn't bother reading the AUMF 2001, you didn't read any of the fucking documents related to the fucking case. So the reason why it's boring and irrelevant to you is because you're a fucking ignorant, smug prick, you fucking little bitch.
Okay.
So also, Dan, you're wrong on your interpretation of the detainment clause. It happens to deal with the theater of war, and the reason why you're able to detain somebody who is a member of Al-Qaeda or any other terrorist group is to remove them from the field of combat. The idea is the same as a prisoner of war, which is the idea of, hey, until hostilities have concluded, you're going to remain in detention so that you're no.
Why are we talking about the AMF? Why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about AMF? It doesn't make sense. It has no bearing on what we're talking about. Okay, Dan
brought it up. Everyone wants to just keep talking. Listen, I know for a fact the president can have people detained. Okay, they can do it today.
Yeah, no, but that's so obvious. It doesn't even need.
Well, no, apparently it does because counterpoint.
Apparently it does.
They can happen. Right. That's it. So. Regardless of the mechanism.
Yeah, when did I say that, you stupid fuck?
Oh, so
you haven't answered. You haven't answered.
You keep giving this fucking wide, well, technically, if you look at it under the Supreme Court rule, just say the president can have anyone detained. Can the president have anyone detained? Can the president have anyone detained? I can go and do this all day. Can the president have anyone detained? Yes or no? That's right.
They can.
Okay, that's cool. That's poggers. So what I'm suggesting. So what I'm suggesting.
Legal challenges, Dan.
Oh, really? Not if you detain all the senators.
Okay, hold on. Okay, because I don't want to wait. Okay, because I don't want to bleed all my fucking stream time and you guys just screaming at each other. Okay, Connor.
No, I do.
What did you come in here to discuss?
He thinks the hypotheticals. He's muted, but he thinks the hypotheticals are fake. That everything we're talking about is not true, and that I think you're saying we're fear mongering, aren't you?
I'm waiting for a counter. Okay, go ahead. Okay, Connor. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, Connor, give me the first issue that you wanted to bring up.
Okay, the main thing is Dan pisses me off, and
okay, that's fine. Don't worry about him.
Talking about,
I do that to lesser creatures. It happens a lot. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, assuming that you're Jewish and superior to everyone is kind of weird. But anyways, so the point being that assuming that like President Biden is God King or Trump is God King is just factually wrong to anybody who's read it.
Okay, can you give me an example of a thing that you think is blown out of proportion?
Yes. So, for example, he can still be investigated for the state level violations. He can even potentially be investigated for the vice president
Hold on,
violations.
wait, real
because
quick,
there's
wait,
no
wait,
fall
wait,
under
wait,
his
wait,
core
one
constitutional
thing,
duties.
wait,
Yes,
stop,
question.
one thing at a time. Okay, you said he can still be investigated for state level violations. What jurisdiction would a state have over Trump having a conversation with the attorney general or with the head of the FBI?
So this is actually argued in the decision where they talk about once the president has fulfilled his legal obligations to enforce federal election law, after that, once he starts trying to pressure state level officials in order to change electoral votes, the argument about whether or not that can be an official act is remanded to the lower courts.
That's not
because,
Destiny's question.
Hold on,
frankly,
stop.
it's probably bullshit.
Jesus, Pisco, I can answer. Okay, hold on. So whether or not that's an official act has been remanded to the lower courts. Okay, so there's multiple things going there. So one, they're remanding it for some of these actions. They remanded it to the lower courts because the lower courts didn't even begin having that analysis, right, over what was an official act or what wasn't an official act. Okay. Number two, even if something isn't like a core power thing, okay, chances are it can be argued that most of these things are going to be some type of official act. Okay. But three, in order to overcome the presumptive immunity, you have to prove as a prosecutor that there is no danger of intrusion on the authority and function of the executive branch by questioning some of these things and having them like be used in court against the president, right? Do you agree with all this?
I agree that that's stated and those words mean things. We probably disagree on what those words mean.
What do you think we disagree about what any of those words mean?
So, as an example, when it comes to intruding on the roles and responsibilities of the president or whatever, I think that anybody who wants to be alarmist about this decision can make the argument that enforcing federal election law or enforcing federal laws in general is a core part of the president's, responsibilities and authority. Therefore, if you are going to criminally investigate him for his conduct while doing those things, you're going to be intruding upon the powers of the office, right?
Well,
But I
wait,
think
sure.
that
Just as a
anybody
real quick
who's
thing.
called-
Hold on. What you just said, that's only true as of like 3 or 4 days ago, right? It's never been understood prior to this that the president would be above criminal prosecution for any of those things. But go ahead.
Well, I don't know if I fully agree with that statement, but let's continue with the example.
Well, wait,
right
let's
now.
stay there because you're just completely and totally dead wrong. Do you think that the
On what?
president, but the president did not have criminal immunity or was beyond judicial review for crimes, for anything that even things that might be considered like a core power?
I don't know if I agree with you on that. We have sovereign immunity for almost every major public institution on the planet. Why wouldn't
What
the
is
president's
sovereign?
office
What
have
is
some
bring up
level of
sovereign
sovereign
immunity
immunity?
Wait.
because you know
What is
nothing.
what is
Sovereign immunity
wait?
has nothing to do with this.
What do you think?
How does it not? Pisco, please explain to me how it has
Yes, it
nothing to
will.
do with this.
Yes.
Sovereign immunity definitionally
100%.
is immunity from criminal and
100
civil litigation.
100%.
Please explain that to me.
In the context of American law, sovereign immunity refers to the immunity of different governmental either structures, either state sovereign immunity or the federal government, and their ability to
institution, not the
be
person.
sued. Now, the criminal actions refer
Literally, in the decision, they say that the president is an institution upon himself. But continue.
No, but he's being charged. The person of the president is being charged, not the institution of the presidency. Donald Trump, the individual, is being charged. And so what you have to say about sovereign immunity has no bearing whatsoever on this criminal context. It just doesn't.
I literally do not agree with you because in the decision itself, it says that the role of the president is in and of and to himself an institution, which is part of their basis for giving him absolute immunity. So I don't even know what you just said.
So what you are citing, right, is a doctrine in the United States, sovereign immunity, that has never been applied to a person to give them criminal immunity. What Destiny is telling you, and what is absolutely
So hold on. I'm going to test
sovereign
that
immunity
right now.
is that
I'm
the
gonna test
sovereign
that
immunity
sentence right now.
doctrine.
I'm going to test that sentence
Wait,
right now.
is that the sovereign immunity?
Go
ahead.
I want to test that sentence right now.
Yeah.
So when the governor of Louisiana during Hurricane Katrina puts the city under martial law, and then starts having National Guardsmen and law enforcement officers go door to door in order to confiscate weapons, and then people bring about charges for civil and criminal issues related to those incidents, and then the state of Louisiana dismisses it because they say that nope, governor made a decision, it was a state of emergency, go fuck yourself, we have sovereign immunity. That has nothing to do with the actions of the governor under his official acts.
No, you really are totally lost in the plot. We're talking about.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
using
Yes,
words
yes,
that
yes.
communicate
Hang on, no,
meaning.
I'm
you
about
are
to,
free.
I'm about to
Number
respond
one,
to everything you're gonna say. I'm about to respond to everything you're gonna say.
Peace go.
You're lost.
I am an intelligent, relatively well-educated human being. I am capable of
Clearly
understanding words. You are free to explain them to me
Yes,
if
I
you
will.
want. But being a smug bitch about it does nothing for the purpose of the conversation.
I will.
So
Connor,
for the
wait,
purpose-
no, stop. He asked me a question. I'm going to answer it. So the doctrine of state sovereign immunity relates to the ability for people to sue the government, that is the state of Louisiana in its official capacity, for damages related to whatever you're talking about, the martial law. The people who were suing them wanted either money or some kind of court order directing them to do something. They weren't looking to put the governor in jail, were they?
I'm sure if you asked some of them, they would have.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait, stop. Hold on, wait, okay, hold on. Connor, okay. Are you here?
No, he's
He's
I'm
here.
taking care of a baby while
Okay,
talking
that's
to
fine.
you fine
Okay,
folks.
that's fine. Okay, so sovereign immunity, I believe, only refers to the fact that the government cannot be sued in civil suits. It doesn't speak to criminal law.
yes.
Okay.
Generally.
You're thinking of qualified, not sovereign.
No,
I'm
because
looking at
there-
please. What do 3 people need to tell him no? Okay.
Okay.
Sovereign immunity refers to the fact, I'm just looking this up on the Cornell Law School website, just reading from here, okay? The sovereign immunity refers to the fact that the government cannot be sued without its consent, okay? I believe this only refers to civil matters, not to criminal matters. Unless there's some other part of this that I'm missing.
Child. I'll come up with a rebuttal source. 1 second.
Okay.
So typically
understand that
speaking, there are 3 different types of immunities. There's like the sovereign immunity as we know it, there's absolute, and there's qualified immunity. Absolute and qualified immunity are usually reserved for individual actors. So these might be police officers, it might be individual government bureaucrats, employees, so forth and so on. Sovereign immunity is speaking more broadly to the institution of the government.
Sorry, I don't have a rebuttal source yet because I'm still feeding a
No,
child. But
That's
what I
fine. You're
would
good.
say
You're
is
good.
I know
in
what
the
they're saying.
argument,
You're good. You're good.
in the argument,
Well, wait.
in the argument,
Yeah.
they refer to the seat of the presidency as an institution, which was part of their justification for absolute immunity.
Connor, they're basing the doctrine of criminal immunity on
I
comparing.
can't hear you over my crying child. I'll come back.
Okay.
He's mad. Mad.
It's all these people who think that no news ever happens. They're like, nothing ever happens. It's all gonna be fine. Those are the real centrists. We have a real centrist in here.
I'm a real centrist.
No,
You know,
you
I think this
just
came
argued
down.
for a coup. I don't know
No,
what. You...
hold on. I argued. I view that there's 2 options on the table: the end of democracy, or doing a little bit of fascism to save democracy. I think the latter is better. Okay, that's where I'm at. I don't disagree with the fact that what you're doing is like, it's fucked up. Should never have to do it. But I think it's better than just accepting the end of democracy.
Every step of your plan fails. The first thing you say is like, we got to increase the number of Supreme Court justices. By statute, they're capped at 9.
Okay, then we impeach them.
Well, you're going to need Congress, and they're not going to go along.
Actually, here's
hey,
a
I don't
really-
need you. Stop. We will put an impeachment vote to Congress.
They're controlled by Mike Johnson.
Ooh, that's weird. I thought he was detained. You sure? I think they're not controlled by him. You sure?
Steven, I'm sending you a Wikipedia source. I know it's your
And
favorite.
there's a really good way out of this that somebody suggested yesterday. You pull a joker, you bring all 6 of the conservative Supreme Court justices into a room. You say only 3 come out alive. The president is criminally immune, and then he gets to, as part of his powers, nominate.
Thank you. That's an
new-
excellent meme, but I'm actually being serious.
You're not being serious.
Dan, what
I
you just
am
suggested
being-
is exactly what
hold on.
esports Batman is suggesting. You understand? You're like the exact same idea, right?
No, it's literally not. It's a power that the president has, and also it's temporary, and also it's done for one singular purpose, which is to try and keep America from becoming a king type system. So yeah, you're using the new. Right now, Biden's a king under my understanding of everything I've read. So I'm saying, use the king powers. Don't be a fucking pussy, because you know what? If Trump gets in president, you know he's going to use it. So yeah, use your
Why
king
only
powers.
detain Mike Johnson? Why detain people? Why not just kill him? You have the power of the president to do that.
Are you
and it's
retarded?
related.
Yeah, you're actually retarded, because killing people is bad. Putting them
Dan,
in a
you're the biggest fucking
Let me-
retard
I
here
don't
because
need
you're
you
talking about the
to
authority
talk
of the
over
fucking
me.
king. You can't even articulate what it is because you
Oh
didn't
my
read the
god,
goddamn
you
document.
enjoy just talking. I'm not talking to you right now. Listen, Batman,
I'm talking
killing people is bad. Putting them in a hotel room so they miss a vote and you're able to go ahead and get rid of a few Supreme Court justices is a temporary thing that doesn't kill anyone. I
Just
would
as a
never
quick
argue
thing,
about-
just as a quick thing,
repeal that
Connor,
law, like, 2
Connor,
days later.
just a quick thing. So none of this sovereign immunity in the United States, none of this applies to criminal acts. All of this is just for civil litigation.
What you're citing, Connor, are sovereign immunity doctrines outside of the United States. That yes, it's based on the the notion that that law emanates from the king. But that's why you can't cite. This is why people are saying this is like a king opinion, because the notion of the king being above the law is something that America was like the foundational principle we're trying to fight against. That's why sovereign immunity doctrine in the United States has never had a criminal component to it. And yes, it's true that in this opinion, the court is linking their basis for criminal immunity to civil immunity doctrines like the Nixon case and sovereign immunity. But that's why people are saying it's hearkening back to the king immunity stages. But there's not a history in the United States of criminal immunity based on connections to office.
All right. Anyways, I feel like clarification's in order.
No, we got. What do you or who are you clarifying for at this point?
Well, I guess it would be just for chat, because I feel like I'm getting...
We understand your point. You want to coup the government
you?
to make it so you can't coup future governments. Yes.
No, I want to get rid of this specific Supreme Court ruling.
Yes. You want to coup the government so that you can make it so the future governments can't coup the government.
Wait, first off, are you couing the government if you're using the powers that are legal for you to use?
Yep,
that just
you could
sounds like
be.
using the law effectively.
Well, everything so far has been legally used. Like everything.
Was it couing the government when you're saying when McConnell kept that Supreme Court justice pick from going through?
Arguably, yeah.
No, not arguably. He
Dan, let me
used
ask
the
you a
law
question.
to effectively do something.
How do we enshrine this long term? So let's say we go with your hypothetical plan.
The California strategy, basically.
Yeah, let's assume that it works, right? We get what we want. What's the plan to stop them from coming back literally a week later when they do have everybody in session, they do have the votes, and repealing that law?
Okay, so first off, the way that you do it is that you write the law so that it can't be repealed unless it has a supermajority. That's the same thing that's fucking California.
Okay, but you
right
repeal
now.
that law.
You can't repeal that law unless you have a supermajority.
Why can't you repeal the law that makes it that you can't repeal it?
First of all,
tell the people in
be
California. Ask them why they can't right now.
It would be
because
based
you can
off
write
rules of the Congress, which they can easily change, and they have multiple times. So
it.
just
Not without a supermajority in Congress, which you wouldn't have.
You would repeal the law that makes things non-repealable.
That would be baked into the law. And
Okay, then
what do you mean?
So
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you. Why have they not repealed this law that's in place in California that requires 90%
what the hell
supermajority?
you're talking about.
You don't know about this law?
Law in California.
Okay, it's a very big
I don't
deal.
know it. I don't know. Maybe it's there. I don't know.
It is there. It's a very
Okay.
big deal. It's something from Uber and Lyft. And what they did is they petitioned the government essentially so that they need a supermajority to change this law that's defining people as contractors versus employees. And
Yes.
people are upset. Okay.
Under the Constitution, is there some basis for that, or did the actual body make a law that said that like this law is unrepealable?
Uber and Lyft did heavy, basically.
How did they pass the law initially?
A huge amount of.
Was it a
what do you
con?
call it?
No, I'm asking how did California
ballot
pass?
measure?
How did they pass the law?
Congress passed it.
Congress passed a law for California.
Or their state senators. Sorry, their state senators. Probably
Okay, so
did.
then-
and the governor signed it. That's usually how it works, right?
I don't know. Is it? Did they put it up? People are saying it was on the ballot. Was it a referendum?
I don't know. You can read it right there. Exactly the act.
Hold on. Well, you're the one that's been bringing this over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Sure. Yeah. Let's look.
Left. Okay, so it sounds like this was put up on a referendum.
Okay, leave the call, Dan.
What? No.
If it's a constitutional measure, then of course it can be different than the laws.
No, Dan is correct.
Leave the call, Pisco.
Hold on. Gavin Newsom signed AB 5, and then I think it went in 2020 the campaign Yes on 22 was a ballot initiative, so it was Prop 22.
Was it a constitutional provision or a statute?
Let's see, Proposition 2022 won by 58%. Yeah, if it's a ballot measure, usually it's a.
Which one was it?
I'm looking it up. I don't know California law, dog.
Don't say he's right until you know he's right.
Well, he's right about it passing
I mean, what?
the Senate and being signed, but he was
That
also
doesn't mean
correct
it's not a
that-
constitutional provision.
Yes, I know.
So don't say he's right until you know that.
Listen, what I'm saying
It's a statute.
is that if you go and you were to essentially remove every Republican from Congress and the Senate and then pass a law stating, okay, don't we have the filibuster law, right? But essentially, you're passing a law stating that no amendments can happen without the supermajority in the future, and a supermajority is creating that rule. You're saying that can be undone.
I don't know that you can make a law under the American. Well, I guess if you're putting all your Supreme Court justices to interpret it the way you want, then I guess.
Yes.
But that, yeah, you're cooing the government because you're.
No, I'm doing what's legally I'm allowed to do right now. You're calling it a coup. This is the coup. This is the power I have.
Just so everyone is clear on what's going on. If I give a legal argument to Dan and be like, no, you can't do it this reason, he'd be like, but we have our own justices there to interpret the law, so you're wrong. So it's like,
Wait,
no
but
matter what I say, I'm
not the
automatically
case?
wrong. Yeah, okay, I guess if you are able to define the law however you want and you can do whatever you want and you can maintain it for however long you want, then yes.
To be clear, right now the Supreme Court has said that I have the authority to detain people. I guess you don't disagree with that. So I'm saying I'm going to go ahead and detain half of the Senate and half of the Congress of the House, and then we're going to take some votes.
But Connor's right. He could have done that before. He could have done that before this ruling.
Yeah, but he would be found guilty as a result, so that he hasn't done that.
You don't know that. He could arrest all the judges that would be trying to prosecute him.
Hold on. Again, he. So, getting with my plan again, getting rid of half the Senate, half the House, taking a vote of impeaching a few Supreme Court justices, adding a few new ones in, and then creating, putting a case to the court, the Supreme Court would hear in short order, which essentially would undo the existing ruling, creating a king in criminal liability, pardoning, so to speak, Biden for anything done, because obviously I guess I don't need to. You can't be held liable for crimes that are committed with the laws on the books at the time.
You just
can't retroactively.
Dan, I'm going to call you out on this. You were
can't
actually being pretty slimy on the Prop 22 thing. The reason why Prop 22 required a 2/3 majority is because the state has a rule that says, hey, when you put something on the ballot directly to the people to be enshrined in law, usually you cannot revoke it without another ballot measure. Let me finish. But many of the ballot initiatives will waive this protection and explicitly state a percentage majority by which they allow the legislature to repeal the law. Usually 2/3 is specified. So the 2/3 thing only existed because this was specifically a ballot measure put directly to vote to the people of California. Otherwise, a normal law wouldn't be subject to this.
Well, I'm asking right now, if a law was created by the Senate and the House, and it stated inside the law that it could not be overturned. Let me finish. And it could not. In fact, you could just amend this if you have the Supreme Court, as far as I know. So this is kind of null if you have the Supreme Court, the final court in the land, saying that this is all right.
This argument is useless because you're just saying you're like playing with action figures.
No, I mean,
And
yeah, I mean, to
in
a
an
certain
up
extent,
scenario-
you are. You're
Okay, just heads
changing-
up. 2 more minutes on this topic, okay? 2 minutes and 15 seconds to finish up the Dan Koo hypothetical, okay?
Yeah,
I want to ask Connor some questions about him talking shit on Twitter.
Oh,
Talking shit.
Yeah, you're saying
I
that
was
everyone's
very polite.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait,
I'm
are
gonna
we
start
done? Okay,
fast.
wait. Are we done with the Koo hypothetical?
Where is it that you have to go?
I'm.
Phil?
An,
Well, we're letting Dan play with his toys, right? But we all agree that this would probably result in a shooting civil war.
Yeah,
Yes,
no, this would
yes.
result in the president probably being executed. Yeah, there's a billion
Yes.
reasons why this didn't work in practice, of course.
he's trolling.
Okay.
I don't
Just
know what I'm
checking.
taking seriously. Connor, I want to reset with you. All right, I'm gonna be. We can do this respectfully, and I'm not. Gonna
Wait. Hold on. Wait, before we because I don't even know if you can talk to Connor respectfully. Okay, before you guys reset and do your thing, Connor, we were walking down a discussion path, and you had brought up this idea of sovereign immunity as a defense for this decision. And my counter, because I don't know much about sovereign immunity, so I'm literally just reading about it now, seems like sovereign immunity only referred to protecting government entities from civil damages, from civil suits. I don't see anything about sovereign immunity and protection from criminal suits. You shot me that wiki, and it mentioned that sovereign immunity applies to everything, absolute immunity, but that was for the broad understanding internationally of sovereign immunity. If you click
Yeah,
through and you read on
state
the
of
United
immunity.
States part, yes, hello, thank you, yes, that is what I'm saying. If you click through and you read on the article for sovereign immunity in the United States, it seems to be that the sovereign immunity is just protection for civil damages. So none of this has anything to do with criminal protections. I don't think there's anything listed in here having to do with anything. Even the absolute immunity referenced by the sovereign immunity, absolute immunity, when absolute immunity applies, a government actor may not be sued for the allegedly wrongful act, even if that person acted maliciously or in bad faith. So all of this just has to do with civil stuff, not criminal stuff.
Okay. I've been reading a lot over the past 24 hours. I'll just take the L on that.
That's fine. It's okay. I just want to
because the court does cite that as a basis for it making this new doctrine, and they are making the jump from these pre-existing doctrines of immunity in the civil context in America to the criminal context. So I don't blame you, Connor, because
Well,
I
wait,
think
what was the next part of
being
his-
intentionally deceptive?
What
Well,
was-
this argument has nothing really to do with he had said this is
No, he
always
brought
been
it up.
the
I
case.
understand, but it was on the
Yeah.
way to the next argument he was making. He brought this up, and I said, "Well, let's stop and do this." So, where were you walking to next on what you felt like the court's decision here wasn't as wide-reaching as other people are claiming it was? Past the sovereign immunity.
Yeah.
what was
So,
it?
well, okay. So if you're asking me that question,
Yeah.
so when we're talking about the government, and I'll try to keep this as brief as I possibly can.
Sure.
We authorize them to do crazy things like eminent domain, war on terror, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
So when you're talking about like a civilian level of these actions, we would always be talking about these are criminal actions. However, we authorize them to do this on our behalf because we recognize that government has a special purpose.
Correct.
This is part of the reason why, Obama drone striking the U.S.
Sure, we don't need
citizen-
examples. We understand what you're saying. Real quick,
Okay.
you acknowledge this doesn't just apply to the federal government. This applies to state and local governments as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so keep going. So just to summarize that, so we understand that we authorize the state to do some things, and as part of their public charge, they have to take actions that we obviously and clearly wouldn't consider criminal because the state is being authorized to take these actions, right? It's part of the due course of work that we've authorized them to do, right?
Yep, and
Okay.
almost everything that I've seen as justification from the court in this reading is that they are leaving it for core and exclusive responsibilities and authority, so we don't have an absolute monarchy like some people are pretending that we do.
Okay, hold
And
on,
then
wait,
Pisco-
real quick.
Uh-huh.
Don't Pisco. Don't worry about Pisco. Okay, just as a quick thing. Okay, I just want to when we're talking about like criminal actions. Okay, when the state is doing a particular thing and the state has been trusted with the ability to perform an action, right? That action is not an action that like it would be criminal or whatever, but like they have like a special protection for it. Like it's literally their job to do it. We don't think of them as having done like a criminal act, but we're allowing the state to do criminal acts, right?
Well, I think that this is debatable, particularly in the context of the war on terror.
Okay, it's not. When a police
Why?
officer is, because if a police officer is doing something and we've said we need you guys to protect citizens and to uphold the laws in this country, and as part of the course of your job, you might have to kill somebody, right? We wouldn't say that like, well, we're letting them get away with murder, but they have to because they're a cop. They're not committing a crime there. We wouldn't say that they're committing a crime and this is like the defense of their crime. We would say that this is part of the course of their work.
I don't know if I agree with this because basically, oftentimes when it comes to homicide in particular, as an example that we're using, cops do commit homicides that are chargeable under criminal law.
Correct.
Correct. Wait.
That's
Oh, yes,
when-
yes. Okay.
Huh?
Please. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Yes. When a police officer acts in a certain way, okay, you can say that, yeah, you have committed a crime, right? But the statement that we're making there is that they've done something outside of what they're expected to do for their ordinary line of duty, right? Like if a police officer is doing everything expected within his ordinary line of duty, police officer's not going to get charged with a crime, right? I'm pretty sure we're talking about essentially qualified immunity here, right?
No.
Well, now I'm wondering where you're going because this feels like a parallel for the case that we're talking about.
No, don't worry about where we're going. Don't worry about where we're going. Just focus on like.
Okay, you made a statement. I'm saying yes, I understand that statement to be true.
Okay, so I'm just saying that we don't think of it as we're authorizing our public officials to commit crimes. That's not what we're doing when we're charging them with certain things. Where in another context, maybe they would be committing a crime, but that shouldn't be our. That shouldn't be our intellectual framing of it or our conceptual framing of it, right? For instance, like we don't authorize doctors to commit crimes because we let them stab people with weapons, right? We don't think about a surgery as a doctor being authorized to commit a crime there, right? It's not exactly one-to-one,
Sure.
but like,
Okay,
right?
so just because you keep making statements at me and I'm agreeing with them, I'm going to try to take this to someplace where we can actually go.
No, hold
So-
on, wait. Please, for the
Okay,
love
then
of fucking
finish,
God.
then
Stop,
finish. I've
hold on.
agreed with what
I
you've
am,
said so
okay.
far.
Hold on. We have to establish a shared factual understanding before we go anywhere else. Stop trying to preempt every ended part of the argument. I'm just making sure we agree on some very, very basic things, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay?
I said yes for you, and I'm waiting
Thank
for
you.
you to finish.
Okay. Okay. I'm just making sure that we understand these things before you move on to the next part of your argument. Okay. So we're not authorizing our officers to commit crimes. We're saying that as part of your job, there are things that you have to do. Okay. And that you have the right to do these things because we literally are entrusting you to do these things. They're not crimes that we're letting you do. They're actions that you're doing, but it's not, we wouldn't consider these things crimes. Okay. So move on to the next part of your argument for this, for how you think that the court's decision here is reasonable. I'm just making sure we understand that. Okay. Go for it.
Okay. So I would be happy to hear the nuances about the next statement. But what I understand it to say is there are core and exclusive rights of the executive that are not shared with any other body. And so the question that I was going to pose to you, to the group, I guess, is that commander-in-chief is a role and responsibility that's shared with his entire chain of command. And not only that, it's overseen by Congress. So I don't think, now could be wrong, I don't think that this is giving the president carte blanche to deploy federal troops on the soils of the United States of America and start shooting
Okay,
Americans
yes,
in the
I understand what you're
face.
saying. So-
Hold
okay,
on,
yeah.
I'm not done yet.
No.
I listen to you, you can listen to me. So, and start shooting citizens in the face without any kind of legal recourse whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I think that any conservative of good conscience would say that he can have presumed immunity if he takes that role, but we're going to dig into that like a motherfucker because this is on the periphery of his duties. That's how I would attack it.
Okay, what the ruling has said is that if the president is acting within his official roles and if intruding on those roles would ever threaten his ability to act with energy and vigor in the future, that those actions that he's taken are beyond criminal review. So
Okay. And sorry, go ahead.
So if the president did give an order to somebody, and it's part of what we would consider like a core function of the president, no overlap with the legislature, okay? You cannot ever criminally review that action. So if the president of the United States is talking to his FBI head, okay, head of the FBI, he says, listen, I need you to order FBI agents to go and start raping citizens, okay? That maybe the FBI agents can get arrested for it. I'm not sure. I don't know where that would happen. But the president, you cannot review that conversation that the president had because that's a core function of the president. Him communicating with his officer for the FBI, a thing that's been created by, like, he absolutely has the exclusive right to do this, and you cannot question that criminally ever.
Okay. So then let's narrow down our understanding of what would be the repercussions of such an event, because I've heard this multiple times, okay?
Okay.
So from my perspective, all of the executive administrations are still under the rule of law of the United States. They do not have the same level of immunity as the President of the United States. So part of their duties is to swear and affirm their loyalty to the Constitution of the United States. And so if they were given an unlawful order, which involves raping people because...
Wait, real quick.
Reasons,
We're not talking about them carrying out the order, and we're not talking about their liability. We're talking about the president's liability here. Maybe they do, maybe they don't follow the orders, maybe whatever. But I'm just saying that if the president were to give that order, it would be beyond criminal review.
So let me put this in the context of worst case scenario. because and please give me some rope.
Why don't you answer
okay?
it first? Why don't you answer it?
What's the question?
Well, there's not even a question. You can give a
There
worst
is
case.
no. There is. You just asked the question. The question is, don't you agree, or I guess implicit in it, don't you agree that conversation, that order, is beyond judicial?
Oh, it sounds like
scrutiny?
it, right? You that you
Well,
can never
I think-
criminally review
He
that.
hasn't said yes or no.
Oh, do you agree that you can't
okay.
Yeah.
So what is the core constitutional duty of the president of the United States that's being fulfilled by raping people?
If
Wait,
you're
no,
ordering-
wait. It's not about raping people. It's about him communicating what he thinks law enforcement should look like
Yep.
to the head of the FBI. Maybe he thinks that the way that they carry out that law is through mass rapes. It's the executive's power to decide how to execute the laws from Congress, and that's part of what he thinks. Now, it could be wrong, and everybody would agree that it would be wrong. We all agree with that. But even questioning that criminally, the Roberts is arguing that would be a violation of separation of powers. The judicial doesn't have the right to dictate to the president how to do his job, which is what you'd be doing there. And it would be weakening the executive because it would be making him second guess himself because now he has criminal liability for how he decides to enforce laws.
Okay, so I want to again give me rope. Okay.
Okay.
The issue that I've taken with a lot of the histrionics on Twitter and some of the arguments being made by even some people in this room is the fact that we are acting like he is an absolute monarch who will be not only free from criminal prosecution, but will be able to remain in office after he has committed that order.
Wait. Hold on. Two
Uh-huh.
very important things. Okay. So one,
asked for some rope.
impeachment exists. Okay. Impeachment
Uh-huh.
is only a remedy for removing somebody from office and preventing them from holding further office. That's it.
And also the 25th Amendment exists as well.
What is the 25th Amendment?
Isn't that removing the president from office if he becomes
Yeah.
incompetent?
Okay, yeah, who cares? Wait.
Agree, who cares?
Yeah,
Wait,
no.
why? Hold on. Destiny, this is an argumentative thing that's frustrating with you. So hold on. We're talking about the president ordering people to be mass raped in the street, and we're wondering why the 25th Amendment is relevant? Are we serious?
Criminal liability.
Wait, why is the 25th Amendment relevant? I'm sorry.
Because you can still remove the president from office as soon as he starts ordering mass rape.
about-
No, wait,
criminal liability.
wait, hold on. Yes, hold on. The reason why I said it's irrelevant is because I already agree with you on impeachment. But impeachment or the 25th, that's just the only thing that these are meant to do is remove somebody from office. That's it. There is no criminal liability there. Don't you want to be able to hold the president criminally liable if he commits crimes?
Yeah, largely I do. And I think that there are a whole host of crimes outside of the core executive authority.
We're
and
not talking
duties.
about those. Do you think he can commit crimes within his core powers?
I mean, literally, they just authorized him to do so. So yeah.
So
do you agree that what was just
stop,
wait, Stephen, make him answer. Do you
No,
agree
because
that-
you're so condescending. Jesus, chill. Okay,
you don't get any
Connor.
answers. You're bad at this.
Connor.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You agree that the president can commit crimes as part of his core duties, right?
De facto, as a result of this ruling, yes.
Well, okay, sure.
Okay.
So what is our recourse now for holding a president criminally liable for committing crimes as part of being the president?
Prosecuting everything that doesn't fall under his core duties.
What if he commits those crimes as part of his core duties? You already agree that he can do that.
So we're coming up with a scenario in which the president commits crimes solely within his core capacities as the executive of the office. We don't invoke the 25th, and we don't do impeachment.
Hold on.
that could
Wait.
happen.
We're
Like,
not talking
he-
about. Wait. We're not talking about removing him from office. The 25th Amendment
Okay,
and
can I
impeachment
give you-
have
I
nothing to
wanna
do with
give
this.
you the
We're
thrust.
talking about holding him
want to,
criminally
instead
liable.
of walking down your path, I want to give you the thrust of my argument. Okay? There are a lot of people who are acting like we have an absolute monarch. Now, it might be a joke, but Dan has been talking about effectively starting a civil war over what happened on Monday.
Yap. It doesn't matter. The question is on the table. Do you think an order of mass rape pursuant to law enforcement is part of core executive function or not?
You guys keep making it too extreme, so he's going to say, "Oh, they'll just get
He
impeached
hasn't
or whatever."
answered it.
Stop. Just make it something believable. Make Trump saying, "Hey, guess what? If you're an immigrant, if your mom wasn't here, we're going to fucking mass deport."
Oh, I
you."
thought it was the Destiny show. I thought
No,
Destiny did
I'm
crazy
just
hypotheticals. I thought Destiny made people
it's-
answer.
If this is something that is possible,
I
that can
might
actually
shit on
happen,
Dan,
that
but
would be
Dan
huge
runs
and
anything
supported by
else,
Republicans.
and you will respect his name.
Yeah, exactly.
Destiny makes
It-
people
make it
answer
so- make it
hypothetical
s-
questions. That's the whole
Because
purpose of the
he's
show.
just gonna he keeps coming back with the same shit. Like, oh, you would get impeached or you would get 25th.
Okay,
Because
so let's
Stephen
get
doesn't
to-
even
let's
But
get
you
try
know
to
what?
make
He
an answer.
probably wouldn't get impeached if it was we're gonna
Let-
get rid of all the immigrants. all those illegals, we're going to get rid of them and we're going to win every election afterwards.
You guys are absolutely committed to making him not answer a question, a difficult
No,
question.
it's fine.
You want to give him all the ability to talk, yap, impeachment. How many times have we said we're not talking about impeachment, we're not talking about removal? I don't know how many more times we can say it.
Twice.
Answer the question.
Okay, so I think that comes down to the definition of core. And correct me if I'm wrong, Pisco. We don't have one.
So there, you cited the best test that they give us. Number one, if you think that just number one, if you think that the Supreme Court has not given a definition for what core executive power is, that's a huge problem, don't you think, Connor? If you think that they haven't given a definition. And so on that basis alone, that's a crazy opinion to say we have a domain of absolute immunity and we haven't even given a good test to describe what it is. Fair?
Okay, but Pisco, I would argue that within the decision itself, within the first 7 pages, which some people still haven't fucking read, are examples in which some activity would be protected, some would be presumptive, and some would be not protected at all.
So
wait, hold on, just as a real quick thing. Unless I missed it, I don't believe that they gave an example of anything that wouldn't be protected at all. In fact, I think one of the surprising things was that there were actions that Donald Trump's defense readily admitted wouldn't have been official acts that the court said, well, actually, there might have been some in here. We're not sure. So that's probably
And that they're now trying to go back and retroactively argue it were.
Okay. So I'll just take the fact that there weren't any examples given of private conduct. They alluded to it without giving any specific examples.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry, because this is a really important point of what Roberts wrote, and you are 150 million% completely wrong. Roberts said for 2 of the things that were remanded to the lower court.
Are
Roberts
you about to contradict yourself?
Well, let me finish speaking. You tell me if I am. Roberts remanded things to the lower courts, and he said the lower courts hadn't even begun the factual analysis between what was an official act and what wasn't an official act. And because the Supreme Court is not a court of first review, the Supreme Court wasn't even going to tango with it. And then they also said that for the Pence conversation, they remanded that to the lower court as well, saying that, like, well, you need to deal with the presumptive immunity here and figure out if this is an action that Trump would have even been immune for. But for the 2 things that were remanded to the lower court, the speech that he made on January 6th, the conversations with state officials, he said that all of that was remanded to the lower court for a factual analysis. Nothing was given as a private, like, oh, this is probably private. Go ahead.
And within the sentences that you just stated, like immediately after and immediately before, they're talking about how to make a discernment between official and unofficial and presumptive and absolute. Right? Because they said that the communications between the DOJ and the capacity for firing the DOJ are going to be core, absolute, can't use it as evidence, can't use it for prosecution.
But while that's true, yes, I agree with you. But while that's true, just as a real quick thing, there's so the problem here, so there's 3 different types of acts that have been given, Now, even if I disagree with it, and I'm sure Bisco and I'm sure other people disagree with it, Amy Coney Barrett puts forth an understandable argument that maybe there are some core powers that the president shouldn't even have criminal review for. Maybe, or she says there should be, and maybe I can kind of see the arguments for that, But the issue is, and then you have things that are unofficial actions that the president is obviously criminally liable for. I think everybody is agreeing on that. The issue that we run into, though, is this second category of things that we consider official powers that might be overlapping. And Roberts has said that these actions have been given presumptive immunity, but in order to overcome that presumptive immunity, you have to prove that when you probe these actions, there is no danger of intruding on the authority and functions of the executive branch.
Okay, so hold on. So this is where I'm actually really happy you identified this, because this is where I think that you either have to think that the Supreme Court are malevolent, mustache-twirling villains who are trying to set up Trump for being an absolute monarch, or you think that they're constitutionalist, weirdo fucking conservatives who might have gone a little bit too far in one case. So when it comes to this,
just a real quick thing. I appreciate the hyper, but I do take issue in that second thing when you said you think they're weirdo constitutionalists. Nothing about this ruling is constitutional. There's a reason why the majority of their citations here go to the Nixon Fitzgerald case, which had to do with civil. It's not they're not citing the Constitution at all when they're making these decisions, essentially. But go ahead.
I mean, they're I don't agree with your characterization because they're specifically talking about the authority granted by Congress and granted by the Constitution of the United States. But
that's fine,
continuing
but
on
just
with your
just
point-
like they said in Dobbs, a right to privacy isn't a real thing. That's nowhere in the Constitution. This demanding of criminal liability or criminal immunity is absolutely nowhere. If right to privacy was in the Constitution, this sure as fuck isn't anywhere in the Constitution.
Even saying textually, it's not there. He understands. I hope that they're citing like the structure of the Constitution and other documents.
Fourth Amendment and the
Yes, but they're abstracting here. Textually, there is no foundation for this whatsoever. This is heavily
what
abstracted. The same way that the right to privacy was, the same way that this court didn't like the right to privacy because of that reason. I'm just pointing out hypocrisy. There's a reason why Sotomayor cites Roberts against himself, and yes, multiple times. But sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. One of the key duties and responsibilities of the President of the United States, as are articulated in Article 2, is the enforcement of federal law. And
Correct.
correct me if I'm wrong. What's that?
Correct.
Yes,
I said yes.
that's correct.
Okay, and then correct me if I'm wrong. Federal law is largely based off of and deemed non-viable if it's in conflict with the Constitution.
Yes.
Yes. Under normal principles of constitutional interpretation, if a statute violates the Constitution, the statute is a nullity. That's judicial review.
Okay, so if the president is fulfilling his core duties as whatever, this would be my argument. I'm not saying it's going to win. I'm just saying this is my argument. He's the commander in chief of the armed forces, right?
Yeah.
But then he's commanding his armed forces to consistently violate the law in any way capable. When you were talking about like the mass rapes as an example, then what I think is that creates an inherent and obvious contradiction between the immunity given to the office and what's actually occurring on the ground in violations of the Constitution and federal law. And therefore, that would be opening for grounds for presumptive immunity, meaning that we're assuming that the President of the United States is immune from criminal liability, but we are going to show through the courts how he has consistently violated his duty to the point that this immunity should no longer apply.
Okay. Now, wait, real quick, and then you can go down your line. Okay, listen. I agree with you. Okay, this is part of the understanding that the President of the United States needs to faithfully execute the laws, right? That if Congress says we need to make murder illegal, and the President says, oh, okay, well, we're going to make murder illegal by having all of our officers rape every single murder. This is not a faithful execution of laws, and there's a whole bunch of different ways that we could go about amending that particular thing. Okay, the issue right now, though, okay, is that the example that Roberts gave for an action that would be 100% absolutely immune seems to be an action that we wouldn't agree is granted to the president as a core power, okay? The president has absolute authority over hiring or firing people in the Justice Department and over tasking them with doing investigations. I think that we all agree with that that's a core power of the presidency of the United States. I don't think that a fair reading of the powers of the president or any part of the Constitution would say the president should be able to use that power to commit crimes like it's being alleged that he has. And the issue is that Roberts, that of the one thing that he said was unquestionably, absolutely immune, he said that all of his conversations with his attorney general, where he was requesting that they send out, where the accusation is that he was telling them to knowingly send out false allegations and false investigations to states to get them to change their electoral votes. And if they wouldn't do that, he was going to fire them and find someone who would do that. I don't think we would consider that ability like a core power of the president of the United States, but because it's having to do with the hiring and firing and the directing of the investigations, Roberts has said that's unquestionable. No part of that can be criminally considered, not for an indictment on this action and not as evidence for another action. That's the scary thing, because that would seem like something where I would agree with what Connor has said. Oh, I would be presumptively, I would say you're immune here, unless you can prove something. I'm sure I think presumptive immunity might be okay here, but no, that's an action that's been given absolute immunity.
Okay, so the argument that's given in the document brief, that as I understand it, is that the reason why they're barring this specific area of the president's conduct is because it's exclusive in core. Like, I swear to God, that's what I remember from it. If I'm incorrect, I'm happy to be correct.
Preclusive and exclusive, I think, or exclusive and preclusive is what he says. Sure, yeah.
Right. And so as a result, this is the balance of power that they're trying to do between the multiple branches. And the reason why they don't want these core duties to be under judicial or legislative scrutiny, and that's not even true totally. They do want it to be under legislative scrutiny. They just don't want it to be part of criminal proceedings, is because they don't want the president to be needlessly burdened with subpoenas whenever he makes a decision about anything. And on top of that, they don't want to speak specifically to the exigencies of the Trump presidency, even though that's what brought it in front of it. They want to create a power structure for all presidents and executives to operate by going forward for hopefully millennia.
Okay, and I agree with what you're saying here, okay, that they don't want him to be needlessly burdened, okay, but there are a few huge problems. One, that I don't think they adequately made that argument that there would be a needless burden at all. I think it's important that when we talk about undue burden or needless burden, that first thing is an important part. We do want people, you agree, we want people to be burdened with the idea of being criminally charged for committing criminal acts, right? The public has an interest in that, and states have an interest in that, right? We do agree with that, right?
We do.
Okay.
Sorry,
so
I have a rebuttal, but I'll wait.
Okay. So one, some burden is fine. Okay. We probably don't. We agree. We don't want a president who thinks they can commit infinite criminal acts as long as they fall within his core powers. Number one. Okay. And number two, when you talk about the balance of powers, okay, there's always going to be a balance. It's not like the court has made a decision that has like perfectly balanced everything. What the court has done is the court has grabbed a bunch of power in and of itself to decide when the president can be held criminally liable for a thing or not. Because remember, any of these presumptive immune things are now going to go before a court, and it has to be argued against, saying that, well, he shouldn't have presumptive immunity for this. All of these will end up in the Supreme Court, and now the Supreme Court is the sole arbiter of deciding whether or not a president is going to be held criminally liable for something, because they're ultimately going to determine if the presumptive immunity challenge stands or falls. So that is a huge power grab from the court, from taking it from the legislature, right? Just to say that it's just a balance of power, that that's one way that they've changed it.
So there's a reason why I'm not as concerned as everyone else here. Okay, and part of the reason why is because
wait. Just on a real quick thing. You agree that the court has taken a ton of power for itself to ultimately decide if the president will ever be held criminally liable. Correct? The court has taken that power to itself.
Yeah, that was going to be part of my response.
Okay, that's so. And then and then on the second thing, I'm just making sure that we agree that it probably is in. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say probably. It is absolutely in our interest that the president of the United States does feel some burden to not commit criminal actions, right? We don't want him to think he can infinitely commit crimes, right?
Yes, and my answer will address both of those points. Okay. So number one, I will start freaking out and being Dan and wanting to start the revolution of the United States of America if lower courts and the Supreme Court of the United States start ruling that everything is immune. Everything is an official act. You can't question anything ever. Like, for instance, in the hypothetical where they say, like, oh, you can just rape people, whatever. And they're just like, yeah, you can't even investigate this whatsoever. It's a core part of his official duties to rape citizens of the United States.
Wait, and I'll let you finish. You understand the only way to remedy that now, if you let's say that Connor is freaking out now, the only way to remedy that now is with a constitutional amendment.
Or war. So the second point that I want to make, though, because this is where I feel like the alarmists are missing something, is that in the conspiracy indictments, the communications between him and his attorney general are like 10%, 15% of the total indictments and evidence brought against the president, and the remaining 85% of it is either presumptive or open.
No.
And so
hold on. All of it right now is presumptive. All of it is presumptive.
Okay, fine. If you want to say wait.
Hold on. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Hold on. Just you say things to brush them off. It's not fine. It is factually every single thing is presumptive right now. The court has not ruled that anything is open.
The reason
yes.
Okay, you're right. Okay. You're right that the court has not ruled one way or the other. What I'm thinking of when I am saying that is when they're talking about the states and his communications with the states, the attorney generals, state officials, et cetera, maybe this is me not applying autism enough to the reading. My reading of that is that there's an inference that a healthy chunk of that is not going to be part of his official
Absolutely
duties.
Not. No. That's one of the
feel
reasons
free to articulate it.
Yeah. So the reason why Amy Coney Barrett's concurrence is occurrence, one of the main ones is that she says we should just say this is private and or non-official, and they do not agree to that opinion. Amy Coney Barrett does not get a majority. They at no point imply or be cutesy about, this is probably unofficial conduct. And we're getting away from the point.
I disagree. I just disagree.
Wait, disagree with what part of that?
With what did I just say that was an absolute fact?
I'll tell you, you smug bitch. And Pisco, by the way, still love you, but you're a smug bitch. So anyways.
You're slippery, and Stephen is...
I'm not slippery at all. I'm telling you what I think. I'm not a lawyer, you stupid fuck.
No, but
Not
he's not
slippery at
making you.
all.
He's not making you answer the question. What, like, why we're all here? And the reason we're here is not to like talk about. I'm not really fearful about this. There are other checks. That's not why we're here. We're here to discuss certain situations and what the court's opinion means for whether or not they're covered. And you are allowed, because Stephen lets you, to dodge any challenging questions whatsoever. And it's
What? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. What challenging question have I dodged? I'll answer it directly for you right now.
Sure. Do you believe that an order to the Department of Justice to commit a heinous sexual act against someone else in the guise of law enforcement would be part of his core executive power? And
No.
if not, why not?
No. Okay. Because the core executive power is to enforce the law. You would literally, you can go to, God damn it, Sheldon. I swear to God, I'm not dodging. So I have to walk away from a crying child in order to answer your question. So because when you look at Article 2, I could literally pull up the fucking sentence. It's to like faithfully discharge the duties of the United States of America and to follow the Constitution and to enforce the federal laws. There is no federal law that is reinforced by sexual assault of citizens.
There's
no federal law that's
not
reinforced by him
articulable as
telling
part
his
of the
attorney
duty.
general to send fake investigation claims. That's not
No,
a
no,
faithful
no.
execution.
You're making a claim. No. This is
What?
addressed in the decision. It's addressed in the decision where the
No, it's
the
not.
justice is saying you are presuming bad faith, but this is core and this is privilege. You are making that presumption.
Wait.
He couldn't be
What do you
incompetent.
mean? Wait.
He can't be a fucking moron.
Wait. Hold on. What do you mean I'm presuming something? Hold on. Do you agree that it is not an express power to the president to use his DOJ to make sham claims to states to overturn their election results? Do you agree that that's not a core power?
Even within that sentence, you are making inferences based off of available evidence. You are saying definitively that they are shams. Have you ever considered the fact
Stop.
that-
Wait, hold
have
on.
you ever considered the fact? Have you ever
Oh my
considered the
God!
fact-
Stop!
You haven't
considered the
Stop!
fact-
Stop!
have you ever considered the fact
Connor!
that he's a retarded buffoon?
Connor, no, that determination is made at court, but this is preventing it from ever going to court. That's the whole point of absolute immunity, is I can't even ask that question. When you're saying what you're saying,
You
Connor,
still have
no,
85% other of the criminal
hold,
indictments
I'm not
to ask
talking about the other 85% because you just said
You
that.
should be.
No, you're so wrong. Hold on. You just said that Pisco's example was absurd because part of faithfully executing the president's power
it was
is not asking the FBI to do some crazy shit. However, what if I was Connor and I said to you, hold on, you don't know if he asked him to do crazy shit. Maybe he really thought that, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. It's absolutely immune. You can't question it now.
You can't question whether it's a sham.
You can question it when it's not an explicit core duty as articulated by either congressional
and
authorization or Article 2 of the Constitution.
But the president ordering the FBI head to do stuff is a core power
It's
of the
core.
president. It's his officer.
Yeah, no shit. But what demonstrable enforcement of law is being accomplished by the rape of citizens against
What
First
demonstrable
Amendment
enforcement of the way the DOJ operates is to tell them to send letters to states. Yes.
Because you're assuming that he's lying.
You're assuming. Hold on. You're assuming that rape isn't a good way to not enforce law. Stop, Connor. Please, Connor. Please stop. Connor, please stop. You're assuming that. Okay. Apparently, you can't process an absurd, a far out there hypothetical. So let's bring it way back.
And we're not even talking about a hypothetical.
No. You can't. You stop. Hold on. No, I am now because you failed to understand the hypothetical. So now we're gonna take it back a little bit more.
It wasn't even hypothetical. We were talking about a serious situation.
No, the hypothetical.
The current situation.
Connor, the hypothetical that was presented to you is: what if the president believes, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, thinks the best way to enforce the law is to order the FBI to mass rape? Okay, your brain is short circuiting. You go, how can you ever possibly think mass rape is a way to enforce law? Okay, but that's our argument when we say stop. That's our argument when we say, how can you think that the president is faithfully fulfilling his duties when he's demanding the DOJ to send fake letters to states to say that the election was real? Now you're saying, oh boy, hold on, you don't know if the letters are fake or not. But we don't know. But the only way that can be determined is in court. And we can't even have that court case now. The same way that we don't know if the president thinking that telling the FBI to rape everybody is a good way to enforce law, because we can't question that because it's beyond judicial review now. It's beyond review.
Okay. I think that there is nothing in any congressional authorization
that allows the president to tell the FBI to commit rapes. Is that what you're about to say again for the fifth time, Connor?
Yes.
Okay.
Go to page 18. Wait.
You're
Go to
failing
page.
to understand
Wait.
something. Don't act like no.
Connor.
Both of you two fucking cunts. Don't act like you're substantively smarter than me. You're not, by the way. Okay? So let's walk this through. A core executive duty is talking to his DOJ and prioritizing investigations. This is stated in the decision. This is justifiable under Article 2 and the Congress. Can you show me in congressional authorization or in the Article 2 where raping people would be a good example of...
Why? It's not about raping people. It's about talking. It's about discharging the duties of the president to talk to his officer to say how to enforce the law.
The answer is no.
Connor, I'm about to give me a second to give you a citation. Go to page 18 of Trump versus United States. I'll read it from you if you don't have it in front of you. This is what it says about the influence on illegality until whether something's an official duty. It says, quote, nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. For instance, when Fitzgerald contended that his dismissal violated various congressional statutes and thus rendered his discharge outside the outer perimeter of Nixon's duties, we rejected that contention. Otherwise, presidents would be subject to trial on every allegation that an action was unlawful, depriving immunity of its intended effects. It is clear and explicit from this court that the contours of what is core, what is official, cannot depend on whether it's illegal or against statutes. So when you cite statutes and say, well, where's the statute granting, saying this is legal or illegal? That's not the way.
Listen, Pisco, Destiny, this is your guys' fault for coming up with something so extreme. Just be chill. Give something that could actually happen, but would still be insane. Shut the fuck up. Just listen. Just say something. Just say something to the along the lines of like, hey, what about if the president came out and he said all illegal immigrants, okay, and I define that as anyone
there's not
whose
even
mom
citizens.
wasn't
Hold
born
on, wait,
here,
wait.
we're deporting them, and then that's a lot easier for you to deal with.
No,
because then it's not mass rape,
guys, you're invoking a
then it's
whole
not
bunch of other
anything.
shit when you talk about immigration law and stuff like that.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
ignore
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
Yes,
Oh
exactly.
my-
Wait,
right.
no, hold on. I'm sorry. No, now hold on. Now because Dan said retarded shit. Now we are going to stick with
It's
this
not
exact
retarded.
answer. Okay, Connor. Do you agree that the president has the right to confer with the head of the FBI when it comes to matters of law enforcement?
Not if it's an illegal thing like raping people. That doesn't count.
Good job,
He
Dan.
also has the right to confer with
Wait.
the vice president, which was one of the
Wait.
examples.
Why are we saying he also has a right? I'm asking you a specific question. Does the president of the United States have a right to confer with the head of the FBI when it comes to matters of law enforcement?
Of course.
Okay. Does he have the right to give direction to the head of the FBI for how he might want law enforcement to look?
Yes.
Okay. If he has the right to have that conversation with the head of the FBI about how law enforcement looks, and all the FBI agents start raping people, how could you ever review what the president told the head of the FBI if you just agreed that that was a right that he has, that is a core, exclusive, and preclusive power to the president of the United States?
Okay. You might not be able to. You would have to use other means.
Thank you.
That's
Okay.
That's our point.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That's our point.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Hold
not
on.
only
I
that,
would like
but
to
not
make
only
it-
that,
I
but
would
that's
like
what
to
that's
make
what
a
Robert
counterpoint.
says when he says, well, maybe you can look at like the public record or something like that, right? Yes.
I would
okay.
like to make a calm counter that I feel is very close to the surface, okay?
Go for it.
Okay. So in the decision, the second bullet point is talking about the vice president and how communications and conversations around decorum and the functions of public events are obviously core duties of the United States and therefore would be protected. Do we agree so far?
Yes.
Okay. Then it also talked about how vacating the vote and taking his ceremonial role and using it to confirm that Donald Trump won the election would not be articulable as anything authorized by Congress or as authorized in Article 2 of his authorities.
I don't remember reading that anywhere.
But even even if
we
that's,
could literally open it up.
Okay.
But they remanded to the court. The point is that they remanded to the court what conversations between the vice president and the president of the United States were considered official acts and what were not considered official acts and what were considered presumptive versus absolute. Because the president, and this is another point that goes down to the third level. You're saying that you don't remember that point, but this was one of the core pieces of the third. Hold on, shut up, Pisco.
Okay, can I just read this? Can I just read? Let me just read from. No, because it's right here. You said we can read, so let me just read. It says, whenever the president and vice president, or actually, let me back up one more paragraph before this. Okay, real quick. The indictment next alleges that Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the January 6th certification proceeding to fraudulently alter the election results. In particular, the indictment alleges several conversations in which Trump pressured the vice president to reject states' legitimate electoral votes or send them back to state legislatures for review. Whenever the president and vice president discuss their official responsibilities, they engage in official conduct. Presiding over the January 6th certification proceeding at which members of Congress count the electoral votes is a constitutional and statutory duty of the vice president. The indictment's allegations that Trump attempted to pressure the vice president to take particular acts in connection with his role at the certification proceeding thus involve official conduct, and Trump is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. Is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. The question then becomes whether that presumption of immunity is rebutted under the circumstances. It is the government's burden to rebut the presumption of immunity. The court therefore remands to the district court to assess in the first instance whether a prosecution involving Trump's alleged attempts to influence the vice president's oversight of the certification proceeding would pose any dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch.
So, my prediction for how that court case is going to evolve is that Trump's team is not going to try to argue whether or not he was correct in his arguments to the vice president. They're going to try to assert that he has presumptive immunity or absolute immunity because it's an official duty of the United States to assist with the presiding over of the certification of the election or some shit.
Correct.
If I was an endeavoring prosecutor who was assigned this case, I would make the argument that within, Article 2 of the Constitution and also within every congressional authorization, there is no authority for the President of the United States to basically try to fuck over the election.
That's great. And
so
you would
as
lose,
a
just to be
result-
clear, hold on, just to be clear, you would lose that case. You've already lost.
Why?
Because it's not on, your burden is not to argue whether or not he has or does not have the particular outcome that he can aim for in executing his powers.
Not outcome, authority.
Authority, whatever. Your burden is to...
Not whatever, that's very important.
Hold on. What? He has the authority to confer with the vice president when it comes to certifying the electoral vote, yes?
Sure.
Okay, so presumptively, he has immunity for whatever conversation he has about it. What you have to prove as a prosecutor, before you've even got any criminal thing whatsoever, what you have to prove as a prosecutor is you have to prove, without even talking about his without talking about his motivations either, you have to prove that if you're allowed to criminally prosecute or probe that particular action, that it's not going to pose any danger. It's not a balancing test. It's pose any danger of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. So if the defense, for instance, says, listen, what, are we going to start criminally indicting every single president now when it comes time to certify the vote? You really think it would be a good idea now? So when I think of like what the vice president has to do, I don't even know, what I can say or do anymore in regards to the electoral college. Or my vice president might not even feel like he can have a conversation with the president. What if there legitimately were two slates of electors, like what happened in '64 with Hawaii? What if there were two slates of electors and the president wanted to confer with the vice president about how we should handle this for the betterment of the nation? I can't even have that conversation now. Then the Supreme Court would look at that because they've snatched all that power from the legislature now. No more laws that they pass matter anymore. Now the Supreme Court is going to have that case before. The Supreme Court, with Roberts, as its center, I guess, as Pizzo says, has to decide, would that pose any danger of intrusion, any danger at all? If it does, not only can you never ever think about criminally charging on this act, you can't even consider it in part of any other charge that you have that you're talking about in this case. So boom, that's completely thrown out, unless you can make the argument that it poses no intrusion whatsoever. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay.
So, because I don't believe the conservative justices of the Supreme Court of the United States to be absolute monomaniacal, mustache-twirling fucking villains, my presumption is that when they wrote this argument, they didn't intend for the President of the United States to be able to walk up to any part of his executive branch and say, shoot that person in the face, and then that person would shoot that person in the face, and then there would be no...
Just a final thing, and then Pisco can go all he wants, okay? Listen, Connor, okay? I want to agree with you, okay? We didn't talk about this before. Here's my biggest problem with this case, okay? The biggest problem, okay, and the reason why I don't know if they're mustache-twirling villains, I have no idea. Either I'm missing a huge chunk of law because I'm an uneducated fucking retard, or these guys have some massive issues, is because when you talk about the enforcement of criminal law, okay, the problem is the only side that Roberts addresses throughout his entire opinion, the only side he addresses is the burden on the president. That's it. What he never talks about ever is the public interest in enforcing criminal law, of which there is a huge public interest. There is an interest to every individual in the United States, the criminal law in the United States enforced. And Roberts doesn't spend a single fucking word in the entire opinion addressing that interest. He hand waves all of it by saying, well, in Fitzgerald, we said that it's an undue burden for civil law, so it must be for criminal too. LOL. Full stop. Do you acknowledge that there is not a single word of Roberts in any of this talking about the public interest in addressing crimes committed by the president? Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Okay, then when you say, I don't believe that they're mustache-twirling individuals, blah, 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 Roberts addresses part of what the dissent has written. Roberts addresses part of what the concurring opinion by Barrett has written. Why does he not bring up a single time the fact that Sotomayor references the Navy SEAL thing? She makes a direct, explicit call out to that. Why doesn't Roberts ever address the public interest in prosecuting a president infinitely committing crimes? Why is that never considered in part of his opinion anywhere?
Because like many people in this room, he's probably a smug bitch who got fucking pissed off because somebody debate broed him.
Dude, no. Hang on. Wait, Connor. You just
No,
said
hold on,
something-
Pisco. You're groaning at that?
No.
You're groaning at that? I read the decision. No,
I'm
offense, but
groaning at that.
Some manifestos on Twitch are written better than some of the shit that they wrote, but continue.
Yeah, so this is me continuing, Connor. You just granted the hypothetical that if the president ordered mass sexual assault as a way of law enforcement, that would be absolutely immune. You just granted that hypothetical. How can you possibly not grant the Navy SEAL hypotheticals at this point?
Okay.
Eliminator, thanks for the 5
Because
subs and kick track.
what is core and what is presumed immune and what is arguable in court is articulable. It's articulable in Article 2 of the Constitution, and it's articulable in the authorizations and legislations that the Congress has done. Therefore, if there is a situation such as, hold on, so the main sentence, and by the way, you guys are deriving a lot of authority from him being the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. I'm going to turn around and do the exact same thing with, he shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed and shall commission all officers of the United States. If he's talking about the laws...
Just to be clear,
faithfully
that doesn't
executed-
matter anymore. That part of the Constitution is fucking gone. We can't question if the president is faithfully executing laws anymore. At least not in a criminal sense. We can only do that with impeachment. Just to be clear, that part is completely fucking gone. Because we can't consider the motives. We can't consider anything that he takes as an official core act. That's beyond judicial review. The only people that can do that now is the legislature, and not by passing laws. It's by impeachment or by voting.
So then the argument, and this is what I said probably an hour ago, this is what I'll say again, the argument become what is core. And so if you're talking about being committed, and I don't want to be interrupted on this shit. So if you're talking about core, and one of the core duties being Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy in the United States and all that kind of stuff, you can have exigent circumstances in which the Commander-in-Chief makes specific orders about the killing of specific people, but I almost guarantee you that specificity invites scrutiny. Now, you can say that, like, the Supreme Court of the United States can just say, no, core duty, go fuck yourself. But I'm also telling you that if there's, hey, FBI agent, go rape that lady, the president is going to have to articulate why that's part of his duty, and he was fulfilling his role as Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Navy, United States Militia, and law enforcement.
Connor, you just granted, and tell me if you're undoing this. If you undo this, and if you want to step back from this, but I thought you just conceded that an order to the DOJ that mass sexual assault as a means of law enforcement was core, not presumed core.
No.
You didn't just grant that? We
I
just
said
had
it was presumed.
No, hang on a second. So we had just went through that entire exercise, making the comparison between this and the statements made to Trump about the false elector scheme. Those statements, that there was voter fraud. You agree, the court found that the statements to the DOJ ordering them to do various actions with respect to the voter fraud is core, right?
That's what the communications are core.
Yeah, so if Trump, for example, if Trump ordered the Attorney General to send a fraudulent communication to a state, whatever.
John, you're assuming fraudulent, but continue.
No, I'm giving as a factual matter. As a factual matter, yes, you're God. You know it's fraudulent. If he sends a fraudulent certificate, it's saying that there was election fraud, orders the DOJ to do so, you agree that's core, right?
Sure.
Okay. If he sends an order to the Department of Justice, says, I order you to send a letter to this specific person telling them to go rape this other person as a means of law enforcement, you agree that's core?
I agree that the memo is core, I guess.
Well, no, the order to send the letter is core.
Continue. I'll try to see where it differentiates.
Wait, come on. We should be able to distinguish right now, right? So in one example, Trump orders the sending of a letter that would say false things about the election. And
Okay, I know where I can differentiate for you. So, as articulated in the argument, they were saying that communications and the direction of investigations is core. Okay, we agree so far.
Yeah, the president says this is
So
about.
hold on. Let me finish. I'm going to see if we can make a differentiation and understand each other. Okay. So that means that the communication is core, and the direction of the DOJ in order to conduct specific investigations is one of his core duties. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think so. Let's say he sends out a memo that says, "Go rape this lady." DOJ receives it. Raping a lady is a specific action. In order for the president to be able to do that with full immunity, it needs to be articulable as a part of some pursuit of an authorization by Congress or Article 2 of the Constitution.
You're
So
wrong.
I don't think you can tell me.
No, you're
I
just
don't think you can
Connor.
tell me.
Connor, you're wrong. The Congress does
Why?
not tell. Because the whole reason why we have an executive is because when Congress passes a law, it's up to the executive, our magistrate, to execute that law. And we give him, we hope that he does it in full faith. Why the fuck is the word faith used there? The reason why faithfully is used is because Congress doesn't delineate on every single particular matter for how that function ought to be carried out. The law is passed, and then it's given to the executive for him and him alone to decide how to execute it. You calling into question how that's being executed in a criminal matter is now beyond review.
Okay, hold on. What statute, what authorization by Congress, what constitutional authorization is being fulfilled in this scenario?
The constitutional authorization was when Congress created the. I believe the FBI was created by.
No.
What?
We're not talking about the same thing.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm getting there. Congress created the office of the FBI, is my understanding. Okay. Congress, because I believe every single office was created by Congress. Okay. Now, the president, I think by the Constitution, has the authority to nominate an officer of the person that will head that branch, and then Congress, I believe, with consent of either Congress or the Senate, approves. Okay. And then Congress passes laws. Okay, for the FBI to enforce. The president has the right to confer with his officers about how that branch enforces the laws passed by Congress. Do you disagree with any part of what I've laid out there for where the direct constitutional approval comes from for the president to confer with his officer for an office that was created by Congress to carry out the laws passed by Congress? Do you disagree with any part of that?
Not so far, no.
And it's core, right? You agree that's core?
Okay, I agree that the communications between him and his subordinate officers is a core duty, yes.
Okay, you agree real quick. The Congress does not authorize whether or not an FBI agent can use a chokehold, or whether or not an FBI agent can use a drop kick, or whether an FBI agent can use a headlock, right? Those policies are left up.
Okay.
They
could, but they don't necessarily have to.
They don't have to. I don't even know if they do. I think the FBI policy is not written by Congress. It's written by the FBI.
Yeah, but then the whole reason why people get sued and policy changes over time is through the legislature.
Guys, let's focus on criminal. Focus on criminal. Don't get distracted at any moment with civil, okay?
I can cut to my point. And you don't have to agree with it. Okay. I don't think that, so the reason why the terrorism example is better for your guys' argument is because you can point to an authorization by that the president by either detaining. The reason why the rape analogy fails in my estimation is because you can't point, let me finish, you can't point to an authorization by Congress or to an Article 2 paragraph or clause.
Yes,
I can finish just out of courtesy. You can't point to a clause in Article 2 or an authorization by
Yes, I can point to both. You're cutting out, and that's why I interrupt you. All right, so I can point to both of those. So number one, Destiny just gave you the constitutional basis for the general conferral with executive agencies and ordering them to do stuff generally. That is the take care clause, the appointment power, and the removal power. Okay, those are constitutional bases. They are also the basis for the core communications at issue in the Trump case. So that's a sufficient constitutional basis. Now, what you're saying then is, well, we need some other thing. It needs to coincide with some purpose that the statute provides. I don't actually agree with that, but fine, I'll give it to you. FBI is given the authority to do investigations, right? And to find out and to solve crimes. The president says, I really think torture is a good way to get information and to solve crimes.
Specifically,
And as part of
rape
your-
torture.
Yeah, and I think that as part of this investigation and to get really good information, this is the best and most appropriate way to do it to serve that law enforcement function. You agree, absolutely immune, correct?
So, no, I don't agree that he would be
Why?
immune if he ordered rape torture.
Why?
To find
Because
information about
it's
crime.
anti-constitutional. It's extra legal.
Hold
There's
on.
no authority that you can point
Wait.
to.
What do you mean? Hold on. There is an authority. It's the president conferring with his officer for figuring out how they want to enforce law passed by the legislature. There's literally nothing more constitutional than what we're talking about. It's the president giving orders to his officer for how he wants law to be enforced. Unless the legislature has passed something explicitly or specifically, like saying that something can't be done in a particular way. Or unless,
By the way, you don't look to that because the court explicitly says
thing
you
that's
don't
saying
look
that
to generally applicable laws.
Can't do something in a particular way is the Constitution of the United States.
What?
Wait, no. The whole point of this immunity doctrine, Connor, you're not going to get around this. The point of the immunity doctrine is to insulate you from things that are illegal. Okay, you can't define the scope of the immunity to only things that are legal. All right, I have this very strong argument that what Donald Trump did in his elector scheme and the fake ballot initiatives, that those were violative of the Constitution. They violate what? The fundamental right to vote once it's granted by the state in their state means of assigning electors. It violates the Equal Protection Clause. It violates people's rights to have their votes counted equally. So there are absolutely aspects of constitutional violations that you can find in Trump's conduct, 100%. And so you cannot distinguish the scope of the immunity, the scope of the absolute immunity based on what your prior is about whether it's constitutional or illegal. The point of the immunity
Yes, you can. That's literally the argument from the opposing side. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you cannot make sure that the absolute immunity only covers things that Congress allows. That's just not the case.
Pisco, literally, the argument from the majority is that the reason why the communications with the DOJ and the alleged threatened firing is because these are core constitutional duties of the President of the United States. The reason why they're remanding it to the lower courts for the fucking for the communications with the Vice President and for the state electors. I would like the opportunity to finish.
Don't mention it at all.
The reason why they're remanding that. The reason why they're remanding that is because they believe that there are competing interests here. Some that are official and some that aren't. And they're leaving
Wait. Hold on, wait. Okay, wait, hold on. Just to be clear, that's not true. That's not why they remanded it. No, that's not why they remanded it with the vice prince cover. That is true for the other two issues. The reason why they remanded it for the vice president conversation is because when the vice president is certifying the electoral vote, he's performing a function of the Senate there that falls under the legislature, and the legislature has passed laws about how the Senate performs. That's why it was remanded. It wasn't any type of analysis on whether Donald Trump, all of Donald Trump's actions. Hold on, just to be clear, you are explicitly contradicted by Roberts. Roberts says clearly that all those conversations that Trump had with Pence fall under the official purview of the vice president and the president's powers. To quote,
therefore have
whenever
presumptive immunity.
What?
No. And therefore have presumptive immunity.
Stop. Have at least presumptive immunity. The only he says.
Oh my God.
It's
at least versus don't hit the at least so hard when the words are almost synonyms.
Hold on, you misunderstand me, sir. When they say he at least has presumptive immunity, you are precluding it being an unofficial act. Because if it was an unofficial act, there might be no immunity at all. Presumptive immunity doesn't mean you're trying to figure out if it's an unofficial act or an official act. An unofficial act.
You're acting very passionately over a very mundane point. I'm barely understanding why you're acting so passionately.
Hold on, this isn't mundane, it's material. The reason why I say at least it's presumptively immune is because this is an official act. That's foregone. The court has already decided that it's an official act.
My inference, I will admit that it's an inference. My inference is that if you are talking about the vice president convening as a member of the Senate and therefore as a part of the judiciary, Donald Trump is going to be hard pressed to show that he has any kind of authority over that ceremony.
Wrong.
And therefore he is acting, therefore he is acting on the peripheral of his constitutional duties.
No.
And therefore therefore he only has presumptive immunity.
No, hold on. Let me just spit this out real quick, okay?
whenever the president and vice president discuss their official responsibilities, okay, whenever they
Official act. I'm following.
what?
Yes.
They engage in official conduct. Presiding over the January 6th certification proceeding, at which members of Congress count the electoral votes, is a constitutional and statutory duty of the vice president. The indictment's allegations that Trump attempted to pressure the vice president to take particular acts in connection with his role at the certification proceeding thus involve official conduct, and Trump is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. So now remember, the indictments are saying that he was telling him to essentially toss the results. So that means that Donald Trump telling the vice president to rig the election is presumptively immune, at least, okay? So we're starting there. So we're not on any official act. So at least when Donald Trump
No,
is
we
telling...
are in an official act.
No,
Yeah,
wait,
kidding.
hold on. Excuse me, sir. Trump is at least presumptively immune. You have absolute immunity, then you have presumptive immunity, and then below that you have unofficial act. We're out of the unofficial act ballgame. We are at least presumptively immune. Do you understand the grammar there?
Yes.
Okay, so there is no unofficial act being spoken of. Everything that's being spoken of thus far is an official act. Correct? Okay. The question then becomes whether that presumption of immunity is rebutted under the circumstances. When the vice president presides over the January 6th certification proceeding, he does so in his capacity as president of the Senate. Despite the vice president's expansive role of advising and assisting the president within the executive branch, the vice president's Article 1 responsibility of presiding over the Senate is not an executive branch function.
Yes.
Okay.
We're not disagreeing so far.
With respect to the certification proceeding in particular, Congress has legislated extensively to define the vice president's role in the counting of the electoral votes, and the president plays no direct constitutional or statutory role in that process. So the government may argue that consideration of the president's communication with the vice president concerning the certification proceeding does not pose dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Not that it's not unofficial, but that it is official. But if we question it, it doesn't pose any danger of intrusion on the authority and function of the executive branch.
Okay, what you just said, I don't disagree with a single thing you said. I'm pretty sure you just read the.
I'm just reading Robert's opinion. Yes.
Yeah. So my argument is right there. Donald Trump specifically is vulnerable, and the reason why he's vulnerable is because you can't point to an executive function that would be impeded, and on top of that, you can't point to any authorization from the Congress or from Article 2.
You need to stop saying that. Hold on, Connor, hold on.
Let me finish.
No, stop, because you're already completely factually incorrect. You can point to an exact...
Please enlighten me.
Yes, I will. You can point to an exact function granted to the president. And he might be acting in his official...
What?
Hold on. I'm saying that you could point to it, and he could be acting in his official capacity, but he still could be... He could only get presumptive immunity there if it's not preclusive and conclusive. Okay? Just because you can point to an Article 2 or whatever the fuck thing doesn't mean that... Or if you can't point to that, doesn't mean that you can't criminally prosecute him or something. That's not relevant. No, none of that question is being asked here. The president and the vice president have roles that are defined in the Constitution here in terms of them conferring with each other and in terms of what the vice president is doing in the Senate. The only reason why this particular behavior is questionable isn't because you can deem it unofficial. You have to overcome this. What?
I didn't say unofficial.
Okay, but what the burden of the government has to meet is they have to prove that by questioning this official conduct.
We're fine. We can go on. Okay. I don't know why you're telling me things that I agree with.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So if you would agree, therefore, that if the president of the United States didn't tell...
He's going Destiny.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Points.
Everybody say hi to Mrs. Points.
Hi.
No, you say hi, Mrs. Points. Use
I'm
your
Mrs.
title.
Points.
Hello, Mrs. Points.
Thank you.
Connor, so quick question for you. Assume now you're a little slippery. Assume
I'm not being slippery. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have my JD.
Because now we're talking about Pence instead of the difficult hypothetical. But that's fine because I think Dan was right, and I don't think your brain can handle that hypothetical right now.
Okay,
So-
now you're just being rude, bitch. We probably have the same intelligence.
No, I'm not saying because you're dumb. I think you're a moral person, and so, or sometimes, and I think that it's hard for you to deal with the logic of the opinion. And so right now, I'm gonna give you another example. Suppose the president.
We don't need another example. As a matter of fact, we need to stick right here. And I'm sorry. I will happily listen to you for minutes at a time.
Okay.
But I need to make this point. Destiny just said, "Hold on, let me interrupt you. You're factually wrong." Didn't hear a single thing that I was factually wrong about.
Because I said you were factually wrong because you were implying that they might rule this conduct unofficial. That's not what they're ruling on.
No,
that's what I said.
No,
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
Do we understand presumptive immunity the same way?
What do you think presumptive immunity means?
Okay, my understanding of presumptive immunity is that it's the default that the president is assumed to be immune, but the prosecution can show that he is not immune for XYZ ABC factor.
Yes, what is the
little off.
XYZ ABC factor?
So the XYZ ABC factor would be he's acting outside of his scope of official duties.
No,
That's what would make him vulnerable.
no. It's about
Why?
whether.
Please tell me why.
Stephen has
Do
told
not
us.
leave me on hanging.
It's
on
about
that.
whether
So
or not
Steve-
probing that thing would pose dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. That's what the
If he
test is.
has no authority under the executive branch, if he has no authority there, then
But
how could it possibly
because yes,
intrude?
because the problem is that what a president could be doing as an official act is incredibly broad. If the president goes on TV and he says, "Americans, we need to
You
all
can
start
still
killing."
charge for criminal official acts. What are we talking
Wait,
about?
no,
here?
no, hold on. You might be able to charge maybe, but the president could say, "Sorry, I'm actually immune here, and you need to prove why you questioning me, the president of the United States, speaking to the public. How the fuck can you hold me criminally liable for that? How is any president going to feel comfortable giving any speech to the American public? And if you can't show as a prosecutor, well, we don't think this would pose any intrusion whatsoever on the president, then you lose. Not only, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I said you lose. That's wrong. You don't even get to do anything. The court, the case
Okay,
dies.
hold on,
in
hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
You guys are dancing around my point, but I'll listen to whatever.
Wait, what am I dancing around? Wait, what are we dancing around? What do you think we're dancing around?
Okay, I am saying that if the president is not authorized to act in a certain capacity, and if he acts in that capacity, then he is vulnerable to criminal prosecution if it's an illegal act.
We all agree with
Doesn't
that,
matter
but
if
what
it's
you're
a-
not understanding is that authorized in a certain capacity can theoretically encompass 100% of the actions a person takes. That's the issue.
No,
Okay,
that's not even
well,
true.
that is
That's
true.
not even
That's
and
what. That's
completely
exactly.
irrelevant.
That's
Well, no. Destiny, I will tell you exactly why that's not true, and I will tell you why it's not true in relevance to this case. You just said that anybody acting in an official capacity as the thing that they are, they can claim that it's an official act. No, the whole point is that there's an articulation of core official acts, and then there's peripheral official acts.
Yes, but the court is granted. The court is treating the outer perimeter the same.
You're not going to disagree with me. You're just going to talk passionately about it. Let me finish my statement. My statement is that if he doesn't have the ability to articulate how he has any kind of authority to intercede in a certain situation, and on top of that, he's committing an illegal act, he is vulnerable legally. That's
Okay,
what I'm
okay.
saying.
But what Destiny's saying in response to that is it's trivially easy to come up with something and articulate why it's under your authorities. So, for example, in the case of Trump, he can put up as an intermediary, I'm enforcing the law. I am faithfully executing the law of the United States.
Cisco,
And-
you're
and
Trump's
wait,
lawyer.
wait.
How
let
do you
me-
articulate
hey,
that he was
hey, hang
faithfully
on.
executing and enforcing the law in that specific situation?
Yeah,
Tell
and
me.
in that specific situation, the court tells us for us. It says, for example, that the communications with the Department of Justice that relating to what the Department of Justice does,
Focus on
that
the vice
those are
president.
absolutely immune. You don't need to look at any facts, right? You
So
don't
look
need
at
to
the vice president. We're talking about the vice president.
So for the vice president's role, you don't look at the circumstances of what happened here. Stephen is trying to tell you that it's about the nature of what's going on, the inherent nature of communications to the vice president about
Cisco,
this thing.
I'm going to point out. I'm going to point out where I feel like you're being slippery. You just said you don't look at the specific circumstances or the nature of what's going on.
That's correct.
Excuse me. Wasn't the exact wording from the majority opinion is that this situation specifically needs to be analyzed based off of the specific facts of the situation?
Hold on, wait, no, wait. Hold on, wait. Actually, you're
Steven.
completely opposite on what was correct there. The goal of this ruling was to apply to all future things. Yes, they want you to be able to look at like the specific facts of a particular thing to make the determination, but you keep obsessing over the outcomes of these things, like they can tell you whether or not they're presumptive, whether they qualify for immunity or not. They're not. The outcomes don't matter here. And even Barrett, in her opinion, calls out the fact that they have left an incredibly broad interpretation over what an official or unofficial act can even be. And I quote, for example, the indictment alleges that the president asked the Arizona House Speaker to call the legislature into session to hold a hearing about election fraud claims. The president has no authority over state legislatures or their leadership, so it's hard to see how prosecuting him for crimes committed when dealing with the Arizona House Speaker would unconstitutionally intrude on executive power. The court, however, didn't rule on that. They remanded that issue to the lower courts. If they were going to remand something as clear as that to the lower courts, why the fuck did they make a ruling of absolute immunity on his conversation with the acting attorney general? Why didn't they remand that to the lower court as well?
Haven't you said 7 times during this conversation that the Supreme Court is not a court of first appeal?
Then why did they do it?
Then why
Why
did
did
they
they do it
start
for
on
the
the
attorney
DOJ?
general?
No, hold on.
Hold on. To be
Why
clear,
did you do it
there
for
was
the
no.
Attorney
Wait.
General?
There was
Because
no.
I can answer that question. Because They're making a ruling on what is like the core official duties that are exclusive to the president of the United States. And therefore, if you put it down to the fucking lower courts, then they might make a ruling that they disagree with that is completely different from the way that they envision a vigorous executive.
If you want, sure, I understand what you're saying. If you wanted to follow Roberts off the fucking cliff here, which you're fully welcome to do, at the very least, Roberts should have had the integrity to say, here's our opinion. We're remanding all 4 of these things to the lower courts now for analysis.
Why would they remand the DOJ if they believe that was a core executive function?
Because if I was the DOJ, you better believe I'm going to present that differently if I know that if I bring up this particular action, it's going to completely and totally fucking nuke my case. Of course he's going to find a different way to bring that up. But now it's
wait.
This is the problem. This is the problem that I have with you guys.
Oh my God.
I earnestly believe that you are arguing passionately. I think you're arguing passionately from your perspectives. However,
to be clear, we've quoted this document like 20 times, but okay.
And so have I.
No, you haven't. I don't think you've quoted it a single time.
Guys, let's not get into this. Just say your point, Connor.
Are you fucking serious right now?
Okay, you're talking about who quoted
What am I
more.
incorrect? Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, what part of Robert's opinion have you cited to here to back any argument that you've had up?
I'm pretty sure.
He's going to say the whole thing.
I'm pretty sure I am the exact person that pointed out the 3 categories of the cases that were presented for different levels of remanding back to the fucking lower courts.
Dude,
so don't pretend for a fucking second that you and Pisco are the only people who have the capacity.
He said we've been quoting from it.
Words, you rude motherfucker.
He said we've been quoting from
it. Second.
So pointing to what the actual holdings are is not quoting from it. I understand. I agree. He just made it as an aside, and he said that you haven't quoted from it, and we shouldn't be bogged down in it. Say your point.
No, I'm gonna do this here. Sorry,
no?
Talking to the wife. I probably have to go blow stuff up in a minute.
Guys, we need to simplify this. We need to be friends. We need to be respectful.
We are all friends.
Connor, the basic problem here is what Steven told you, and what is the truth, is that the court did not remand the communications to the DOJ because as a categorical matter, they've said it would be intrusive to the powers and duties, the core responsibilities of the chief executive for us to interrogate his communication with the DOJ about investigations and prosecutions.
I know this. We've said it 6 times.
Okay.
Where are you going?
Why isn't that also true? Isn't a core duty, for example, of the president to have communications with the Department of Justice about what measures to take in response to imminent terrorist threats? Is that a core duty?
Communications in order to take care of imminent terrorist threats are a core duty, yes.
Okay. So if the president of the United States says, we got an imminent terrorist threat here, folks.
Connor's going to say, not if he orders that thing, though. Not if he orders that thing. That's what Connor's about to say. I muted it. That's what Connor's about to say.
We need a bomber. That's a core. You just said, and it's imminent. So we already have the condition, right? The president has made this pro forma memo. It says, I have run an investigation, and it has been determined that Nancy Pelosi is a terrorist. She's actually not a citizen of the United States. We've made that factual finding, and it's an imminent threat. She's a terrorist. Let's kill her. You agree that even though it's all a sham, right? But the explanation, if it were true, they could use deadly force. Agreed, Connor?
Yes.
Okay. So now we have a situation where if all those facts were true, deadly force would be justified. And the president does it and actually kills Pelosi. You agree, absolute immunity, because every step they've made it's a fake investigation, but they've said we've done an investigation. They've talked about it. They've said it's imminent. They've met all the standards, and then they actually do it. You agree that's absolutely immune, right?
So hold on. I'm not being evasive. I'm trying to answer you directly, okay? So there are so the reason why this is a infinitely stronger argument than the rape case is because you can point to an authorization from Congress that entitles the president to do this, which would be like AUMF 2001, right? And then maybe the
I don't agree, Connor. Wait, Connor. I just want to stop right there. I do not agree that statutes govern what the core executive powers of the president are. So I disagree with that. But because this example,
not core official.
But we're talking about core. It's by definition official because.
Well, and then also core would be a part of the commander in chief of the armed forces of the United States and the chief executive of the department.
Fine. But for this example,
you're saying fine, like it's exhausting to you, but I don't know why it would be exhausting to you.
It's exhausting to me because I think it's clear from this opinion that even if Congress made what's going on illegal, and even if Congress said there's another procedure for imminent threats and they didn't follow it, I think Stephen would agree with me that just the nature of the executive itself and the fact that he controls the people under it doesn't matter if he violates the procedure set up by Congress for dealing with imminent deadly threats. So I do not agree that it would have to fit with the AUMF. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think that whether or not it violates a congressional statute, you can't even determine that. So I don't agree that you need to have compliance, or at least pro forma compliance, with some existing statutory framework for it to be considered core executive. I think that's the opposite of what the holding is. But in this specific case, they've met and they've said that these are the steps you go through to use deadly force against imminent threats. And the president says, we made that determination. Oh yeah, we've done that fact finding. Oh yeah, she's not a citizen. And we know that because I determined it. I was told by my people. And therefore, kill her now. You agree. All those steps, pro formally, it's within the president's authority. Absolute immunity, right?
It's within the president's authority. He will probably get away with it with the way that the decision is.
Wait. I asked a specific question. Do you agree or do you not agree? Since it's a core executive authority, even though it's a sham, even though everything there is fake, he's absolutely immune for it.
Yes.
That's SEAL Team 6. Those are the hypos. That's what we've been talking about. And that's a concession. And that's why we're not being histrionic. You just conceded that killing your political rivals could absolutely be core executive.
I understand that you're gay. I understand that you're gay and you like to dance, but you don't need to dance right now. Thank you. Anyways, so the point is that what the main crux of the issue that we came in here for, the main thing that I cared about, and that what you guys kind of danced around, no offense, is the fact that Dan, people like him, and you guys are kind of enabling a histrionic panic that the president now has absolute authority to walk down fucking Main Street, order anybody to be raped, murdered, killed, whatever. What I am telling you that I do not agree with, this is something that we have disagreed with multiple times in this conversation, is that he has to, based off of my reading of the documents, he has to have a constitutional or congressional authority to do something.
Hold
on. Shut up. I've listened to you. You'll listen to me. There is no congressional and no constitutional duty that you can point to that will show that rape is a part of his purview. Not only that, but also criminal actions taken by the president, the more extreme and the more outside his scope they get, the more likely they are to have his presumptive immunity ripped away. That is something that we talked about during specifically with the vice president example.
Yep. Can I just say, actually, you know what? I fully support Counterpoints. And I think that what Counterpoints is saying is actually fucking based, okay? The problem is that what you're saying has nothing to do with this opinion. The idea that the president might perform an action of the executive, and that action and the order that he gave and the way that he did it, that actually doesn't comport with the core duties of the president, and it might even be criminally reviewable. I actually think that would be based. The what you're laying out for like raping, that's not faithfully executing laws passed by Congress. That's fucking insane. I agree with you. Robert says, I don't care. Even questioning that would impede his ability to be vigorous and energetic. So I agree with you in principle in terms of what you want. What you're talking about has no bearing on Robert's opinion.
Okay, I reject your false concession. I reject your condescension. I reject the fact that you think that I haven't read this thing. And on top of that,
I'm not saying any of that. I'm just
I would point people. I love you. No, I have to go blow my fingers off with fireworks in the next few minutes. So you're gonna have to listen to me, and then I'm gonna leave.
Wait, can I have one last thing after you're done?
You've gone and made him tired.
Okay. I am very tired. I do have a family. I do enjoy fireworks and meats. So I reject what the fuck you've said. And on top of that, I think that anybody who is even to the right of Bernie Sanders reading page 6 of this decision could see exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay. Connor, I love you, dog. You're calling us all histrionic. About 3 minutes ago, you just conceded that a president who runs a completely and stated obviously fraudulent investigation where he makes up evidence and pretends that someone's an imminent threat and writes it down in a memo and then orders the killing of anybody in the United States on that basis would be absolutely immune. You just admitted that would be core executive and it would be absolutely immune. So you're saying we're being histrionic for recognizing the powers that the president has.
Do you know
why you disagree that he has?
Okay, do you know why I'm saying that you're histrionic?
Because it won't happen.
Anybody that no, I think it could happen. I think Obama could absolutely kill.
So why are we being histrionic?
Because I was about to tell you that. So the reason why I think you're being histrionic is because if we have a Caligula or a Nero seize power in the United States of America, then I think that his cabinet can invoke the 25th Amendment. I think he can be impeached. And on top of that, his authority, while serious and involving life and death, is not unlimited, which is one of the things that you guys have been asserting over and over again. That's kind of pissing me off.
Trump was impeached twice, and he's on track to win the next election. So I don't know what your point of any of that
You're
was.
a moderate, Connor. You're a moderate.
What the fuck is that has nothing to do with what I've said.
You're just like, oh well, we think.
Connor, you're a moderate right winger. You're a conservative, like a traditional.
And
Republican.
I'm anti-Trump, by the way. Yes.
Wait, no. My point is, you're stumping and you're supporting Joe Biden.
Uh-huh.
This is how bad you understand. You've done so much to help Joe Biden oppose, even though you probably hate 95% of Biden's policies because you think Trump, because you think Trump is such a threat. Trump is the Caligula,
or he's the hero.
So for you to say we're being histrionic because someone that you have made you abandon a lot of your policy positions on principle related to structure and institutions. Because we've just seen this on a power you agree that this is giving him. How can we be histrionic if it's made you change your entire political advocacy? It's made you support progressive victory. You're not a progressive, Connor.
You guys are going outside of the scope of the conversation. So I'll finish my point. And then I'm going to go blow my fingers off with fireworks because that's my God-given right as an American. Okay?
Yeah.
His authority. Hold on. I assert. You don't have to agree with me. I assert that his authority is not unlimited. That it is sourced from the Constitution, it is sourced from the Congress, and there are other avenues with which to check his power. And I'm not going to go into the details of that because I know I would just bore you. So anyways, Stephen,
wait a minute.
I'm saying goodbye. What?
He's gone. He left. My question to you is a couple of things. Number one, I think the impeachment question is really important because you cited that as an example of a check on the president earlier.
He's not gone. I see him, you son of a bitch. Go ahead.
He's not in his chair unless I'm missing something.
Okay, I don't care.
Anyway,
Continue.
I gotta go. So anyway, given that Trump was not successfully convicted by the very Congress whom he sent a riotous mob to murder, how can you trust that Republicans would hold him in check, or a Republican cabinet that he says he is specifically picking in his second term for his loyalty? There will not be a Bill Barr. There will not be an Elaine Chao. There will be just Trump loyalists. That's my first question. And then my second question is, why didn't Chief Justice Roberts address these hysterical hypotheticals, right? If they were so hysterical and if he so clearly enshrined protections in his ruling against the president assassinating somebody or staging a coup, why didn't he fucking address them?
Okay, Josiah, I love you, but you're 2 hours late. I'm going to, if you want to have a Wick, Pisco, Josiah, SCOTUS roundtable sometime within the next 7 days, I'm very happy to do so. We can all legislate this again and all take psychic damage. But for now, I need to go do fireworks and meat. Right. So anyways, Pisco, I still love you. You're a pain in my fucking ball sack. Josiah, I love you more than everybody else because we haven't fought yet. Dan, you're a cunt, but I respect you ish. And Destiny, I love you too, but go fuck yourself.
I love you, babe.
All right, bye.
That was insane.
I told you guys not to go with that level of hypothetical, and you laughed at me and yelled at me.
You're right.
Well, it doesn't matter about the hypotheticals. He's not right because even the real life examples we couldn't agree on. We couldn't agree on literally anything.
Because he is right because as soon as I gave him the terrorist example, he agreed that it was right.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He followed you to the very end, but then he still disagreed with the application to SEAL Team 6.
Well, he's just coping, but he no, he didn't. He said SEAL Team 6 is okay.
Well, then why did he say you guys are just being histrionic at the end?
I don't know because he's coping. Didn't you hear him grant the hypothetical?
I thought he was like, don't do this or whatever after the thing. I don't even remember that argument. Right in my brain.
I think Dan was right.
You know, what can you say? Being right, it's a blessing and a curse. You know, especially when you're early and everyone thinks you're wrong. That's the worst.
I totally respect that you're one of the preeminent debate lords in the world.
Well, you don't have to.
This is not a good showing. This is not a good showing because you're letting him slip by you and letting him drag you to the vice president.
I wasn't talking.
Not you, Dan. No, I'm saying Stephen.
Oh yeah.
Stephen
is me. I wasn't there having a hardcore nail him, crucify him to the fucking wall debate thing. I just wanted to walk him through the logic of the case. That's all I was going.
No, you were letting him walk you because anything he wanted to talk about, and this is I respect you.
Okay.
But you're not on message. You're not on message.
I don't care. Okay.
You don't care about what?
Ooh, he's
I-
mad
about
right now.
no, Connor came in, who's not like a fucking lawyer, and I just wanted to walk him through and walk with him through on some of the implications of some of the court stuff. I'm not here like trying to get out like hardcore fucking
all right,
concessions from Connor points or whatever. Like if I have a conversation with Tim Pool and I go through this and I don't like pull like hardcore concessions, you can be critical. But for Connor, no, I just wanted to come in. I already have no fucking conservatives in here at all to talk to me anymore. So no, I'm not looking to crucify Connor and everything.
Isco, you gotta learn to just like turn it down sometimes, dog.
Hey, to be fair, that guy was
like
he was being a fucking cunt as well.
he was being unhinged
so-
as well.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
after
He
you
called-
guys started.
No,
Yeah,
you'd
you
have
riled
to
him
go
up.
back. You'd have to go back and look, but I believe that he was the first stone thrower in a glass house.
I
So,
totally believe that. He called Dan a Jew.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I didn't say anything. I think that equal rights for equal lefts. He was getting very frisky. It is what it is. At the end of the day,
He
you
had
know.
a crying baby in his arms. Give him a
That makes it
Who
worse.
told him to have a
not
baby
better.
while he's saying these slurs?
That makes it worse, not better. That's really at the end of the day. But yeah, I don't know, man. Hypotheticals, kryptonite. But give me this. That's John Zerka, a less smart John Zerka, debating flat Earth, never giving an inch on anything ever. Doesn't matter. Thinks that you're going to get an inch. You get him all the way. He gives the inch, and you're like, okay, and this is the inch, and he's like, oh, but that doesn't count. Literally the same thing.
Does Zerka do that last part?
Yeah, except Zerka is so smart. He makes you go off on another subject.
Is
until
Zerka
you
so
get-
smart?
Hold
he's
on.
pretty-
I don't
he's
think.
pretty
I don't.
fast.
Hold on. I don't agree
Zerka
that.
is
I don't agree that
strategic.
Counterpoints is a fucking retard and was missing on every single point. I think there are a couple of like key things that he's like that aren't clicking with him or that he disagrees with. But he's not like uniquely stupid or something. In there. Like, there's a lot of people that are having this disagreement.
I think he's just an ideologue that will never give an inch on anything.
It's possible that he's got like a political bend. Maybe sure, that's possible. Sure, but but that's not. But Zerka is a different.
Are you saying that because like Zerka has beat Destiny Debate? Like why would you?
No, Zerka is just a very effective. Like if you try to, they're both like,
slippery.
Yeah, they're both eels. Like if you try, the harder you try to grab, the more they fucking slip out of your hand. You could present them with the most obvious facts. You're like, okay, listen, here's a hypothetical. You hit your hammer with a hand. Or sorry, you hit your hand with a hammer. You hit your hand with a hammer. It hurts, right? And then instead of saying yes, they'll be like, well, it depends. Is it a toy hammer? Is it a metal hammer? How hard am I swinging it? Right? If I just do it a little bit, it's not going to hurt. And why would I do that in the first place? Like, who's just going out there and hitting their hand with a hammer? That doesn't even make sense. And if you did that, I'm pretty sure there would be someone around you to stop you from doing that in the first place. So it just has no bearing also. And it's also even not illegal to do that if you want to. So how much it hurts is really based around your own pain threshold and all that. It's just like, what are we doing here?
I'm
What
gonna be
are we
honest.
doing?
I didn't really follow that, Dan. But
You
I
didn't
think-
follow that? That was like the easiest thing to follow ever. Or you just
talk about your hands a bunch and hammers, and it might hurt. That's
was-
why
is it-
I don't know what you just said.
I can slow it down for you if I want. I thought you're more on this level, Pisco. You're disappointing me right now.
Sorry. Yeah. Could you say it again?
No, you
I
missed
didn't
it.
know.
You
I'm
missed it.
genuine.
You can rewatch the VOD and you'll get it. Okay, there was one misspeak. That's fine. That was in there in the beginning, but the rest of it stood true. Okay.
Yeah. I think that I was frustrated because I felt that he was doing things intentionally to delay stuff. So, for example, Stephen would ask him a question about core executive power, and he'd be like, can I get some rope, please? Can I get some rope? And he just starts talking about like you don't think these judges are Machiavellian, mustache twirling, and like yap, just yapping. It's a bunch of yappers. And that kind of.
I did, Mr. Josiah there, I did see you in chat saying some things like,
Somebody asked Destiny, can you read page 6, section 3, and tell me how them saying, as the government sees it, however, Trump can point to no plausible source of authority enabling the president to take such actions, and saying the district court can determine whether or not these actions are official or unofficial, doesn't show they can still be held liable for this? The ruling of the court wasn't that he can't be held liable for anything. It's that they didn't take a clear stance on saying there are some things that he absolutely didn't have immunity for. Everything that the court ruled on directly was either given presumptive immunity or absolute immunity. That's the point of what I was saying.
Change the system to change the system because he knows Republicans have fucked the system so much. It's just about finding what changes he'd agree to.
oh, sorry, Josiah, Destiny muted and he didn't hear what you said when you were talking to him for the last 45 seconds.
Was Josiah talking to me?
Yeah, he was.
Yes.
You're kind of being
I
a
was-
little bit of a prick.
Yeah, you asshole.
Maybe you shouldn't do that. To try and make yourself
okay,
look
well, we've been
better
talking about this for
instead.
3 fucking hours, and I've made
Josiah.
zero
I was
fucking
here
progress
for
on
5
shit.
minutes. I was here for 5 minutes.
No, I understand. It's not your fault. It's their fault. Okay, what were you saying,
No,
Josiah?
he doesn't.
Sorry. Say it again.
Don't tell him again. Josiah, don't tell him again. He doesn't
Tell me again,
appreciate
Josiah.
you.
What were you saying?
You are getting there. He is getting to the point where he's willing to change the system. That's why he bought the alien, and he's going to build an AR-15. He's getting there.
No, make him feel bad, Josiah. Give him nothing. Say, you know what? I'm not going to tell you now.
Okay, sorry. On Trump's view, the alleged conduct qualifies as official because it was undertaken to ensure the integrity and proper administration of the federal election. As the government sees it, however, Trump can point to no plausible source of authority enabling the president to take such actions, determining whose characterization may be correct, and with respect to which conduct requires a fact-specific analysis of the indictment's extensive and interrelated allegations. The court accordingly remands to the district court to determine in the first instance whether Trump's conduct in this area qualifies as official or unofficial. So this is what the district court has to do this. They've got to figure out whether it's official, and then once it's official, they've got to figure out if they can overcome the presumptive immunity. That's what's still remanded. Yeah, okay.
Okay, potentially to make use of an ability that we never have. Yeah. And I feel like they're just going to be limp-dicked, limp-wristed Democrats and do nothing with it.
Sorry, you're really
just
saying you have the
look
bright
at
energy?
inroads that they've made with conservative judges. Like the entirety of the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society exists to promulgate this plan long term, and you don't see people in the Democratic Party willing to push those kinds.
I'm
of
condemning
envelopes.
Esports Batman, Dan, and Josiah. If you guys are really serious about
Wait, Josiah, what do you hold on, let him talk. Josiah, what do you think the Democrats should do as far as being ruthless?
So for me, obviously this is contingent, I think, on number one, Biden has to get reelected. We have to retake the House and we have to keep the Senate. But I think Supreme Court reform has to be done. Here's the thing. We can do right now, the Supreme Court of the United States is effectively the most powerful branch. They've set themselves up this way. Yep. It's an unearned power. It's ahistorical. People want to talk about textualism and, the originalism. The founding fathers intended, they were explicit about this. The Supreme Court was to be the weakest branch. Now, I love peace.
So if the district court deems it unofficial, Trump can still have presumptive or absolute? No, if they can rule that something was unofficial, then he has no immunity. But it's going to be very, very, very hard to argue that the action a president has taken is unofficial.
Congress. And right now, it's the final boss of democracy. They get to strike down executive orders. They get to strike down federal statute.
Dan wants to coup the court. He's not.
I said, wait a minute. I said I didn't agree with just like rounding up Republicans.
With his energy, but don't you agree? I also agree with some of these reforms, but why do you agree with his energy? His energy is like break the law and do bad shit.
The energy is be ruthless. I don't think we have to take it to sequester Republicans, and I don't even know how serious he was about that. I think the point is, though, use your powers at your disposal aggressively. Biden came out and gave a 5-minute speech in which he's like, yeah, listen, shit's fucked. The president is effectively a king now.
Just vote harder.
And it's vote
you guys
harder.
are sick. You guys are about power politics then, because what you're saying is I want President Biden to use this power. What Biden did was actually one of the most honorable things a president could do, which is to look this power in the face and say, of course I'm not going to abuse it. And what you guys wanted him to do is, I don't know, be more ruthless with absolute criminal immunity?
No. So to be clear, I am not. When I made the comment about sequesters, my plan on the justices, I'm clearly being facetious. I'm not advocating.
No, but you guys are saying that his statement is weak because
it is weak, Pisco. It is weak. Instead, what he should say is he should have been at least more forceful in his rhetoric, folks.
Okay, fine.
This is setting up for the next Republican president, be it Trump or otherwise, to dismantle our democracy. This is an existential threat, and we should be looking at Supreme Court reform. The American people, I have seen the polls. I am well aware. 70% of you think that this is insane. That the Supreme
he has
Court
to
has
win an election.
Wait a minute. Yes, and do you think that campaigning on Supreme Court reform, in the aftermath of the Supreme Court making an historically unpopular decision as the culmination of a series of historically unpopular decisions, might not be good campaign fodder?
I think that
it is.
Biden has enough problems without people accusing him of trying to pack the court.
My worry, to be clear, isn't so much in the long term of the court having too much power. It's going to be what happens when you don't have an executive that's willing to follow through with the court. Because right now, the executive power grab, or the court's power grab, is predicated on the executive working with it. My concern is going to come to a head where the court has on paper or theoretically all this power, and then the executive just says, I'm not enforcing the court's opinion, which has always been kind of an underlying concern. Because what happens then, right? The Supreme Court can sit there and say, oh, the executive can't do this, or the government is acting improperly, or this law is unconstitutional, and the executive can go, I don't give a shit. I'm going to still continue to enforce this law.
Yeah, that's not acquiescent.
And so on paper, the court goes from being the strongest to the weakest overnight. I think really what it comes down to is the collaboration between the executive and the judiciary to try and subvert democracy by disempowering
right now,
the legislature.
The Supreme Court justices, by themselves, did something that no one voted on or gave approval on. They just went fucking crazy. They're like the president's king now, basically.
Yes.
They did that by themselves. Okay, that's not like democratic or anything. That's just them going nuts. And if that is true, which I believe it is, I believe that they've said that the president can do whatever he wants and can't be prosecuted for it. I think that Biden should do something, threaten something, anything,
Threaten crime.
do some crazy shit to flip the odds, okay, which are currently against him. Because I do believe that if Trump gets in, as it's written right now, it's the end of America.
So 80% of the country, 80% of the country, or something approaching that, maybe 70, think Biden is mentally unfit to be president, and you think a way to assuage those fears is for him to like start making accusations and say, I might use this power. Like, really, is that your strategy for winning?
Yeah, do it.
I think my strategy for winning would be for Biden to choose a new VP, which would be more tolerable and popular, with the idea that Biden would step down after the election, and using his acts right now, basically go out, essentially being like, I can take the heat. He can be the Dark Knight. He can do the crazy criminal shit because he's going to be stepping down after election day to his VP. So he can go in there, be the Dark Knight, sequester the Republicans, get new Supreme Court reform in there.
Because you know how stupid it is. You're laughing in the middle.
I'm laughing. But it's the most important thing that Joe Biden should be focused on right now, more than anything else, is finding a way to solve this problem. Because it's the end of America otherwise. I don't. You know, esports Batman, you have a problem, and that problem is you don't listen to anything anyone says. You just wait for your turn to talk and say what you think. Okay, just chill. Okay. Hold on. Okay.
Oh my God.
You have long pauses between your sentences, so it's hard.
I think when I speak, I try. Listen. Josiah, okay, the big YouTuber in the room here.
No, that'd be Steven.
What can be done whatsoever? The most important, critical thing there is right now is to stop this king for a life shit from staying law.
That's where I say I agree in terms of your energy, because I think the Supreme Court has to be reformed. I think at this point in particular, where they have set themselves up as the final boss of democracy, the only body which can potentially rein in, at least in theory, a president with this kind of power is the court. They're the ones who would determine what is an official act and what isn't, and all these things.
It's a MAGA Congress. It's MAGA House. You're not going to get anything through right now. So Biden talking about it is only possibly going to hurt him in the election. No one's going to be like,
oh, yeah. Listen, I tell you what, and maybe Dan won't make this concession, but I will. When you point out that 80% of the electorate thinks that Biden lacks the mental fitness to be president, and therefore him saying that he's going to wield these newfound powers, or rather this unfettered authority, fair enough, I'll take it. But what I am telling you is, if by God, by some fucking miracle, we win the White House, we retake the House. By the way, that's the most likely thing. We're probably going to lose the White House and probably lose the Senate. But if by some miracle we get a trifecta, do you agree that a major priority for Democrats, if we get the trifecta, is to rein in this court? Or
100%. That's been my argument for years.
Good. Then we agree. Then all we disagree is about how to do that. What we all agree on, with the possible exception of Steven, is that we can't just go, oh, ho-hum, we just have to win elections in perpetuity and hope that a bad faith Republican, doesn't wield the awesome powers of the executive branch.
I've been in favor of expanding the court for a while. Good. It was one of my first conversations ever with Steven I think we were discussing this, like literally 4 years ago. That was one of our first
Then on the fundamentals, at least three of us, I don't know again about Batman and Steven, we agree whatever the tactic is, we
because
have to
Dan
win
is
and we
saying
have to
that
change this court.
Biden should hold a press conference and be like, I might do something with this power. Like, I don't
Maybe
even
because
understand.
Dan thinks that's the best way to affect the change. If we tell, like, but I don't think he cares as long as the court is changed at the end of this to prevent abuse of this sort of power.
Yeah, I mean, unironically, at the end of the day, I think that if Biden seemed to make the weakest non-statements whatsoever about this, I feel like he could have put the fear of fucking God into the Supreme Court justices before they came back with this, saying, man, I really hope they make me a king. That would be cool.
Yeah, you want him to be like the Hokage, but he can't right now because if he does, he has no leverage. He's being pressured by like 60% of his party to drop the fuck out. This is not a good time for him to.
That's why I'm suggesting he does.
He has no leverage.
He becomes the Dark Knight.
Becoming the Dark Knight isn't an answer to every question about your policy.
Or Pisco, what about this? Okay, fair, again, I did make that concession, but I'm actually half tempted to withdraw it now. What about the alternative? Okay, which is the Supreme Court's historically unpopular, particularly after Dobbs. This decision is pissing everybody off except like a right-wing fringe. Do you think there's potential for Biden to galvanize his support if he says, by the way, if you reelect me, we're going to fuck this court up. We are going to reshuffle things. We're going to pack it. We're going to put binding code, whatever it is. Whatever the particular reforms are. But basically,
that's a great example. That I love that.
That's a great way to lose the election.
I think that's a great way. If Biden came out, we're going to do it at like 10 a.m. because he's going to be really up and ready to go at that time. At 10 a.m. he comes out. My fellow Americans, it's gone too far. If you reelect me, we're fucking redoing the Supreme Court. I shouldn't be a king. Trump shouldn't be a king. We're redoing this. That's priority number one. Get me in here, and I'll get them out.
Do you understand the level of
he drops the fucking mic on the ground when he says that after saying Biden out.
I assume you've been living on a rock or on vacation. Do you understand the level of crisis the Democratic Party is right now? We have never seen anything like this. And your solution for Biden is in the time when sitting members of Congress are saying he is too mentally unfit to run for Congress. Do we have a sitting member of Congress?
You know what you remind me of? What you're saying right now? It reminds me of everyone saying, oh my God, the Republicans are in chaos. Trump's doing everything crazy. He's not being nice like Romney. Oh my God, it's over the Republicans. It's done. It's done. You know what? You could just be wrong. And it could be that Biden could literally become Dark Biden and actually fucking win as a result of it and appeal to people. All right? That could be what could happen also. But instead, you're like, no, it's just an old man. Dan, you're going to ruin everything. It's already fucked.
So here's an idea. If you wanted to blow up this decision real quick, and if you were Biden, you could do like Dan said, which is a good idea. And I think that's really what he should have said the other day when he came out and did his speech. But there's another way of doing this, which is the day after the election, if he is or if a Democrat is reelected, give full amnesty and pardon everybody who is undocumented in this country. Which
That's
the president
not
could
their
do.
Problem, esports Batman.
No.
Immigration
Just
is not a
listen.
criminal matter. What? I don't know
No,
how many
it's not a
have
criminal matter. The point is you're going to test the boundaries of the opinion to watch everybody freak the fuck out, right? That's the point.
Would that be? Hang on. No.
Yes.
Just no.
It would
Because
work.
Pardoning people for crimes is itself not a crime, and Congress hasn't tried to make it a crime.
Pisco, what is wrong with you? You know Biden's fucking cooked right now, right? Completely cooked. And what I'm suggesting is him to try
make it much worse.
I don't think it can get much worse. What I'm trying to make him seem is like, you know what? I was having a rough day, but I'm fucking back. Now
Hang on. You don't think it could get much worse, right, Dan? So you agree that he should step down?
No, I think he should have a sick ass VP and go fucking Dark Biden.
Hey, if it can't get much worse, why wouldn't you be in favor of trying something new?
I just said this. What I am suggesting is he do something new.
I know, but I'm asking you a question. Like, if he can't get worse, much worse.
Like he can obviously he can get worse. He can shit himself on stage and be like, "Oh, where am I?"
Okay, he can get worse. He can start talking like a dictator and making sure that he gets 20%.
Why do you think? Hey, hold on. People like dictators. You might be wrong on that front. Trump was talking like a dictator, and people thought that he was going to get fucking raped as a result of that in the election and the primary.
Bases. Like,
I'm
our
sorry.
party.
I didn't know that. Yeah, they're right. There's never been a far left dictator. My bad, Pisco. You go ahead.
Dude,
it's only the right. It's only the right.
I never said there's never been a left-wing dictator. I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying. Wait a minute. You're saying people on the left sometimes like authoritative people as well.
Yes, people on the left sometimes like authoritarian people.
Oh my God! So maybe that's a strategy that could work here.
people on the left also sometimes like anarchy. People on the left also sometimes like deviant sexual shit. That doesn't mean that Biden should come out and be a deviant sexual person.
That you are taking such a huge leap off of what I'm using as a hypothetical, saying that people in general do like and do vote for authoritative people. And you're saying, oh, that's only for the right. I'm saying that's not the
I
case.
never said it's only for the right.
Okay,
You just
so
invented that.
so then what I'm saying is I think that Biden should go that direction right now, saying, you know what? Fuck it. They gave me this power. I'm going to use it. I'm going to make this country great, and then I'm going to destroy it. So yeah, I do think he should do that. And I'm not trolling. I'm not being wild. And I think it is probably one of the only good strategies left to him, as well as picking a fucking sick-ass VP to come in there and basically make it think like this guy, you know what? He's fucking putting on his last pair of pants, the good one, and he's going to get some shit done.
Court to readdress it in light of something that would be exactly the nightmare scenario that they've been talking about Biden for 4 years, because you wouldn't be able to have the right sit there and take something like that without there being an absolute uproar to the Supreme Court saying
You're even worse, esports. Can I just say? I mean, I expect this from Dan, and you know what? Frankly, now I expect it from you.
You expect what from me? A reality?
Unhinged, fucking
it's
rambling.
You were the exact guy that would be like, man, Trump has no shot. He's gonna fucking, he's gone. There's no shot he's gonna make any election. You would be that guy there. Because you'd be like, oh my God, he's so outside the norms. Man, you know who's going to take it?
I never said
Romney.
that.
Mitt Romney.
I never said that in
Premium guy.
2016 either.
Oh, John McCain. He's going all the way. Guaranteed. That's you.
Those are my Nate Silver days when I was looking at his forecast and saw that he had like a 20-something% chance. And I was like, oh, I was very much in fear. And I publicly was posting, everyone vote for Hillary. So I 100% never said that he could never win. You're just like tied to this idea because you think it's neat, and now that we've challenged you on it, I think it's neat. You think it's neat.
I think it's a. There are other strategies for Biden to take, but I think this is one of the strategies that can be effective.
Is it the most neat strategy there is?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know every strategy that Biden is planning right now to do it. Obviously,
but it's the neatest that you can think of.
Well, I'm saying specifically, no, it would probably never happen. He would probably never go and
it would be a good idea. It would be a neat idea.
Would he come out and do a speech about how that's something that Trump can do and it's something he can do today, and how he's thinking about how maybe there's some Supreme Court, like maybe that's something we might do, a crazy dark speech about where America could go tomorrow? Yeah.
You want him to give a Hitler speech
about where things could go? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Didn't he already do that when he did the
No, he's never done anything like that.
Okay. I think I do think you provide some good pushback here, but how's that a Hitler speech? Hitler was giving that speech talking about the acquisition of executive power.
Wait, can I ask an ultra quick question? The syllabus for the Supreme Court decisions, are those written by the majority opinion writer, or is that written by like a staffer?
They're probably written by clerks, and they're not part of the controlling opinion.
Okay, just checking.
That's why I tell you not to start with it. Yeah. Okay. So Hitler's justification for taking power, it's never going to be based like, I'll never give this back or whatever, all that shit. He is ostensibly using the democracy against itself and not everything, but a lot of things going through quote unquote democratic institutional channels. Right? He was appointed by President Hindenburg. There's a passed an enabling act, and all those things are done.
I think you've got it backwards. Unless I misunderstood Dan, and Dan can correct me. I thought he said that Biden should give a speech about the parade of horribles that Trump could do. Trump could do X, Y, and Z. Trump could do this. Trump could do
I also think that he could go in there and say, you know what, Republicans who are all up in arms about this, how would you feel if tomorrow I went and I had 20% of your judges sequestered?
Have you guys ever seen? There's a really good movie. It's called Star Wars Episode 2: Attack of the Clones.
You're being a little bit not answering this.
Have you ever seen Star Wars Episode 2: Attack of the Clones?
Do you want to just not answer this? I have seen the movie, but go ahead.
In the movie Star Wars 2: Attack of the Clones, there is this character who's kind of behind the scenes and is a politician. His name's Sheev. His name's Sheev Palpatine, and he
greatest movie villain.
He's kind of in control of things. He's running things, and his reason and rationale for getting a grand army of the Republic and for getting massive executive authority is to fight against the dangers of something destroying the Republic. Every dictator in history says that there's some external existential threat, and that's why I need my power now.
Wait a minute,
and I'll give it
You're
back when the crisis is over.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, go ahead, Josiah. You're going
I
to
was
say
just-
what I'm going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what is the critical difference here, Pisco, besides the fact that one's a movie and the other one isn't? Biden doesn't want these powers. He didn't
wants to get
ask
rid of
for
them.
these
He
powers.
wants to
That's
throw
what
him in the
Steve
fire.
said. That's what Sheev said, that he didn't want the power. He'll give it back as
Oh
soon as the
my
crisis is
God.
over.
But there's an underlying fact of the matter, prick, where he actually did want those powers.
Didn't cause this in the first place.
You guys are
Biden
fascist
spoke
Biden
out
supporters.
about
You
the-
guys
no.
are fascist Biden supporters. I don't
No,
know what to say.
you know what you are? You're someone who's willing to just let democracy die versus possibly pressing a button to do a little bit of a cheat
Ensuring
code
its
and keep it up.
destruction.
No,
He's
keep it
I'm not even
alive.
saying press the button. I don't know
Threaten
how you
the button.
When Dan
Just call him
says
a pussy, Dan, and
What-
get it over with.
when Dan says that Biden could give a speech about what could be done with these powers in the hands of a less responsible person, powers that he did not ask for, powers that he is openly criticizing the court for giving him, how does that make us
I'm losing
fascist
my
Biden
mind. No, you guys are
supporters?
fascist
He
Biden
can't
supporters.
picture the speech. That's
No,
the
no.
problem.
The-
Let
the
me
speech-
be Biden. Stop. I'm going to be Biden. My fellow
That'll be easy for you
Americans.
because you always fuck up your words.
My fellow Americans, I come to you today with a newfound power granted to me by the Supreme Court. With this power, I have the ability to permanently and immediately detain President Trump, all of the people that supported him, anyone who has gone against me. Unlimited, absolute power. I will immediately get rid of all people in the Senate that oppose me, all of the House that oppose me. I'll move forward with all of my plans. We will have 1 million illegal immigrants coming in a day. That's the power that the Supreme Court just gave. Do you want me to have that? I don't want to have it. What is going on with the Supreme Court? What has happened to our country? Like, this is the type of shit that needs to happen, by the way.
Anderson Cooper would eat that up. The president just delivered a speech today where he.
Are you going to not
promised
talk?
you-
Stop. That's what we're saying we want to have happen, okay? We want him.
And I guess
to go
Josiah
out-
and esports are on board.
With a-
I
not on board.
could see a speech in which Biden lays out, listen, these are the implications of this recent Supreme Court ruling that make it profoundly dangerous moving forward. I gave a speech however many days ago, it was 5 minutes, but I felt like we need to get into specifics of what a president could do with these powers, and that's why it's so wildly dangerous. This was the wrong ruling. We have to make changes to reverse course. No person, no president, Democrat, Republican, myself, Trump, anybody should be entitled to this sort of unfettered, I don't know, authority or discretion or whatever you want to call it. I don't think that's fascist. You don't even have to include a threat in there. I could see a speech laying out the parade of horribles. And I think that could potentially be worthwhile. I also think you laid
saying
out the
I
risk,
have
too.
those powers today and I choose not to use them. Will someone else? I don't know. Huge fucking W at that type of shit. Some
But-
1984 incoming type shit.
But most
Absolutely.
importantly, with respect, Pisco, and I don't know if you're memeing or not,
I'm
there's
not memeing.
nothing about that makes anybody in this room, particularly me, fascist, because I don't want Biden to have this power. Biden doesn't want to have this power.
I don't want him to have it either.
Nobody asked for Biden to have this
Wait,
power.
just be clear. Dan wants him to use the power.
No,
At
I
the
think
very-
I'm okay with him,
at the very
with him
minimum,
threatening it.
threatening the power. I think threatening to use fascist power and to use dictatorial power is itself a use of dictatorial power.
Fine,
If you
ta-
threaten
fine.
to-
Take the threat. Fine, take the threats
Okay.
aside. What about just laying out the parade of horribles that a
now-
Republican president?
Then
could
now
do?
we're just talking about like he should have made a better optical speech. Okay, but we're not talking about like he's too much of a pussy. We're just saying like, okay, everyone is freaking out in his room and they don't have time to write speeches because more than 80% of the country thinks he's mentally infirm.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he could have been more forceful in his rebuke of it, and I think that no matter what, aggressive Supreme Court reform has to be a priority of the Democratic trifecta. And again, I think he laid out a pretty compelling case why a guy who is in such low approval and whom the vast majority of the country think is cognitively impaired should be very careful about what he says. but the system has to change, and I think that's one thing we all agree on. Again, with the possible exception of Stephen. I don't know where he falls on this.
I think Stephen has stopped considering what Dan is talking about, and I'm close to that position because I just think that
Just to be clear, what I'm saying is not, it's not like so far fetched that someone wouldn't consider it or anything. Like the idea that like Biden could come out there and give a speech about the dangers of what's coming and use examples of what he could do today but doesn't, and that's why it's crazy
I pulled
that
you
it's this
back
way.
so much from your original position. Before you were like, literally, he should be.
I think.
members of
Let me be
Congress.
clear. I think he should start with this. Okay, I'll go further. Absolutely, I'll go further with this. I don't think he should start with seizing Congress and everything on laws. No, I don't. That would be insane. He should, of course, start with a speech and try to get to that point as much as he can. But there can be no world where Trump takes office and this ruling is still in effect. Okay, so whatever it takes. So whatever it takes, escalating use of force.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll ask you a very simple question then, Dan. Would
Mhm.
you be in favor of the Democrats actually voter fraud in the election?
Would I be in favor of Democrats voter fraud?
Engaging in voter fraud specifically.
I would never. I think this is illegal to say yes to, so I don't think I want to. I'm not going to say yes to that. I mean, the will of the people should. If the people want to have a dictator, and also that's a rapidly different thing. Okay, if I
whatever, do you support?
No, I don't. The majority of the people should get what they want, even if they're retarded.
And why do you support this other thing?
I speak for the majority of the Democrats. I think.
Why would you be in
That's
favor of voter fraud?
Because if there's more people that want to have the dictator, that's how we decide.
No, but you just said that I will do.
Are you not understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah, you.
I'm
just
saying
said,
that as Democrats should do everything they can legally within their power to be the most effective Democrat that they can. But if the election comes and people do not want Democrats anymore,
seizing members of Congress for no reason isn't legal. You just don't have a criminal punishment for it. It doesn't become legal.
Well, I mean, that depends. It really depends on the subtext of it, right? Because you could have Biden saying, listen, these guys are subverting democracy, and I believe that they're terrorists, and my Justice Department agrees with me. Now it's legal.
So why wouldn't you be in favor of a little voter fraud just to stop this dictator from coming to power, and then we'll never do it again?
I just explained to you why.
Because you think that if the people want a dictator, they should have it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Then why aren't you not in favor of everything being as it is and not subverting the will of the people by seizing their Congress and seizing the will of the people?
You're trying to like cook me here, but you're doing such a bad job. I've explained this to you. If the majority of people want to have a dictator, fuck it, so be it. That's it. But right now, the majority of the people put Biden in charge. And that means they want Biden to be the most effective that he can be and do the best job that he can do. And in my eyes, he should do as much as he can because that's what we elected him to do. Okay? So that's what I can. But that doesn't mean
if you knew that seizing Donald Trump, the person Donald Trump, would in essence end the election and make Biden in charge, would you be in favor of that? No voter fraud.
Seizing Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Put it in a better question is.
I mean, that's a better question. Ask that question.
No, a better question is: would I be okay with Biden's like secret FBI police putting child porn on Trump's computer and then having it show up? And then
I don't know why that's a better question, but
because it would immediately completely cost him the election, get him arrested, have him in jail. That's the end of him right there.
Would you be in favor of that?
If it came down to the wire at the end.
Yeah.
I have to think on that. That's a tough one. That's getting towards the end. I think I might be in favor of that at the end.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about not having a dictatorship, right?
Okay, then why wouldn't you be okay with a little voter fraud?
Because I guess that's where you draw the line.
Wait a minute, Pisco. With much love, buddy. Why don't you answer some of these questions too? Because you and I have talked about You think Donald Trump's an existential threat to this republic. You think the Supreme Court decision spells potential doom for our democracy. So let me ask you. I mean, this goes back to what Stephen said about January 6th, which is that if these people really believed that their democracy is being stolen from them, it justifies an insurrection, right? If you thought that the election was stolen from you and that there was no real recourse to stop it, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
So I know you're comfortable posing the questions, but answer it. If what you say is true.
If I knew for a fact that the country would end and like it would be a reign of tyranny, I can't give you the exact level of harm that would be required to engage in that kind of thing. Like I'm just being, because that's just the like morality, right? Like I can't give you the exact line where killing an innocent is going to be the harm, whatever. I can't do that trade-off right now as we speak, and I can't won't do it with voter fraud. I understand and acknowledge that in the ethical hypotheticals people can come up with, you can come up with some hypotheticals where, if you don't do voter fraud, then the entire country gets nuked. And I'm not going to be a deontologist on voter fraud. All I'm saying is in the current situation there is uncertainty, right? If Trump gets elected another term, I'm not going to say that the nation is gone. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to fight for the nation using legal things, all right, and totally legal, nonviolent ways. I'm going to do my best to stand up to what I expect are going to be gross abuses. I'm not going to give up on the administration or the fact that we're going to have elections. I'm going to advocate, right? And so the presence of that uncertainty means that I don't see, even Dan's scenario as a good situation. I don't think that we should be doing that, planting child pornography on Donald Trump's computer so he gets arrested. I think that's
Sure. Well, because I think I think you don't have to commit voter fraud to defeat Donald Trump. If Democrats turn up and vote, we win. There are more people in the Democratic coalition than there are certainly in the MAGA Republican coalition. So I don't think you have to take it to that point. You can also reverse a lot of the damage that the Supreme Court has done with this decision and other decisions. If once Democrats are in power, they wield that power to change the
right
system.
now, he would be willing to do certain things.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Dan is saying right now he'd be willing to do certain things.
I said that I felt like there should be a scale of starting first off with a speech and then going. I mean, we have months, was it November or whatever, until election. So we have time, but I would start with a speech right now and see how that starts changing things. See if the most important issue that there is right now is the president being king. Trump is probably the worst person in the world to have that power. So I would do everything I could to get the decision reversed. That's more important. I'll put it this way. You see, this is why I don't care so much about Trump. I care about the Supreme Court decision. If the Supreme Court decision gets reversed and Trump becomes president, not really a big deal to me anymore, essentially.
Okay.
The king shit is the issue. That's the problem. That's why when you're saying, will I do voter fraud? Will I do all this other shit? It all depends so much completely on this one Supreme Court ruling now. That
And
one
now-
man is.
Now I actually go ahead.
I was going to say, well, wait a minute. I definitely want to hear what you have to say, because I thought now that it seems like we are closer to a consensus.
I'm not closer.
It sounds like
I was
that
about to
you're
say
still
something.
pretty far from it. I was just going to say, I think it would be interesting to talk to Stephen very calmly about what he would be willing to entertain in terms of systemic change.
Here's
Here's
a quick thing. So first, I'm not interested in any of the applied particulars. I actually don't give a fuck. Okay, I'd rather kill myself than have that conversation. Principally, here is the general maxim. Okay, that I subscribe to. All right. Personally, I believe that democracies are really cool and awesome forms of government. They are, I think, the most effective way at expressing the widest view of society while still protecting the majority of people in society, protecting their rights, protecting their ability to live free and unbothered lives in whatever manner they want. I think that democracy has been the best way of doing that. I think that there should be a principled attachment to democracy, okay? If a democracy is failing due to democratic means, then something doesn't work with that system. And the idea of using an authoritative or an undemocratic measure to fight to uphold a democracy, in my opinion, defeats the entire purpose of the democracy itself. So if we were to sit here and have this debate for another 12 hours, will you convince me that some undemocratic mean is necessary to uphold the democracy? I would just agree with the undemocratic mean and say that that's what our government should become and abandon the entire idea of democracy altogether. That's where I would end up at. And there'd be no way of moving me off of that track.
You can't ever convince me that we should engage in undemocratic means to uphold a democracy, because why wouldn't the democracy just return to you the same result again in the future where you're veering off the path of democracy? Then just, it's obviously it's failed, and then you just veer in the undemocratic direction and you pursue whatever new form of government you're interested in.
Yeah, so I understand you're not interested in having the conversation. So all I'll say in summation is I don't think you have to use undemocratic means to change the system. I don't think you have to go as far as Dan's, again, sequestering Republicans. I don't think you have to do that. I think you just simply have to elect Democrats and get them to use the power which is democratically conferred to them to change the system. That's all I'll say.
Like what?
So,
like putting everyone who disagrees with in jail.
No, not at all. So the particular would be dealing with the Supreme Court. So you could democratically expand the Supreme Court. You could democratically pass term limits, and you could change jurisdictions. For example, you could remove certain jurisdictions using, I think it's Article 3 of the Constitution says that Congress can take certain types of cases away from the Supreme Court.
So here's a question. We'll just do it on the Supreme Court. How do you expand the Supreme Court?
You would have to pass law. Right now, it's controlled by federal statute.
Okay, so then you're saying that you'd pass a law to expand the Supreme Court. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sure. I'll follow you on that. How do you prevent the Supreme Court from expanding in the future? And then you say,
you couldn't possibly, because there's no, as far as I'm aware, like you guys were talking about it earlier, I don't think there's a way for Congress to pass any sort of like federal law, which can pass by a simple majority.
Okay.
But then
so then the question is, like, if we've gotten into an issue with the Supreme Court and our way of overcoming that is to expand the court, why wouldn't we just run into another issue with the court when the other side expands the court?
So Stephen, this is the response. You agree that right now what matters is the partisan balance of the court, correct?
Unfortunately.
Yes, right? And because it's all about partisan balance, and if even at the worst case scenario where this tit for tat, you agree that having the court 50% of the time is better than having the court 0% of the time, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is, if it's tit for tat, and every time there's a new administrator or whatever Congress, they up the number of seats, you would agree that that's more than 0% of the time that the Democrats have Supreme Court.
Right.
I guess, but this is the way that I would approach this. Okay, my goal wouldn't be to have the court like bouncing back and forth between the sides. The goal should be is that ideally, maybe this is too idealistic, the court shouldn't be politically partisan. Shouldn't necessarily be. But if it is an issue that the court is politically partisan, then I wouldn't favor packing the court. I would favor changing the structure of the court.
Stephen, do you think that the court's politicized right now?
It seems like it, yeah.
Yes. So I agree with you that at time equals 0, the goal is to remove politics from the judiciary.
Mm-hmm.
I think all of that went out the window when, for purely partisan reasons, the Republicans did what they did with Garland and others.
Sure.
And that they politicized it. At that moment, they politicized it.
Sure.
And now the question is, now it being politicized, are you going to let it continue to be in their hands for 100% of the time or for 50% of the time?
I wouldn't. I mean, in a utilitarian sense, you'd want it 50% of the time, but the actual goal, I would say, should be like reforming the court. So, like, for instance, the one thing that I've heard suggested that I've never heard a good argument against is the idea that Supreme Court justice terms are limited to, 28 years or something, and every 4 years, new Supreme Court justice is nominated. That would ensure that every single time a president is elected, the president gets to have one Supreme Court pick, and the composition of the Supreme Court will always mirror the elections for president that Americans have. And I think that would be...
That's kind of what Josiah is suggesting.
I've never... Okay, well, I'm sorry, hold on. Okay. If he was suggesting a change like that, I would immediately agree with that. But I'm not agreeing with that. Hold on. I'm not agreeing with that decision because it gets my side more power. I'm agreeing with that decision because I think it's a more fair and democratic way to represent the composition of the Supreme Court. Now, in this particular circumstance, I think my side has been kind of fucked in terms of representation. But I don't think anybody could argue against the idea that it does seem a little bit fucking wild that your Supreme Court picks are left up to acts of God, natural disaster, who dies, who lives. That's insane. It's not very democratic with how the court is done. If we end up in another place in the future where the Supreme Court composition is 6-3 or 7-2 conservatives because conservative presidents continue to get elected, then I say, okay. I mean, the Supreme Court balance is represented based on the president, and when we vote on president, we vote on Supreme Court picks. We do. I don't know why we voted for Obama, because clearly it wasn't for a Supreme Court pick, despite the fact that democratically he's supposed to have that power allotted to him. So that would be a reform that I would be in favor. favor of. Like packing the courts and all this and doing it back and forth. I don't know, but like
if the
reforming
other-
the Supreme Court to be more democratic, I would
let's
be okay
say,
with it.
Steven, let's say the current Supreme Court, you pass your plan, but the current Supreme Court says this does not comport with the Constitution because it says for good behavior and you're not allowed to have the system. It violates the structure of the Constitution, therefore unconstitutional. So let's say that you were able to pass the kind of attempt at neutral court reform, but this politicized court, what you just said is politicized, says that that's not allowed. Would you agree after that measure that it's better to have the court 50% of the time if it's going to be politicized than to have it 100% on the other side?
Yeah, I mean, it'd probably be better, but my overall interest or care for the country would begin to decrease off of that. Like anytime you have to make a concession where it's like, yeah, this is really not democratic, but like, I mean, we want our side to win a little bit, so we're gonna have to do these underground things.
That's where we're at? Right now, we're in a situation where the court is heavily politicized, and so I understand. My fervent belief would be that it wouldn't be politicized, that they would be above politics. But we have to deal with reality as it is, not as we would hope it to be. And so we can't close our eyes and say it's not, because it clearly is. If you read these opinions, they make no sense.
I understand what you're saying,
outside
but
of
my
that
issue is I don't think we've gotten to a politicized court through some weird, like, crazy process. I think it's happened because I think the American public largely just doesn't give a fuck. Like, when you guys were arguing so much about, like, oh, this is what he should say to try to energize the American public, blah, blah. Honestly, we should probably just go up and talk about abortion more. Because I think that's what people care more than literally anything related to the Supreme Court. That's the state of the republic. But I mean, like, democratically, if that's what your people are supporting, then I mean that's the system has produced this. So I mean, trying to structurally fix the will of the average voter, a system is only good as the people that inhabit it. I think.
I'd say two things. One is like, nobody likes the back and forth of a haggle. Like if I'm selling something, and you want to pay $1 for it, it's like, okay, well, let me start at 80 cents and maybe we'll land there. No one wants to do that. Everyone wishes that you could just go in there and say $1, but it's just the way it is. Now, the other part.
Wait, how does it apply to anything that we're talking about?
Because you're like, oh, I don't want to take it 50%. How it should be like this. It should be that like, every year, 4 years we get it. Well, it's not that way, and it probably never will be that way. So the best that you can get is you can get it half the time. And
yeah,
also,
but hold on. It doesn't have to do with getting it half the time or all the time or whatever. It principally comes from where do these decisions stem from. One is more democratic and one is less democratic. I don't think we should ever haggle over democratic principles. Those are non-negotiable.
I was using haggling as an example, but the other part is a thing of privilege that you have. It's okay for you to be like, well, I really don't care if we have it half the time. It's like, it's kind of shit. Well, there's a lot of people, like especially like immigrants or gay people or things like that probably give a lot of a shit about having it half the time versus none of the time. Okay, so we have to not just be like, well, fuck it. I mean, if it's gonna be fucked, we can't do it. We got to think about everyone, the people that are underrepresented.
But that only works insofar as you believe some undemocratic system will turn out better, I guess, results for people living under it than some democratic system. I don't believe that an undemocratic system does that. So I don't think that supporting short-term undemocratic measures will somehow lead to long-term happiness of people. Maybe in a very short-term sense you will, but I think you are going down the road of destroying your democracy.
Okay, fair enough. So basically what you're saying is you think it's better for, I don't know, immigrants or whoever you care about in this country that they have no representation on the Supreme Court? Or do you think it's better that they might have it like every other 4 years or something?
If you chose one or the other, probably every other 4 years.
But you don't think it's a this or that. You think there's another option?
We're backing up first, and it's whether do you think that principally you should fight for a democratic system, or do you think that you should fight within an authoritarian system and vie for power within the authoritarian system? And you're arguing that, well, like if we speak about it consequentially, we should fight for the stronger authoritarian, and I'm not as interested in that fight as I am for fighting for the democratic system.
It seems like the Democratic side, the Democratic Party especially, is less interested in things like gerrymandering, and we already know that Republicans benefit very heavily when it comes to senators.
I think it's a great example, Dan, because there you have a Supreme Court decision called Rucho versus Common Cause, and that said that partisan gerrymandering is constitutional. And so they said that, yeah, you're allowed to partisan gerrymander. That's totally constitutional. And so now we're in a situation where what I feel like the Stephen argument would be, well, no, we want states to pass laws where they have independent, neutral individuals apportioning their their states and or dividing the states up, gerrymandering it fairly according to like contiguous districts and what makes sense and population centers. Like that's the kind of Stephen approach. But Republicans are just going all over the place, making the craziest districts. In that situation, Stephen, don't you agree that the Democrats should gerrymander the fuck out of their districts?
If a thing is, if you've been granted the ability to do a thing, and democratically we've all agreed that this is a thing that you ought to be granted, assuming it's not violating some core principle of democracy or whatever, then yeah, I think you should operate to the fullest extent of whatever you've been granted.
Can I ask,
yeah.
did Democrats have the ability to stop Trump's Supreme Court picks? Did we
No.
hold the Senate or something? We didn't?
No,
If
we
we did, would you have supported them doing it?
No, probably not.
No?
Maybe for one of them.
Wait. So you're telling me, Stephen, that the Republicans denied a hearing and vote for one of their Supreme Court justices, and if the Democrats held the Senate when Trump had his nominee, you would say, have the hearing and vote anyway?
Yeah,
That
I
is
know it's
so
a Cox
tough,
principle.
bro.
Yeah,
That is
I know.
Oh my God.
crazy.
Wild.
Nope. That is insane.
Okay.
So then you should be against all this gerrymandering stuff.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
that's
gerrymandering. I don't know how the districts were done before. I don't know if gerrymandering is like a core principle that
so
adheres to
some
democratic.
states, prior to Rucho versus Common Cause, I think like New York, for example, they made fair laws about fair districts to make it more. And by fair, I mean like they don't look crazy. They're comporting to town lines, all that stuff, municipalities, so that it's more like compact. They look good on a map. That's what I mean by fair. They're not going according to the most Democrat advantaged maps. Do you think in the aftermath of Rucho versus Common Cause that said that it's constitutional to have gerrymandering, that Democrats in Democrat states should be doing the fair districts or the Democrat lean districts, knowing that Republicans in similar circumstances are 100% going to do the Republican
I would have to understand the rationale behind the ruling, which I don't understand. But there's two ways that there's two things that could happen. Either one, I would look at it and I would fundamentally disagree with how they ruled on it or something, and I would say, well, this actually violates a core feature of democracy that I feel, so we should do everything we can to change it. We shouldn't play within those bounds. Or two, I would say, you know what, I don't know if I fully agree with this, maybe I do, but whatever. But I don't think it's like a core violation of democracy. So yeah, you should operate fully within like the bounds of whatever that thing is in gerrymander if the court said that you can do it.
Yeah, so I think that this is exactly the situation that we have. Like,
I don't think that the recent rulings, or when you talk about things like packing the court, these are things that I think that are hitting way more to the fundamentals of how our system operates, and if we're allowed to gerrymander.
We
or not.
understand that Congress absolutely has the constitutional authority to increase the number of seats. That you're not even going to deny that. It is the truth. And so in terms of like who has the power, the Constitution of the United States, our structure, our founding document, it's undeniable, explicitly grants the power of over the Supreme Court expansions to Congress. That is just undeniable.
Okay, just because a power is granted doesn't necessarily mean that you would agree with it or that it even comports with democracy. No.
No.
The framers put it in there.
You just cited the. I'd have to know more about the opinion for the gerrymandering.
Sure, not to hammer too far into this, but you've given this you changed my mind on this a long time ago. We both agreed that there are ways to coup the government that would be fully within like the legal principles, right?
I'll say that, yes, I understand that just because something is constitutional doesn't mean that I'd be in favor as a democratic principle in keeping with the spirit of the nation. I guess I will agree with that, actually, when you say that. That said, in the specific cases, as we're talking about, let's use Dan's example, where there has been a tat or tit, right? Which is the Republicans denied Garland a hearing and vote. And there's an opportunity for a tat. And that will never be reviewed because Supreme Court will say that is a core exclusive power of the Senate on whether they want to have votes on stuff. It will be unreviewable, totally a political question. Now that there's an opportunity, so there will never be like resolution on this fact. Now there's an opportunity for Democrats to do the same. And you're saying they should withhold it for principles and give Trump his Supreme Court pick.
Yes. I think that if you begin to engage in a form of tit for tat like that, I think that along with that is an admission that the system has fundamentally failed. And if you want to go along with it, you can, but now you're pushing for something. Every action you take like that is a step away from democracy and a step towards some other form of government.
Is it a tacit admission that the system's fundamentally failed or is fundamentally flawed? And do you recognize any meaningful distinction between them? I think it would
well,
just
no. When I say failed, actually, you're right. When I say failed, I'm actually begging. I'm assuming that a democracy is supposed to, produce some ends. But maybe that you could argue that that's a feature. That's the system working as intended. And I would just disagree with how the system plays out. I guess you could argue that. I don't know if it's a huge difference in this case, but
Okay. Anything else?
I will say, I don't know how much game theory plays into this, but I remember that the most effective strategy, there was this game, it's like, how do I describe it? But basically, tit for tat is the most effective strategy that there is for dealing with game
theory?
Yeah, nothing beats it. Like, that's the best strategy, and it wins most of the time. I think there was a Veritasium video about it, and I don't know. I think it's crazy that you wouldn't use the tools, especially when they're being used against you. That's like
especially when they're in the explicit authority of the body. It's not like we're breaking the law here. It's not like Dan's example. It's we're doing what's allowed, and the other side set a precedent of, in bad faith, doing denying a hearing, and you started off by saying, well, maybe just one, and then you're like, no, absolutely not.
Probably not. I think the issue is that if you have a principled attachment to the way a particular thing works, then the assumption should be that if you adhere to that thing as much as possible, that it'll deliver you your good ends. If we're saying that we need some form of tit for tat, then our system is dysfunctional, or we're just viewing it differently, I guess.
I feel like your system, all it guarantees is that the people that are the most ruthless and the ones that are willing to go the farthest are the ones who will always succeed. And then the ones on the other side who are like, no, it shouldn't be this way, are the ones who will always lose.
Cool. Then just have do a dictatorship then. Do a monarchy.
Well, that's what
then why waste time on...
No.
If you don't do this, that's what it turns into, right?
Are you becoming a dictatorship supporter?
No,
Yes, Dan is for temporary dictatorship, yes.
Well,
that is true. Yeah,
I am saying.
You're literally
I feel like the way to not have it.
But arguably, all of you guys are temporary dictators. Because anytime the democratic power gets unbalanced in a way that you don't you're saying that the president should take extraordinary means within this newly undemocratic system to return it back to the democratic system.
When you bring up the Shabbat elevator, okay, this is the Shabbat elevator. The rules say you don't have to confirm a Supreme Court judge, and you're like, well, technically everyone does it, so fuck it, we'll do it. But that's not the rules. The rules say you don't have to. You can tell them to go suck a dick, and you
different
don't.
than what Dan is saying. So what Dan is advocating for illegal action. We have a situation where it's a norm that you're supposed to do it, but it's within your power to not do it, and they violated that norm to their benefit for political ends. And it was in their power to do it. And so technically, I don't think it's breaking democracy necessarily in that big sense for you to do it tit for tat. I just think that it's...
I would go further than you, and I would say at this point, Democrats, if they want to be effective, can't just wait to constantly be doing their tats. They need to be effectively using every tool that they can to accomplish their goal. Anything less, it's like I'm a shareholder in a company. Okay, I expect them, every action they do, to be the benefit of shareholders. I've elected you. You should be doing everything you can to accomplish your goals, and if you're not, you should be fucking subverted and have someone else in your spot.
I don't agree
with
with
that.
that.
Fiduciary duty to do that.
Yeah, you have a fiduciary. Yes, exactly.
That is literally a little Dan's Goebbels right now. Wait,
I'm not.
I have the mind killer, Destiny. If in a very preposterous set of circumstances, Destiny, is someone talking? Esports.
No.
Are you saying?
No, that was my wife in the background.
Oh, she hates me. Sorry.
No, she's listening to it. Really.
Oh, okay. Everyone's wife hates me.
Would that be esports?
No. I meant that he's a propagandist. I'm sorry. I should have used another propagandist. You're like the Stephen Miller. Oh wait, he hits shoes.
Yeah, they are misunderstanding. We're already in the authoritarian.
Even here's the mind killer. If Trump wins a second term this election cycle, and for whatever reason, Democrats win the Senate, and there's a vacancy on the court, should the Democrats give Trump his Supreme Court pick?
I think you kind of have to. Yeah. Did you just leave?
Oof.
I think there's no way he had to have just dropped.
Yeah, no, he
Oh, he wanted it to
It's-
be
it's
dramatic
rough.
or whatever. The reality
all
is
the-
that if you refuse it, then we're just basically saying that from now on, no Senate is ever confirming a Supreme Court pick for a president unless they are like matching the party. Basically, that's what we're saying.
or
We're
they're
done
or they're
doing.
centrist, which is good.
Okay, we've basically given up on the Senate confirming opposite party Supreme Court picks, which I think
Or unless they trade something like passing some sort of signature legislation or something like that.
sure. Yeah.
So Stephen, my last question for you is: do you think that is it fair to say that systems of government, particularly democracy, require reciprocal good faith?
Probably, yeah.
Is it possible to have good faith when one side doesn't reciprocate?
Probably not. But
Does
this is your issue, though. This is the issue: is
Okay.
that when you guys are talking about this, you guys are trying to figure out structural solutions for a sick public. And I don't think that's possible. If we were having an issue right now where through some fucking weird, queer, abusive power, like 10% of the electorate was able to wield an ungodly amount of power, then maybe that I'd be like amenable to like, okay, well, fuck, well, what can we do? Like, this is obviously fucked. But this isn't the issue. The problem right now is that half the United States supports Donald Trump to be president. That problem is so unfathomably fucked. There is a sickness in the American mind that he's that popular, and you will never structurally fix that problem because the problem isn't the structure. The problem is the people underneath the structure. The only way you can fix it is to find enough ways to oppress that side, in which case you basically become a dictator. You're engaged in some form of authoritarianism. You cannot fix a sick public with a different structure, especially if your structure, well, not if your structure is democratic.
No, isn't the idea that right now the right is doing everything they can to pull everyone to the right as much as possible? Media disinformation, donations, super PACs, going fucking crazy. Isn't the idea that the left should also do the same thing? So hopefully there's the equal amount of tugging on the rope so that we land in the center where there's a balance, as opposed to just being like, oh, I'm not going to do anything. Go ahead, pull as one as you want.
No, you keep saying this like, oh, but what you're saying is that like you should be a dictator to counter a dictator. Like, oh, well, that could never go wrong. Like, oh shit, well, he did something bad. Well, two wrongs make a right. Isn't that the saying? I think. No, that is exactly what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying. No, you don't land in the center by tugging Democrats versus fascists. That's not a land in the center. You land in the center by having liberals on the left and liberals on the right, a Republican Party and a Democratic Party who are both firmly Democratic, disagreeing over how to run a democratic country. You don't have it by having a tug of war between fascists and liberals, or fascists and people that support democracies. That's not how that works. There should be no tug of war there. If there's a tug of war there, your system has failed. That's a failure of the people.
But there's always going to be people. Name a country right now that doesn't have a far right or a far left party that would love to put in an authoritative leader. You can't. There is one.
That has
Sweden or
that has
something.
50% of the support of the public.
No, obviously not. That has 50% of the support of the public, but that's because we're in a unique spot where we only get two parties and that's it. We don't get.
Okay, well, whatever. Then maybe that was the failure of our system. Then we should have had coalition governments, and the two-party system fails for this reason. Then maybe that is the issue, and then the system is fundamentally flawed. But the fact of the matter is that right now half the people in the U.S. are willing to support somebody who is a fascist. That's not a thing that you solve with like, oh well, what if we just had more reciprocity with Senate confirmation hearings, and then our 50% fascist base of voters will perform better in our democracy. That's not how that works.
Wait, but it is how it works. Like, you had half the country that didn't want black people to be integrated into schools, and then the other half did, and there was compromise, and eventually that happened as a result. You're not going to have everyone constantly being ideologically agreed to things. There's going to be people
It's not about
who don't want what you want.
No.
Don't you have?
No.
Okay.
It's not about ideological agreement. There are core values that you need to be an American. And if you disagree with them, you should either get kicked out of the fucking country, something that I would get banned for saying, or you should do a violent revolt to take over the country. If you are illiberal, if you don't agree with democratic values, in my opinion, you have no place in this country. You should fucking leave, get whatever, or kick the fuck out, in my opinion.
But
there is
it's
no
not...
compromise. I don't want to compromise with people that are anti-democratic. I don't want to compromise with fascists about how my government should be structured. If you want to argue that there should be no minimum wage, no protections for abortions, that corporations should be allowed to do whatever, that's fine. That's okay. We can have those disagreements. We have huge disagreements with Republicans over what this country should look like economically. Get rid of all welfare. Fine, that's fine. But if you want to start to make arguments that the president of the United States should be above criminal prosecution, or you want to make arguments that like that you should be able to take these measures that are authoritarian
authoritarian in nature. That doesn't comport with my view of American
Well, first
values.
off, those are Supreme Court people that did this. This wasn't a vote that went out saying should the president be king. Those were
Hold
two
on.
dudes that made that happen.
You keep saying this thing over and over again. I don't know if it's going to keep coming over again. You're incorrect in assuming that it is only the Supreme Court that has floated this. The only reason why it is a question is because Donald Trump, the last president of the United States, who's the current nominee to be president again, is making that argument. That's the only reason this is even being considered right now. Now, we can argue that we disagree with how the court has treated it, but the reality is the last president is the one with the court case, and he still has support from half the country.
Yeah, I think that's not good. That's sad, but I don't think the way forward is for one side to just roll over and let them pull the entire tug of war.
I'm not saying I'm just saying
way.
that you're describing this as a tension, that there should be a healthy tension between left and right. Do you think that there should be a healthy tension between how much of our laws should be secular in nature versus how much should be Sharia law? That let's say our population was 50% Muslims, that, okay, well, we're going to only implement like these tenets of Sharia law for our country. And that's a healthy tension that exists when we go back and forth and agree and disagree on what should be implemented or not. You think it'd be a good thing?
Me personally, I don't think it would be a good thing. What about if the population became 90% Muslim?
I also wouldn't think that would comport with democracy. But at that point,
yeah, not if you're in the 10%.
Sure,
yeah,
but then at that point, you wouldn't have a democracy anymore. You'd have a switch to a theocratic style of government, probably. In which case, okay, fine. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I can change the structure of my country to appease 90% of the population that want a theocracy. At that point, you don't have a democracy. You're just done. You leave, or you live under the theocracy. But you can't structurally change it to appease 90% of people that want a different thing.
I don't think Republicans want fascism.
They
just
do.
want Donald Trump.
Yes.
No.
They do. They do.
They like Donald Trump. They don't understand. That's not the.
Okay, you can assume that. Then fine. Maybe they want fascism through ignorance.
You think they want a king?
Yes. Absolutely, yes. Unequivocally, yes. Absolutely. And you could try to say, well, what if we pulled them in a total fucking vacuum, this particular question, and maybe you might be right on some hyper-specific, removed, divorced from all context polling in a vacuum. But the reality is if you look at how Republicans talk about what Donald Trump should be able to do, you look at how they talk about how he should, how he can demonize the entire media as the enemy of the people, that all of the Democrats have engaged in unlimited amounts of corruption, that every single part of our federal institutions are rotted to the core, that the FBI, the CIA,
I understand all this. Yes,
that's all. That's fascism. What you're talking about is fascism. That one man needs to come, take control of the entire government, suspend the Constitution, and rise above every other institution in the government to assume power for himself. That's a fascist.
Okay. I understand that's a fascist. I'm just saying that there's no counter on the other side. Like, one side is doing all of this crazy, everything they can with, with super PACs and gerrymandering and everything else, and then we're just supposed to be like, oh well, democracy, we'll confirm you, but you won't confirm ours. I don't know. I'm not trying to.
Yep, true.
What?
We should. Dan, here's Dan wanting to rape our political opponents. That's so base, Dan. Oh my God. So Steven says, hey, we should have a principled attachment to democratic principles and hope that democratic principles turn out good. And here's Dan go like, oh no, we should rape all of our political opponents if they try to rape one of ours. Nice one, Dan. Good one.
No, I think Democrats should do everything legally within their
Yeah, and you just said that the president. Didn't you just say the president has God Emperor powers? So he should go rape people, right? And say that was part of his core powers, right? That's the Dan argument. That's so smart.
I don't think that would be effective for the Democratic Party to do that.
Really? If you told all Republicans we're going to rape you if you go to the polls, you don't think that might deter a few enough to win an election?
No, I think that would probably start a war and make the country bad, and I wouldn't want that.
Oh, you think that would start a war, but sequestering half of Congress to pack the court wouldn't start a war?
Listen.
Your argument is nonsense. It's fucking retarded.
I said we're starting with a speech. We're starting with a speech.
Oh, so we're just going to threaten to rape them first.
No rapes. No rapes.
Hitler started with a speech in the beer halls.
Okay, but listen, we're starting with a speech about not wanting the power. Okay, that's the biggest difference. We don't.
Yeah, and nobody would take him seriously, so that eventually he would have to follow through on it.
Maybe he follows through in some small way to show the power that's now there, and that energizes the Supreme Court. I think the only way that the Supreme Court would be energized to change the rule is if Biden was going to use those powers against the Supreme Court themselves. I feel like if I was in the Supreme Court, that would make me want to change the rule pretty quick to be like, wait a minute, these are the rules of what a president can and can't be done. So maybe using it specifically towards them is the best way to do it.
Or maybe they all just go and hide on Trump's super yacht and they wait for the next election.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not good.
Yeah, but the issue isn't the system. The issue are the people in charge of the system. But you don't think that most Republicans want
No,
the things that
I
they all vote
think
for
the
and
system-
emphatically say that they want over and over again. So I don't.
But the thing I'm most confused about is the seating of the or the hearing for the Supreme Court justice and how the Republicans refused to do it. Now, it's always up until that point, it had always been done on, you know, ceremonial grounds. Just that's how it was done. But then it wasn't. But then again, there was the amount of Supreme Court justices changed like 6 times or something back in the 1800s. Like, and then it didn't. Like, things change. And then it was used against you, and you're like, well, why wouldn't you use it back? That part I don't understand.
Why
That's
you're
the
saying
only-
things change, like things were made explicitly undemocratic to defeat one side, and you're equating all changes to that. Are there prior changes that worked like that?
Well, would you say expanding the court in the 1800s was undemocratic?
I don't know. Why was the court expanded? Was it
It was done
explicit?
6 times.
So the first time was to
Hold on, wait,
design-
wait. Why was it expanded 6 times? What were the reasons for the expansions?
I'll let him. He knows the answer. I fuck to find out.
Oh my god.
Go ahead. The first time was.
Well, the first time was when President Adams was leaving office. He wanted to reduce the possibility that the incoming Jefferson government would be able to seat Supreme Court justices, so they shrank the size of the court. And then when Jefferson was in power, he was able to get Congress to reverse it. So that was like the first example. And there were other instances. The other 5 times were for pretty explicit reasons as well. The reason that I find that one so instructive is because Adams and Jefferson are founding fathers. So like, we always envisioned the Supreme Court to be this apolitical body, but from its very inception, it was political. It was inherently political. Even the founding fathers use it as a political football. I'm not saying that's right. It's just the reality of it. So last thing I'll say on this, just a couple of points. I was trying to find the poll itself, but there was a CNN poll, and I think I linked it to Steven a couple of days ago. 70% of the American people do not agree with the Supreme Court decision. So it is anti-democratic in the sense this is not what the people want. However, to Stephen's point about what Republicans want, if you change the polling question to, you know, should Trump be given presidential immunity versus generic president, there's a sizable shift. The Republicans, there, especially MAGA Republicans, there is an appetite for elevating Trump in particular. So I think he has a point there. Stephen, eventually I do want to have this conversation with you. I think you're more interested in it, clearly by the passion of your answers, than you want to let on. I think that there's some good pro-democratic reasons. I think you can democratically change the system to make it more democratic, and I don't think you have to frame it as just like a naked power grab by defeated Democrats. So that's all I'll say. But it was a really good conversation. I'm looking forward to catching up to the 3 hours that I missed. So
All right,
I'm going
have
to dip,
fun.
and I hope you guys have a great day.
Be careful, babe.
Dan, good talking with you, buddy.
You too.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip as well. So take it easy. Have fun.
See ya.
Boy, look at you getting free content all day, not having to do fuck all. That's a dream. Well, you just sit there, writing things down. You haven't written much though. I've been keeping an eye on you.
No, yep,
Not too
true.
much.
I've wasted 5 hours on absolutely nothing of value. It's been
That's not
good,
true.
Good use of good use of time.
Debated the future of the republic. People are going to be inspired by this debate. There's going to be sub videos that are created, sub videos of their sub videos. Some staffers might watch this. Some ideas might get created. You never know what butterfly wing effect this stream has in changing the course of history as a result of it.
Wow.
You're so black-pilled, bro.
I'm not black belt. I just don't think you change a bad population with a different structure. I just think it's fundamentally
you know what it is?
misguided. Yeah.
I hate to say this because I feel like people are going to definitely use this out of context. The people aren't the problem. It's the media.
Okay.
Like, they're good people. They just are fed. They just don't have the full picture. Like, I don't know. That's it. Like,
Yeah, but these are arguments against democracy, I guess, right? People can't be trusted with unfettered access to tons of different types of information.
Maybe,
or...
yeah, maybe so. Like, narratives and discourse changes. Like, I think being gay was definitely not poggers. If you go back, I don't know, 70s, 60s, definitely not okay at that time. Certainly not in the 50s. Now, like, you know, for the most part in the United States, if you're gay, I mean, there's still probably some issues that you're going to run into, but for the most part, you're integrated into society. Things change. The media controls a lot of that. I don't know.
Yeah, but the media is the way that it is also because the people enjoy consuming that type of media.
Well, the people want what you tell them they want. God, it sounds so fucked. It's like the Henry Ford, like, people want that faster horse. They just don't know, like, until you give them something else to want, right? Like, at the end of the day, what blood sells, right? That's like the Night Stalker thing, right? Like, if it bleeds, it leads. Yeah. All right, I have to go have dinner, and then there's July 4th stuff I'm doing. It's a good conversation. You should be less doomer pilled. You especially can make a big difference.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
That means you don't give a fuck, and you're very delayed on whatever it is you're trying to do today.
Be careful. I love you.
Bye.
Jesus Christ. Okay. What did we just spend 5 hours on this? I just want to hit the major like talking points that I would have, okay, for like a 10-minute video. All right. Okay. Major points of this decision. Chief Justice John Roberts, writing the majority opinion, argues that the president has 3 different types of actions that he can take, and then creates a novel ruling about the types of criminal immunity that would follow based on the action that would apply to the president based on the action, based on the kind of action. Core powers actions are conclusive and preclusive actions that only the executive president can perform. Any action taken here is granted absolute immunity. These actions are not only beyond judicial review, none of these acts are able to be cited or referenced in any other criminal matter. We would say as evidence or otherwise, as evidence or otherwise. Official acts are actions that the president takes up to the outer perimeter, as long as it relates up to the outer perimeter of his role, as long as it relates to the effective discharge of a president's powers. Any actions taken here are granted presumptive immunity in order to protect the president's ability to execute the duties of his office fearlessly and fairly. This means that the burden is on the government to argue. Oh, what is the exact thing that the government is asked to argue here? Hold on. Let me write this point real quick. It's notes that the prosecution is not allowed to consider the president's motivations. I'll just quote. Roberts notes that in dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. Okay. Control F, presumptive immunity. Okay, so we never quote the syllabus. Opinion of the court. Okay. Okay, the burden is on the government to argue Jesus Christ. That applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Okay. Okay, am I missing anything else? Core powers, official overlapping powers, actions, any immunity granted. Okay. Roberts explicitly references 4 different actions, 4 different pieces of conduct, 4 different sections of conduct in the allegations and treats them as such. So we've got conversations between Trump and his acting attorney general, conversations between Trump and Pence, communications with state officials in regards to their electors. With regards or in regards? What's the difference? In regards, it's always with regards, right? It should be with regards. Counting the electoral votes. Okay, state officials. Okay, and Trump's speech and speech made and actions taken on January 6th during the insurrection. Did you watch the legal video on the SCOTUS decision? Nope, not yet. I'll write my little thing first, and then I'll look at his thing. Okay. Fuck, I keep alt-tabbing, and I need to control 2 and control 3. Conversation between Trump and his acting attorney general with regards to, okay, so control F, attorney general.
That's the syllabus. Don't care. Okay. Conversations between Trump and his attorney general are, quote, fuck, stop. Readily categorized oh, I think you might even be more specific later on about this. Stop. Okay. Why not put the document in split view? True, actually. Fuck. Can you stand on Connor's argument? Not really. I think it just came from a fundamental misunderstanding of what was being spoken about. We're on page 28. Powers to the executive, and therefore any of those conversations would be absolutely immune from prosecution for the alleged conduct. Or I'll just say absolutely from prosecution. Conversation between Trump and Pence. Should I do callouts here for quotes? Exclamation mark, quote. Minus. John Roberts, page 28. Should I be setting pages in the PDF? Probably. Why does he write decision making so much as one word? Dumbass. Will you talk to Michael Knowles? I think on the 11th I'm scheduled to go up there, yeah. Okay, conversation between Trump and Pence with regards to their counting the electoral vote. I think we're looking for a vice president here. You gonna watch the bid from earlier? Yeah, I will. Let's see. The court remanded this part of the indictment to the lower court, to the lower courts. This court granted presumptive immunity, to these actions. As part of the indictment to the lower courts to determine whether a prosecution involving Trump's alleged attempts to influence the vice president's oversight of the certification proceeding in his capacity as president of the Senate would pose any dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Okay, communications with state officials with regards to their electors. The section of the indictment was remanded to the district court. To do a fact analysis to determine if these actions were were official or unofficial. And then I believe for these it was the same thing. Official or unofficial, same thing. Okay. Okay, let's see. Major points of the decision. And then major points of the dissent. That's not it. Dissent. Let's see. Should probably include here Amy Coney Barrett. Current opinion in which she agrees with the core of Roberts' argument, but she says that the majority takes an overly broad view of official conduct and has no good rationale in preventing even absolutely immune actions from being used to investigate other criminal acts. I think. Okay. All right. Major point of the dissent. Writes that the immunity is legally and historically inconsistent. Let's see. She believes that the court has gone even further than what Trump's lawyers were even asking for, as Trump's lawyers seemed to concede that a lot of the conduct was unofficial and that the president might be criminally charged for actions even if they were official and core powers, so long as he were impeached and convicted first. Two things that Roberts rejected in his majority opinion. Sotomayor. What are we doing here? What is this? Okay. Also points out that there are many federal safeguards in place for criminal prosecution. Remarks that and that Roberts has failed to engage whatsoever with the idea that the public might have a public interest in having a president does not feel as though he has any criminal liability while performing his duties. The bias were so strong that the president could never have a fair trial over official conduct. It seems reasonable to believe that this would apply to literally any potential trial involving him, defeating the need for any sort of absolute immunity over only certain actions anyway. That it was not right for Roberts to make a determination of absolute immunity for the conversations between Donald Trump and his Attorney General, while remanding every single other action back to the district court. Let's see, and then Justice Ketanji Brown, Roberts expresses great concern about the separation of powers. He has snatched a huge amount of power for the court, as the court is now the sole determining factor in whether or not certain conduct is entitled to absolute immunity from any sort of judicial review. Okay. Okay. I think it's a good enough summary. Thoughts on the Oklahoma shit? Don't know. I don't really care that much. Maybe I'll look at it later. What is... Okay, there was a Legal Eagle video. Was I going to read this? Something has gone deeply wrong at the Supreme Court. We didn't even finish our cuck video. All right.
However bad you think it is, it's worse.
No.
Remember when Trump's lawyers argued that he could SEAL Team 6 as political rivals, and we all laughed because that's a preposterous thing for anyone to argue, and absolutely no serious person could possibly believe that the Constitution or the laws of this country would allow that to be the rule. Well, the Supreme Court just said, hold my beer while I assassinate my political rivals.
The president is entitled for total personal gain to use the trappings of his office. That's what you're trying to get us to hold.
Yes, the Supreme Court has effectively given law-breaking presidents, and we're not singling any one law-breaking president out or anything, could be any felonious president, almost absolute immunity from criminal prosecution. And where the court did not grant outright absolute immunity, it gave presumptive immunity and procedural protections that might as well have been absolute immunity. And while unofficial acts of the president still receive no immunity, the crap cherry on top of this crap sundae is that even though a president now has immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts as president, a prosecutor cannot even use official acts as evidence in a prosecution over unofficial acts, which makes prosecution of some unofficial acts virtually impossible. Whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, this is a terrible decision for democracy. Possibly a top 5 worst Supreme Court decision of all time. Happy July 4th, everyone. But just how bad is it? Well, don't take my word for it. Justice Sotomayor says, quote, the court effectively creates a law-free zone around the president, upsetting the status quo that has existed since the founding. This new official acts immunity now lies about like a loaded weapon for any president that wishes to place his own interests, his own political survival, or his own financial gain above the interests of the nation. The president of the United States is the most powerful person in the country, possibly the world. When he uses his official powers in any way, under the majority's reasoning, he now will be insulated from criminal prosecution. Orders the Navy SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival? Immune. Organizes a military coup to hold on to power? Immune. Takes a bribe in exchange for a pardon? Immune. Let the president violate the law. Let him exploit the trappings of his office for personal gain. Let him use his official power for evil ends. Because if he knew that he may one day face liability for breaking the law,
we've already read all this shit.
Bold and fearless as we would like him to be. That is the majority's message today. Justice Sotomayor concludes that the opinion marked a sea change in the relationship between the people and the president. Quote, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. But how did we get here? Well, until now, executive immunity was a court-created doctrine that shields presidents from most civil lawsuits involving conduct that occurred during their presidential terms. There's no explicit constitutional text granting the president immunity, but in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, the Supreme Court ruled that a president is entitled to absolute immunity from legal liability for civil damages based on his official acts, including acts on the outer perimeter of his duties. The court defined the president's official duties quite broadly to prevent future presidents from being sued for, quote, virtually every allegation that an action was unlawful or was taken for a forbidden purpose. The court explained that it was, quote, settled law that the separation of powers doctrine does not bar every exercise of jurisdiction over the president of the United States. To determine whether a particular type of suit against a president or former president could be heard, a court must balance the constitutional weight of the interest to be served against the dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Indeed, in Clinton versus Jones, the Supreme Court found that under that rubric, the president does not have immunity from civil suits for conduct before they became president. So until now, virtually every lawyer and judge in the country assumed that while executive immunity would shield civil lawsuits because the president could be sued by almost anyone in the country over almost anything, that criminal prosecutions would be different. Why? Because it's way more important that a president be bound by criminal law and not commit heinous criminal acts, even in service of their duties. Plus, there are way more safeguards against criminal prosecution than civil suits. But Trump moved to dismiss his DC prosecution on immunity grounds. He lost at the trial court and appealed the decision. Judge Tanya Chutkan stayed the criminal proceedings pending the outcome of the appeal. The DC Circuit upheld the lower court's ruling that, quote, former President Trump has become citizen Trump with all the defenses of any other criminal defendant. But any executive immunity that may have protected him while he served as president no longer protects him against this prosecution. The Circuit Court ruled that presidents are not above the law. Quote, the president has a constitutionally mandated duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. As part of this duty, the president is responsible for investigating and prosecuting criminal violations. It would be a striking paradox if the president, who alone is vested with the constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, were the sole officer capable of defying those laws with impunity. The Circuit Court's decision was widely praised as a well-constructed opinion that came to the only logical conclusion. But then it arrived in the Supreme Court. The top line ruling from the majority of the Supreme Court is this: presidents cannot be indicted based on conduct for which they are immune from prosecution. Based on the standard that this opinion creates, which we'll talk about in a second, Justice Roberts, writing for the 6th Justice majority, kicked things back down to the trial court. Quote, on remand, the district court must carefully analyze the indictment's remaining allegations to determine whether they too involve conduct for which a president must be immune from prosecution. And the parties and the district court must ensure that sufficient allegations support the indictment's charges without such conduct. And the opinion starts with the premise that presidents have lots of power, powers they wield exclusively and do not share with Congress. The court describes the president's core powers as taking care that the laws are faithfully executed, commanding the military, and dismissing officers he has appointed, and pardoning people who have committed crimes. So the court created 3 buckets: core official acts, non-core official acts, and unofficial acts. But as you'll see, there's very little difference between the official acts, and very little will qualify as an unofficial act. And the court states, quote, we conclude that under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power requires that a former president have some immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts during his tenure in office. At least with respect to the president's exercise of his core constitutional powers, this immunity must be absolute. As for his remaining official acts, he is also entitled to immunity. At the current stage of proceedings in this case, however, we need not and do not decide whether that immunity must be absolute or instead whether a presumptive immunity is sufficient. So with respect to the exercise of core powers, the president is apparently absolutely immune from any criminal prosecution related to using those powers. And the court goes on to note that in cases involving Richard Nixon and Aaron Burr, justice recognized that the president has a presumptive privilege to withhold certain papers and communications. Though oddly, in both of those cases, Presidents Nixon and Jefferson were compelled to produce records and recordings because of the public interest in those records was strong enough to...
It's so crazy. This is a part, I can't include every single thing, but like the idea that in those cases, they didn't even get like, there was a balancing test because they were still forced to produce some records. But Roberts just hand waves that. Says, well, since criminal stuff is even more severe, then like we'll go even further. Again, ignoring the fact that, but there's also greater public interest in seeing those things
overcome the presumptive
prosecuted.
Privilege. However, the court sees the Trump case differently because Trump is the subject of a criminal prosecution. Quote, criminally prosecuting a president for unofficial conduct undoubtedly poses a far greater threat of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch than simply seeking evidence in his possession, as in Burr and Nixon. The danger is akin to, indeed greater than, what led us to recognize absolute immunity from civil damages liability, that the president would be chilled from taking the bold and unhesitating action required of an independent executive. So the argument goes, if a president could face criminal prosecution for his official acts, including communications with his aides, he might be unable to perform his official duties because he fears prosecution. So the court concludes, quote, taking into account these competing considerations, we conclude that the separation of powers principles explicated in our precedent necessitates at least a presumptive immunity from criminal prosecution for a president's acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. Such an immunity is required to safeguard the independence and effective functioning of the executive branch and to enable the president to carry out his constitutional duties without undue caution. But what you'll see is that the majority continually only looks to one side. They believe that presidents should be free, but what about the other side? Sure, there are reasons why we want a president to have the ability to take action, but we also have some damn good reasons why we might want the president to hesitate, if not withhold action entirely when it comes to criminal violations. And the majority just simply doesn't address the other side. So the majority sets up a paradigm that first examines whether the conduct involved one of the president's core powers. If it does, the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution. If it does not implicate a core power, then the courts have to decide whether the president's acts are official or unofficial. If it's an official act, the president is presumptively immune from prosecution. If it's an unofficial act, then the president is not immune. So how do we determine if the president's action is part of their core responsibilities or not? Well, we don't know. There's no standard in this opinion. They are apparently, according to this court, whatever powers the president has that are not shared with other branches of the government. But it's not like those powers are just listed in the Constitution. And other than the few powers that were explicitly enumerated by this court, including removing people from office and commanding the military, we have no idea what might be considered a core power or not. But even those enumerated core powers are...
There are some things that are enumerated, like pardoning and stuff is enumerated.
...are terrifying, because the court specifically said commanding the military.
But,
so if you take one thing away from this video, it's this. Because commanding the military is apparently a core presidential power, and use of core presidential power is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution, any use of the military by the president, including using the American military on American soil, is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution. And if you take two things away, it should be that the president can do anything related to the DOJ, create sham investigations, sham prosecutions, fabricate evidence. They can do any of that, and they are absolutely immune because that's a core function. And a few really good commentators put it this way. The office of the president is like a gun. When you get elected president, you have an unfettered right to use that gun any way that you want to. Your motives and purposes for using that gun are completely irrelevant. You're the president, use the gun however you want. Criminal law does not apply to your use of that gun. And that is why multiple Supreme Court justices are concerned about a president SEAL Team 6ing their political rivals. But some official acts are only presumptively immune. So how would a prosecutor overcome the presumption of immunity that comes with non-core official acts? Well, again, we have no idea. The court doesn't provide a standard. The only thing the court says is that, quote, at a minimum, the president must be immune from prosecution for an official act unless the government can show that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. This is barely a limit. There's almost no reason to distinguish between core and non-core official acts if there's no limit on what can be an official act that receives immunity. This language is from the original Fitzgerald balancing test, but turned on its head. Instead of balancing the importance of the intrusion, the court simply says if there's any danger at all of intrusion, there is immunity that attaches to that action. As Justice Sotomayor said in her dissent, quote, no dangers, none at all. It is hard to imagine a criminal prosecution for a president's official acts that would pose no dangers of intrusion on presidential authority in the majority's eyes. Nor should that be the standard. Surely some intrusions on the executive may be justified by an overriding need to promote objectives within the constitutional authority of Congress. Other intrusions may be justified by the primary constitutional duty of the judicial branch to do justice in criminal prosecutions. According to the majority, however, any intrusion on executive power is too much. When presumptive immunity is this conclusive, the majority's indecision as to whether official acts immunity must be absolute or whether instead presumptive immunity is sufficient.
Wait, hold on. Holy shit. I just had a fucking brain blast to fix this entire problem, but probably wouldn't work. When Congress asks for records, or when Congress makes requests for information from people, is that considered like a subpoena? Like when the January 6th committee was doing stuff, is that considered like a subpoena for
Is that considered like a subpoena for like criminal purposes, or? Because what I was going to say is, what if the only way to hold the president criminally liable, I'm trying to think if this would work, would be through the impeachment process? Meaning that, let's say that you think that Donald Trump is engaged illegitimately with one of his core powers. So you impeach him, and then in the hearings in the House and the Senate, you make public on the record evidence of him doing wrong things, so that afterwards, if you did want to criminally prosecute him for some other action, you could cite these things on the public record that would have been made public during the impeachment process, rather than citing or investigating or subpoenaing Trump himself. Because one of the things that Roberts said in his decision was, is it this one? It was a stupid comment, but he made it. One of the things that Roberts says in his decision when he's talking about Barrett is, Justice Barrett disagrees, arguing that in a bribery prosecution, for instance, excluding any mention of the official act associated with the bribe would hamstring the prosecution. But, of course, the prosecutor may point to the public record to show that the fact that the president performed the official act. And the prosecutor may admit evidence of what the president allegedly demanded, received, accepted, or agreed to receive or accept in return for being influenced in the performance of the act. What the prosecutor may not do, however, is admit testimony or private records of the president or his advisors probing the official act itself. So what if in the course of like a House impeachment, you do this investigation, but it's not criminal, and then you publish everything from the investigation on the public record, and then a prosecutor only consults the public record when it comes time to I don't know if this would actually work in practice, but I don't know. All right, sorry.
Hardly matters. Now, I've seen a few legal pundits say that this decision is no big deal because immunity only attaches absolutely for the exercise of core presidential powers, despite the fact that the military is almost certainly core power and lets the president drone strike their rival. But it's okay because other official acts are only presumptively immune and therefore can be prosecuted. But based on this language, that's not the case. Given that the only official acts that can be prosecuted are ones where there is absolutely no danger of intrusion into the authority and functions of the executive branch, that category is vanishingly small. Worse, you can't look to the president's motives to determine whether the act was official or not. Now, even if you're president and you murder your political rivals and receive protection, you'll still want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can get the best representation and find out what your options are. So click on the link in the description or call the number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So click below. Okay, sure. But unofficial acts are not immune, right? Well, hold on. First, how would we distinguish a president's official actions from his unofficial ones? Well, the court says, quote, when the president acts pursuant to constitutional and statutory authority, he takes official action to perform the functions of his office. However, the court then says that official acts are not constrained to the president's constitutional and statutory authority. The majority says, quote, and some presidential conduct, for example, speaking to and on behalf of the American people, certainly can qualify as official conduct when not obviously connected to a particular constitutional or statutory provision. For those reasons, the immunity we have recognized extends to the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities, covering actions so long as they are not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. So if you think that sounds like a very broad description of presidential official acts, you'd be right. I would be challenged to come up with a broader definition. But surely plotting to overturn an election result would be manifestly and palpably beyond the president's authority, right? Wrong. The Supreme Court said, quote, in dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. According to Roberts, even asking the question would cripple the executive branch's ability to function. And it gets worse. According to Justice Roberts, quote, nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. So if a president's action violates a law, that doesn't mean he can be prosecuted.
Well, when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal.
As Justice Jackson points out in her dissent, the government will have difficulty proving whether an act is official or unofficial since it can't introduce evidence of the president's motives. That's right, the court says you can't look to the president's motives to determine whether an act is official or unofficial either. You know, for reasons. The only question is whether the president has the power or not. And Justice Jackson points out the problem with this means-only or authority-only approach in her dissent in a footnote. She says, quote, to fully appreciate the oddity of making the criminal immunity determination turn on the character of the president's responsibilities, consider what the majority says is one of the president's conclusive and preclusive prerogatives, the president's power to remove those who wield executive power on his behalf. While the president may have the authority to decide to remove the attorney general, for example, the question here is whether the president has the option to remove the attorney general by, say, poisoning him to death. Put another way, the issue here is not whether the president has exclusive removal power, but whether a generally applicable criminal law prohibiting murder can restrict how the president exercises that authority. And the implied answer in that footnote is that the president is free to poison any member of their staff or cabinet because they have authority to remove that person. They've got the power, so any means whatsoever would be an official act. And I'm not being histrionic here. Justice Sotomayor says the majority allows the president to send SEAL Team 6 to kill their political rival. Justice Jackson says the majority allows the president to poison any member of their staff.
I don't understand why, if Sotomayor and Jackson wrote this, and Roberts is writing, countering some of the dissent in his opinion, why does he not address either of those two things?
This isn't just me. These are the dissenting justices on the Supreme Court. This is what I meant when I said this was bad. And this policy argument on which they 100% rely stems from the idea of separation of powers. But it also turns that idea completely on its head, because part of separation of powers is checks and balances. And here, they've organized things in a way that the executive is completely unchecked by either of the other branches of government. And while the majority opinion is 43 pages long, it never got around to defining unofficial acts. So while it provides tons of guidance on what is an official act and is therefore immune from prosecution, they give zero guidance whatsoever on what is an unofficial act and therefore would be prosecutable. All we know is that official acts which are immune are anything within the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities, covering actions so long as they are not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. That's almost anything a president does. So the court has also made the official versus unofficial distinction almost meaningless. As Justice Sotomayor says, in fact, the majority's dividing line between official and unofficial conduct narrows the conduct considered unofficial almost to a nullity. It says that whenever the president acts in a way that is not manifestly palpably beyond his authority, he's taking official action. It then goes a step further. In dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. It is one thing to say that motive is irrelevant to questions regarding the scope of civil liability, but it is quite another to make it irrelevant to questions regarding criminal liability. Under that rule, any use of official power for any purpose, even the most corrupt purpose indicated by objective evidence of the most corrupt motives and intent, remains official and immune. Under the majority's test, if it can be called a test, the category of presidential action that can be deemed unofficial is destined to be vanishingly small. So to help understand all these distinctions, the great people over at Justice Security put together this great chart. Starting from right to left, if there is official conduct, we have to ask, is it within the core constitutional authority? If it is, there's absolute immunity, no prosecution, and you can't use it as evidence. If it's not core constitutional authority, you have to ask, does it pose any danger of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch? If it does, no prosecution, can't use it as evidence. If it doesn't pose any dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch, then there is no immunity and you can use it as evidence in a prosecution. Then going back up to the top of the chart, if the conduct is 100% unofficial, then yes, you can prosecute it, but remember, you cannot use any official acts or anything that was deemed an official act as evidence in that particular trial. Now, when courts address constitutional questions, they're generally bound by principles of judicial restraint. And the consequences of this decision are not just about Trump. It applies to all presidents for the foreseeable future. And that's why it's important to understand the criticisms of this decision and why it's so dangerous. So let's start with one of the court's first big leaps, the idea that immunity shields a president from criminal as well as civil penalties. Why did the majority grant such sweeping immunity? Well, according to the majority, quote, the purpose of a vigorous and energetic executive, the framers thought, was to ensure good government, for a feeble executive implies a feeble execution of the government. They pull that line out of context from Federalist 70, and that's about it. You apparently can't have any enfeeblement whatsoever of the president, even though every president for the last 250 years has assumed that they could be criminally liable for at least some of their conduct. But that's it. That's all the support they have. It's just a policy argument that a vigorous, unencumbered presidency is good, therefore almost full immunity. QED, from proclaimed originalist and textualist, this is honestly shockingly dishonest and hypocritical. Because we're dealing with the Constitution, Congress can't pass a law that says the president will be criminally liable for virtually anything, and the judiciary can't prosecute the president. So the president is unchecked. And the majority opinion doesn't even address the public's interest in not having a criminal president. As Justice Sotomayor points out in her dissent, the court's precedent suggests that presidents do not and should not have broad immunity from criminal law. Quote, at the same time, the public interest in federal criminal prosecution of a former president is vastly greater than the public interest in a private individual civil suit. All 9 justices in Fitzgerald explicitly recognized that distinction. The 5-justice majority noted that there was a greater public interest in criminal prosecutions than in actions for civil damages. Chief Justice Berger's concurrence accordingly emphasized that
nothing in Fitzgerald about the criminal stuff gets cited by Roberts. He only cites to the civil stuff, which is hilarious.
The majority's immunity was limited to civil damages claims rather than criminal prosecution. The 4 dissenting justices agreed that a contention that the president is immune from criminal prosecution in the courts, if ever made, would not be credible. And the ramifications of declaring the president above criminal law are huge. Justice Jackson explains, quote, put simply, immunity is exemption from the duties and liabilities imposed by law. In its purest form, the concept of immunity boils down to a maxim, the king can do no wrong, a notion that was firmly rejected at the birth of our republic. And as Justice Sotomayor explains, quote, the majority makes 3 moves that in effect completely insulate presidents from criminal liability. First, the majority creates absolute immunity for the president's exercise of core constitutional powers. This holding is unnecessary on the facts of the indictment, and the majority's attempt to apply it to the facts expands the concept of core powers beyond any recognizable bounds. In any event, it is quickly eclipsed by the second move, which is to create expansive immunity for all official acts. Whether described as presumptive or absolute under the majority's rule, a president's use of any official power for any purpose, even the most corrupt, is immune from prosecution. That is just as bad as it sounds, and it is baseless. Finally, the majority declares that evidence concerning acts for which the president is immune can play no role in any criminal prosecution against him. That holding, which will prevent the government from using a president's official acts to prove knowledge or intent in prosecuting private offenses, is nonsensical. Argument by argument, the majority invents immunity through brute force. Under scrutiny, its arguments crumble. To start, the majority's broad official acts immunity is inconsistent with text, history, and established understandings of the president's role. Moreover, it is deeply wrong even in its own functionalist terms. Next, the majority's core immunity is both unnecessary and misguided. Furthermore, the majority's illogical evidentiary hearings is unprecedented. Finally, this majority's project will have disastrous consequences for the presidency and for our democracy. The main takeaway of today's decision is that all of a president's official acts, defined without regard to motive or intent, are entitled to immunity that is at least presumptive and quite possibly absolute. Whenever the president wields the enormous power of his office, the majority says the criminal law, at least presumptive.
Oh, also, there's a real quick thing. It was kind of a minor point, but I disagreed with this on unofficial or uncivil law yesterday. The Constitution isn't considered federal law, is it? I thought it was, you have like the Constitution, and then from the Constitution you get the judicial, the Supreme Court, the executive, the president, and then the legislature, Congress, and that Congress passes federal laws. But I thought that I didn't think the Constitution was considered a federal law or federal laws. No, like if you pass an amendment, that's not like a federal law. You're amending the Constitution, but it's still something that exists above. Is there like a
cannot touch him. The official acts immunity has no firm grounding in constitutional text, history, or precedent. Indeed, those standard grounds for constitutional decision-making all point in the opposite direction. No matter how you look at it, the majority's official acts immunity is utterly indefensible. Now, the 6 conservatives in the majority, all of them self-described strict textualists, were really offended by this comment. They say that, quote, a specific textual basis has not been considered a prerequisite to the recognition of immunity. And Justice Roberts tries to rebut Sotomayor by noting that the Constitution is silent on all matters related to prosecuting ex-presidents. Quote, conspicuously absent is a mention of the fact that since the founding, no president has ever faced criminal charges, let alone for his conduct in office. But that's entirely Sotomayor's point. She says the Constitution...
What would be the distinction? Calling it federal law seems strange because it makes it sound like the Constitution and laws passed by Congress are on the same level, but it's not. The Constitution dictates what Congress can do. Congress cannot pass a federal law that contradicts the Constitution. The Congress could theoretically pass laws that contradict itself or change its own laws or whatever, but it can't contradict the Constitution. The Constitution exists above federal law passed by the legislature.
Silence is noteworthy in at least 3 respects. Quote, first, the framers clearly knew how to provide for immunity from prosecution because they did give narrow immunity to legislators via the speech or debate clause. She says, quote, they did not extend the same or similar immunity to presidents. This is classic textual interpretation. If you're bound by the Constitution and the Constitution grants immunity in some places but is silent as to immunity in other places, that immunity doesn't exist. Her second point is that some state constitutions did provide express immunity for sitting governors, but the Constitution did not. Again, calling into question the reason the framers did not extend that privilege to a sitting president. And the third contention was that the impeachment judgment clause cut against the court's position. Quote, that clause presumes the availability of criminal process as a backstop by establishing that an official impeached and convicted by the Senate shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, and judgment and punishment according to law. That clause clearly contemplates that a former president may be subject to criminal prosecution for the same conduct that resulted or could have resulted in an impeachment judgment, including conduct such as bribery. So there's no other way to put this. This is a horrifying opinion. And I personally worry about the future of this country. For one reason, we can't change this. There's no one to appeal to. Congress can't fix this with legislation.
Nope.
We can't appeal to the courts because the highest court in the land says that the immunity exists and it's almost always absolute. The Constitution is the highest law of the land, and it's effectively like the Supreme Court has amended the Constitution to include an immunity that has never existed before with zero basis in the text and history of the Constitution. All we can do is hope that future presidents won't use this power. This is horrifying not only for those that think former President Trump committed crimes while in office, but for anyone that believes the president should be bound by the law. As of today, for many, many actions, regardless of their inherent criminality, the president is immune. And even if you believed every crazy thing that has been alleged about Biden and the Biden crime family, this decision would immunize almost every allegation that has been levied against
True.
them. Of course, the shadow of Trump's actions looms large, but I wouldn't want this opinion to come down during any presidency. Nor does any serious jurist think that this should be the law going forward. No president should...
Could you imagine if Joe Biden was the one that had this court case, and instead of all this Hunter Biden shit, or Hillary Clinton, instead they went and they said, hey, oh, that's actually a good debate point. Hold on. Would you be okay with the entire cases against Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton falling under the purview of official acts in accordance with this ruling, thereby making all of their actions... well, Hillary actually was State Department, I guess. We'll say, even if she was president, I'll say what they say. All of their actions absolutely immune from criminal prosecution or judicial review, question mark. Purview spelled incorrectly.
have this immunity. No president should have this power. And perhaps someday the Supreme Court will scale back this opinion and provide reasonable definitions, but as it stands now, current and future presidents have the powers of a king. So yeah, this is bad, and I frankly can't think of anything worse. And that's also reflected in the news reporting as well. What's interesting is that the Supreme Court decision has been covered extensively by over 400 news outlets, 33% of the reporting coming from the left, and only 17% coming from the right. But if you compare the headlines, you'll start to see some interesting framing emerge. On the left, you have a lot of outlets saying that Trump was granted immunity. On the right, outlets tend to draw the distinction between official acts and
I wonder what Fox News said about this. Fox News Supreme Court immunity ruling.
Hello.
Sorry, hi, what's up?
So, do you have free time to talk about the Biden-Trump debate?
Yeah, but maybe tomorrow. Sorry, this is eating up so much of my time, but I love you.
Oh, so you can't talk about it now?
Not much, no. I've got so much shit I'm trying
All
to
right.
do, but tomorrow, okay? Try again, okay?
Okay, sure. Just make sure to feed your cats vegan. Take care.
Be careful.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you something.
What?
Bench is going pretty well. Last session I did 360 for 4 sets of 3. And next session I'm going to do 365 for
Nice.
4 sets of 3. Then after that I'm going to be practicing heavy singles to finally bench 405.
Cool. Well, good luck. Damn.
All right. See you, man.
Have fun. Okay. The Constitution versus federal law. Do you think if someone commits treason, the court says you violated the law or the Constitution? Well, treason is one of the few crimes called out in the Constitution. However, I don't know if treason is defined in the Constitution. So you're in one of those like weird worlds. Okay. Same thing with like insurrection. Actually, insurrection is even within federal law, but it's not defined at all in federal law, so it's pretty dumb. Pretty stupid. Okay, questions for me to research. What are core powers of the president? We don't really know. What's the difference between absolute versus qualified immunity? We figured that out. Supreme Court. Court grants the president some actions that are not reviewable. Nixon v. Fitzgerald. I ended up reading some of these cases. Privilege for presidential communication. Government city shall applying exclusive authority, not discretion. Does the president constitute? Okay. All right. We'll figure out most of these. Okay. And then questions for debates. All right. Let me use the restroom real quick, and then I'll read this down, and we'll go over these 2 videos. Oh boy. Or well, I guess it's this video on this Twitter thread. All right, 1 sec. I'm gripping. Okay. Respond to my email. If I haven't responded to it yet, then I either it didn't even get to me or I just deleted it. So, get fucked. The U.S. isn't a fully free market economy, but we agree to use non-market means to preserve the market principles in the economy. I think we agree that the U.S. isn't a full democracy either, so why not use less democratic means to preserve the democratic principles of government during a crisis? Because the crisis that you're having isn't that some part of the system is failing, it's that the people don't want it. Like, let's say that there was some issue that was making it so that 5% of the people could vote to elect a president. Well, at that point, it might be okay to use, like, holy shit, we need to sneak into that House of Congress and, like, write a new law, like, secretly, because something is fucked. Obviously, our democracy is not working at that point. If, like, somehow 5% of people, like, right. But that's different than most of the people moving in a different direction. When you talk about, like, the type of economy, it would be like trying to pass reform to make us a capitalist economy if, like, 50% of the population were all forming co-ops and shit or something. It just doesn't, like, Okay. Treason in the Constitution is spelled out. Is it, though? Is it just this? Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid or comfort. No person shall be... Is that it? Because it's not really a good... There's not much here. It's not much for a criminal statute. I don't think the Constitution does a good job at, like, spelling out any particular crime. Okay. What do I do? Jesus. Fuck me. I can't do prepared content. Or it's not like I have to read a script directly. I could just go by. Use it as a guideline. All right, you two, real quick. You're in disagreements. What do you want?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what are you in for?
Yeah, I'm about your principal adherence to democracy. I'm curious about could it be that there are other reasons why democracy would be desirable, even though it is not self-sufficient or robust enough to sustain itself without some autocratic intervention occasionally?
Maybe it's possible, yeah. But also, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to argue this all day. But I love you. Listen, it might be possible. Yeah, yes. I'll say yes. I love you. Okay. I don't want to argue about fucking... God, fuck no. This is going to be the abortion and vegan equivalent. Cold Creature, what do you want? Okay, that's final try. And then this is the last one. Orange, what do you want?
Oh, okay, perfect. I have something, you have no idea what it is. It is, you said a few months ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you think that Geralt of The Witcher and Cloud from FF7 are comparable. You said you think they're about the same power level, those universes. Is that correct?
I don't think I ever said that. Okay, permaban from the server. Okay, get fucked. Okay. What was
And
this?
yes,
To
the
be clear,
Democrats
that is
are upset.
absolutely
They're
not
Oh, the Rubin report. Are we going to bring up me being a cuck? Let's go.
true. This is
Just
based
let me
on
finish one
precedent.
second, Destiny.
Michael Knowles, my friend Michael Knowles from the Daily Wire, was on Piers Morgan's show, the same show that I was just on before we started, and he was on with this guy Destiny, who I've talked about once or twice. I guess he's sort of like a completely insane liberal or something like that. It's hard to figure out what it is, but he has other dudes bang his wife on camera or something. I don't know, something like
Other dudes banging his wife on camera? Okay.
that. Anyway, they got into the irony as it relates to this decision and what's going on, which as they're trying to literally put Trump in jail and screaming that Trump will be the thug.
Just very bad politics by the
One of those
Democrats.
Supreme Court justices were literally lost by McConnell just robbing a president of the right to seat a judge. Nobody remembers that Garland was supposed to be on the Supreme Court for almost a full year. McConnell said, we're not going to have that hearing. That is indefensible.
Let me bring in Michael.
Oh my God.
Tommy has to leave in a moment. So Michael, come to you, then come back to Tommy for a final wrap from her. But Michael.
Destiny, the principle that you're articulating that a president should be able to put a judge on the court in an election year, or rather that you say Mitch McConnell violated, was a rule first articulated by Joe Biden in the 90s when he was trying to kill George Bush's judges. So obviously there was a decision today that said that the president has some immunity for criminal acts or acts committed in his official capacity as president, and this is based on a 40-year precedent. So it really goes all the way back to the Marshall Court. Really, nothing should be surprising about this. And yes, the Democrats are upset. They're inveighing.
This is
Just let me
based on
finish one second, Destiny. They're inveighing because they say we should be talking about the immunity case. Well, but part of the articulation, I just was reading the decision, was that, look, this is the first time that you've got a president who's being prosecuted in this way. And that's the problem, because the vast majority of Americans, right, left, and center, have been saying in survey after survey that they view the prosecutions of Trump as primarily politically motivated. They view this as kind of corrupt. And that's one of the reasons why Biden's poll numbers have been so bad for so long. And so they throw this Hail Mary to do a debate in June before either party has settled on a nominee. And it completely blew up in their face. And so no wonder people want to talk about it. You've got a political order that is fraying. You've got a guy trying to put his opponent into an orange jumpsuit. And it turns out the guy who's trying to do that has applesauce for brains.
Yeah, well said. The kids have been eating a lot of applesauce lately. So
We don't have, my counter doesn't get, okay, cool.
that's particularly funny to me. Well said, Knowles. But let me just dumb this down to like whatever the lowest common denominator could be right now. Let me dumb it down to this. Do you honestly, person watching this right now, think that knowing nothing about, if all of us knew nothing about the law or anything else, do you think what the Supreme Court just decided was that the president of the United States will be able to send death squads out to hunt down Rachel Maddow and that Muppet Chris Hayes? Do you think that's really what they did? Of course, that is not what they did. We have laws that are in our Constitution, right? We have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They can't just send death squads killing people just like that. It's not legal.
That's a law. The right to life, liberty, and that's a law. And of course, the president can never contravene the law. If we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, then why does a cop get to arrest me and take away my freedom? Why am I even?
Laws that are in our Constitution, right? We have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They can't just send death squad killing people just like that. It's not legal. It's all complete nonsense.
Well, if it's not legal, okay, I don't care. I don't know. All right, what shadow? Thanks for the 5 different subs. Okay, here are my full takes on. Okay, these are my full takes on the recent Supreme Court case that was just ruled on July 1st, in which Donald Trump is bringing a case before the Supreme Court seeking some forms of immunity from criminal prosecution for at least things that he considered to be official acts of him as the president. That's what his counsel was arguing in front of the Supreme Court. Just running over like some of the major points of this, because a lot of people are talking about this. Probably people who either haven't read it or don't understand it, or have some agenda that they're interested in pushing about it. But regardless, here's my reading of it, of which we've spent the last 3 days painfully going over the entire decision. So for major decision points for this particular case, okay, Chief Justice John Roberts, writing their majority opinion, argues that the president has 3 different types of actions that he can take, and then creates a novel ruling about the types of criminal immunity that would apply to the president based on the kind of action that he's taken. For these actions and for the criminal immunity that's been granted for these actions, this is a new thing that has never been done in the history of the United States. As far as I'm aware, as far as anybody else pointed out, for basically any citizen ever at any point in time. The idea that there would be absolute criminal immunity for some action has never been discussed in the history of the United States, not for the president or anybody else. Roberts is going to make a ton of citations to a case relating to, I think it's Nixon v. Fitzgerald or Fitzgerald v. Nixon, that has to do with suing the president for having an airline official being fired, basically. But despite the fact that Roberts will cite to this case over and over and over again, that case had to deal with civil immunity, meaning that a president can't be sued for civil damages. It had nothing to do with criminal immunity, and every mention of criminal immunity in that case seems to be judges all saying, like, obviously this wouldn't apply to criminal stuff as well. We're only talking about preventing the president from being sued for, by private citizens, civil matters, right? So the 3 buckets that John Roberts basically groups actions into are, we have
core powers, which are actions that, and he's borrowing language here from a prior case, he calls these conclusive and preclusive actions that only the president can perform. Any action that's taken here is given absolute immunity. These actions are not only beyond judicial review, none of these acts are able to be cited or referenced in any other criminal matter as evidence or otherwise. So if Donald Trump is performing some action that we consider to be conclusively and preclusively within his role, so for instance, conversations between him and his officers, like the heads of his departments, these things would be beyond all criminal review. You can't probe into them. You can't cite them for anything else. So for instance, let's say that we knew that Trump said, I'm going to fire you unless you do XYZ criminal act. Let's say that I can't criminally indict him for that. I can't even use that as evidence towards another crime, which is going to be relevant for obviously for Trump's criminal prosecutions. But the core powers here that are conclusive and preclusive to the office of the presidency, Roberts has said that these are given absolute immunity from all criminal prosecution. I think if you go to destiny.gg/notes, I think you can get all my notes that I publish for things, and you can go and read. I've got larger quotes from the decision here, and I think I even have the decision in my document somewhere. But the second bucket that he's got, he calls these things official acts. So official acts are actions that the president takes up, that are up to the outer perimeter of all of the things that a president can do, as long as it relates to the effective discharge of a president's powers. So any action that's declared to be even in the outer perimeter of what a president might do as an official act are given presumptive immunity in order to protect the president's ability to execute the duties of his office fearlessly and fairly. Roberts will speak a lot about how we need an energetic and vigorous executive, and he will cite to Federalist Papers when he says this over and over again. I will say, however, that if you read those Federalist Papers, what they're actually talking about is having a single head of the executive, as opposed to like a council or multiple people in an executive. I don't believe any of them were referring anywhere whatsoever to being immune from criminal prosecution. I think that if you just imagine historically how the United States was founded, the idea of creating an executive who was beyond criminal prosecution is kind of silly. Obviously, none of the framers had this in mind. That would be ridiculous. We just rebelled against a king. Why would we make another one? This means that the burden is on the government to argue that applying a criminal prohibition to that act, or I should say, that engaging like a criminal investigation of that act, the government has to argue that that investigation would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. There cannot be any danger whatsoever for the president to perform his job. So if you're doing an investigation, even if you think he might have done some criminal act, if that investigation risks damaging his ability to perform any other act, if you can't prove that there would be no risk there, that action is also given immunity. One thing that's important too when we think about this type of immunity that's being granted, this immunity is not like a defense that one would use in court, or it's not a defense that you would use on appeal. This is like a thing that comes before any court action has even happened, right? So we're not even in any part of the court stage. Like it's not like the president would go to court and would use this as an affirmative defense, like self-defense or something. This would be stuff that would completely prevent all of these things from ever even being showed in any trial or anything. Those are official acts. Then the third bucket are things called unofficial acts. These are actions that the president takes essentially as a private citizen. I mean, he could take these actions as president, but they're just unofficial acts. They have nothing to do with his job as president. And obviously, Roberts says that for unofficial acts, there is no immunity. Now, unfortunately, we are given absolutely no guidance nor examples for what a private act might be or an unofficial act might be. Roberts does not list a single one ever. Roberts notes that in dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. Such an inquiry would risk exposing even the most obvious instances of official conduct to judicial examination on the mere allegation of improper purpose, thereby intruding on the Article 2 interests that immunity seeks to protect. So when you're doing investigations and you're trying to separate an official act from an unofficial act to figure out, was the president operating in his capacity here? For instance, let's say when he gives a speech, he could be acting an official act or unofficial. You cannot consider the president's motivations when you're trying to figure out whether or not this would fit the official or unofficial act. A lot of the people that are talking about this opinion are trying to say that, oh, well, he only gets immunity for core powers. That's great. And unofficial acts obviously can still be indictable and can come under judicial review in the criminal justice system. But what all of them are skipping over is the idea that the official acts presumptive immunity could be unfathomably broad, and we've been given absolutely no indication by Roberts, by this court, what those official acts might be. Roberts will go on in his opinion to reference 4 different categories or sections of conduct that are in the indictments against Donald Trump, and he treats each of them as such. So conversations between Donald Trump and his acting attorney general with regards to sending fake letters. He essentially said, not essentially, he said, you need to send letters to states and you need to tell them that we have, good reason to believe that there's been voter fraud, that the department is investigating these things and we found evidence of it. He was telling his attorney general, you need to lie and send these letters. And if you don't, I'm going to fire you. Because this is under the exclusive role of the president, these are conclusive and preclusive powers. The president gets to decide, who to fire, who to hire, and it was a core power of the presidency, right, is to choose his officers, and he gets to communicate with his officers about how to carry out their roles. That entire conversation is considered absolutely immune. The quote from Roberts would be readily categorized. So easily, that is an absolutely immune thing. That means that not only is anything that he said in that conversation completely not criminally indictable, it cannot be used as evidence in the furtherance of any other crimes. Kind of wild, but the conversations between Trump and Pence with regards to Trump trying to pressure Pence to flip the electoral votes, even the alleged conduct here would be presumptively immune because it is within the roles for the president and the vice president to speak to one another. The only reason why this gets downgraded to at least presumptive immunity is because Congress passes laws with regards to the vice president having oversight over the Congress. So there's some overlap here. Because of that overlap, now the burden is on the government to make the argument that, well, if we do a criminal investigation in regards to this conversation, we have to prove that it wouldn't pose any danger on intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. But because there's some overlap with the federal government's role here, with the legislature's role here, the argument is that, well, you can try to make the argument that he shouldn't have immunity here, but he's granted presumptive immunity because it falls squarely within, at the very least, the outer perimeter of what it is to, perform his role as the executive. So this issue was remanded to the lower courts to try to figure out whether or not they can overcome the presumptive immunity that he's been granted for that conversation. Now, 3 and 4, these buckets of actions that he's talking about. The first is communications with state officials with regards to their electors, calling them and saying like, hey, you guys need to toss your electors. You need to change your votes. We think that there was voter fraud. You need to toss whatever, blah, blah, blah. This was completely remanded to the lower court saying you need to figure out which of these actions were official versus which actions were unofficial. And remember, when they're considering that, they can't take into account his motivations for any of these things. Roberts gave absolutely no guidance for figuring out what was official or unofficial. And then on the fourth point, Trump's speech and actions that he made on January 6th in regards to the ongoing insurrection, that was remanded to the lower courts to figure out which actions here were official or unofficial, with no guidance given for figuring out which ones were official and which ones were unofficial. In the concurring opinion, Amy Coney Barrett writes that she agrees with the core of Roberts' argument that that there are probably some core powers that we say should maybe be beyond even criminal judicial review, but Justice Barrett has a much more narrow view of what those powers should be, and she takes an issue with the overly broad view that Roberts has written, essentially saying that, truly, under this official acts bucket, basically anything could be beyond criminal review, depending on how you look at it. And Justice Barrett doesn't like the fact that even if you do say something was an official power and is beyond criminal prosecution, that you can't even use these. You can't even use these actions in the furtherance of other crimes. One thing I'll say before I get into a major point of dissent here is Roberts is doing a lot to balance. He's looking at the trouble of what if the executive is constantly worried about criminal prosecution? And he does this thing over and over again where he's like, we need a vigorous and energetic executive, which is a fair thing to consider. I think that's why in the Fitzgerald case, it's why the court said that, well, you probably shouldn't be able to sue the president for everything because every single citizen in the United States could theoretically be filing civil suits against the president. The one thing I don't like is that Roberts never addresses a single time what about the state or the people's interest of not having a crime-committing president. That is never brought up a single time in all of Roberts' ruling. He only considers the threat of a president having to face criminal prosecution, he never considers the public interest of not having a crime-committing president. There's not a single word addressed to that fear. Which is especially frustrating because there are multiple wild scenarios. I think Jackson brings up the idea of poisoning like an officer that you no longer want to work with you. And Sotomayor brings up the SEAL Team 6 example. And despite Roberts addressing some of the dissent and Roberts addressing even Justice Barrett's concurring opinion, he never, ever, ever touches on any of the scarier acts. He doesn't address them at all. I don't know why. It's very annoying. Sotomayor is writing the main dissenting opinion, the larger one, with Kagan and Jackson joining in. And she writes that the immunity is legally and historically inconsistent. She believes that the court has gone even further than what Trump's lawyers were asking for, as Trump's lawyers seem to concede that a lot of his conduct was unofficial and that the president might be criminally charged for actions, even if they were official and court powers, as long as he were impeached and convicted first, two things that Roberts rejected in his majority opinion. So a lot of people I've noticed, and we'll get into some writing about this, a lot of people are saying that, oh, well, actually, at least the court didn't go as far as what Trump's lawyers wanted. That is not true. Trump's lawyers were saying that, well, if you want to criminally indict a president for official acts, at the very least, you have to impeach him first. You got to impeach him, and then that has to pass the Senate. Roberts rejects that view. Roberts has not said that if you're impeached for a particular thing, that you can now be held criminally liable for it. He says that impeachment clause makes no statement as to what types of crimes can the president be indicted for. So in my opinion, I would say, and I think some others have said as well, that the court has gone much further in delineating which acts are beyond judicial review and which acts aren't. Sotomayor also points out that there are many federal safeguards in place for criminal prosecution and that Roberts has failed to engage whatsoever with the idea that the public might have a public interest in having a president who does not feel as though he has any criminal liability while performing his duties. The bias was so strong that the president could never have a fair trial over official conduct. It seems reasonable to believe that he would apply, that this would apply to literally any potential trial involving him, defeating the need for any sort of absolute immunity over any actions at all. So basically, this idea, there's two things going on here. One is there's a heavy indictment of our federal, our federal judicial system. The idea that you could have a corrupt prosecutor that would get an approval from a corrupt judge to file a corrupt indictment that he could put in front of a corrupt grand jury who would corruptly approve it, and then you would have all of your pretrial motions would be thrown out for corrupt reasons. The trial itself would be corruptly performed, and then the jury would make, the new jury for this would make a corrupt conviction, and then the upper courts would corruptly not hear any appeals, all the way up to the Supreme Court that would corruptly, there are so many safeguards in the federal judicial system when it comes to doing indictments and convictions, and Roberts considers none of those. He says, well, none of that would work because all of this would be corrupt because it's the President of the United States. But something that Sotomayor points out that I think is a good point is if the system is that corrupt, why would we expect this decision to help him anyway? Wouldn't you expect to have somebody just randomly indict Trump for just a random murder and just say oh, we're just going to indict him for this. We're all going to go after him anyway. And it's okay, well, they would, if you think it's this corrupt, wouldn't they just convict him on any random thing ever? Who cares at that point, right? So she also remarks that it was not right for Roberts to make a determination of absolute immunity for the conversation between Donald Trump and his attorney general while remanding every single other action back to the district court. If Roberts is saying that the Supreme Court is not a court of first review, the Supreme Court is none of the business of making first reviews or first passes on facts, that's up to the district courts to consider first and then to appeal up to the Supreme Court if necessary, why did Roberts find it necessary to make a determination of absolute immunity over Trump's conversation with the attorney general? Why didn't Roberts remand that back to the court the same way that he did with the conversation between him and Pence, between Trump and Pence? I feel like Roberts should have remanded the Trump and Pence conversation back to the district court and granted it. He would say, oh, it's probably got presumptive immunity. Same thing with the conversation between him and his attorney general, but he didn't do that. I don't know why he made a declaration on one, but he didn't declare anything obviously private or obviously unofficial acts. And then Justice Ketanji Brown, dissenting, writes that while Roberts expresses great concern about the separation of powers that he While Roberts writes a great concern about separation of powers, Roberts obsesses over this idea of separation of powers. Justice Brown points out fairly that the court, in a way, has snatched a huge amount of power for itself because now whatever laws the legislature passes, remember, criminal laws come from Congress. what Congress deems to be crimes are passed in Congress through the form of legislation, and then that goes over to the executive, the president, for enforcement. But the court has said for itself that Justice Jackson, Ketanji Brown Jackson, the court has said now that we're actually going to determine whenever the president is breaking the law, the legislature no longer gets to determine that. Because every single time you charge a president with a crime, obviously the president's going to challenge, well, this is official conduct, you can't probe this. And all of those decisions are going to make their way up to the Supreme Court, most likely. And the Supreme Court is essentially going to have the final say over whether or not a president is ever breaking a crime. So they've snatched that criminal enforcement from the legislature, which one might argue is a more severe form of upsetting the balance of power than simply saying that the president should probably be able to be held criminally liable for their actions. I think I think that the opinion is pretty unhinged. A lot of people are saying that, people are being unhinged with their evaluation of the opinion. I think people can be unhinged sometimes. I don't think people are being unhinged about this. I think that if we weren't worried about like a Navy SEALs assassination hit jobs on fellow politicians, I don't know why Roberts wouldn't have just addressed that in his ruling. I don't know why Roberts, because Sotomayor brings this up, exactly, saying that like, oh, well, he could order a SEAL team assassination, and Roberts doesn't address that at all. I have no idea why. Okay. I guess we'll go over two quick, I think these were two quick takes I saw. We've got No Opinion tweeted or retweeted this. Basically a thread saying that people were being too hysterical, and then we have a 1 hour Ben Shapiro video on it. Oh boy. I've also written down, I guess because this is probably going to come up, I think Tim Pool's Booker reached out to me. I think we're going to do something in a few weeks. I do talk to Michael Knowles soon. I go on his program, I think on the 11th. So I'm pretty sure this question is going to come up quite a bit. So here are like questions, I guess, that I would have for people that are supporting this decision or think that it's not a big deal. The first question would be is, can you give a single example of an action a president might want to take that would be chilled by him being criminally liable, even for the core functions of his office? One assumption that's made is that presidents won't be able to act if they feel like they can be held criminally liable. My counterargument would be presidents probably have always felt like they could be held criminally liable. That's why Ford pardoned Nixon. That's why Nixon accepted. Maybe even more importantly, that's why Nixon resigned. I don't think Nixon even dreamed of making this argument that like, well, actually, there are some things that you can actually never hold me criminally liable for, even if I'm like obviously working, against the, against my powers or against what the Constitution would want or against the system. Like there are probably some things you could just never criminally indict me for. I don't think any president has ever operated under that assumption ever. So the idea that like the president might not take some bold action because he's chilled about it being held criminally liable, I'm curious, what actions do you think those are? I really want to know what actions you think the president might need criminal liability to perform to the best of his duties. The second question would be, if we are so worried about presidents infinitely prosecuting prior presidents for criminal matters, why hasn't this not happened yet, right? Apparently we've seen now that you could always criminally prosecute a prior president. Why hasn't that happened? Again, maybe people are thinking like, oh, well, people have just assumed that's not the case. That's bullshit. Source that anywhere. For a court that is so obsessed with textualism and history, where are your historical arguments that it has ever been the case that a president has been assumed to be above criminal prosecution? Even in the Mueller investigation for Trump, which conservatives love to freak out about all the time, even in that investigation, there were always questions. And I think even Barr, I should have the quotes from Barr. I think even Barr's wondering, can you indict a sitting president? That was always the question. Can you indict a sitting president? Can you indict? Nobody ever suggested, well, actually, some people said you can't indict a sitting president. That's not allowed. Nobody suggested, actually, you could never indict a president or ex-president for having committed a crime. Or at least I don't remember seeing that ever suggested. Like, oh, no, actually, presidents are totally unindictable in a criminal sense. The third point here is, why did Ford find it necessary to pardon Nixon, and why did Nixon accept the pardon if the president was assumed immune from criminal prosecution for acts taken as president? I guess I brought that up for the first point. Like, everything that Nixon done, he could have argued was part of his core powers. The people that he communicated with, these were acts of the president, that probing on any of these might weaken the executive and make them fearful in the future of performing other acts. The fourth question I have is, let's say a president goes on TV and makes a statement that a particular judicial action would deter him from making tough decisions about running the United States. Would this statement in and of itself not shield him from all criminal prosecution with respect to the judicial action he references, or would be to the criminal action that he references, as it could then be cited by the court itself as evidence that the proposed judicial action would intrude on the authority and functions of the executive branch? Like, remember, the threshold that the government has to meet when they're trying to prosecute a former president is saying, oh, this won't affect his ability to do his job at all. But what if a president just goes on TV and says, if I get prosecuted for this, by the way, it will affect our ability to do our job? It's like, oh, okay, well, fuck us, I guess. In that case, we can't prosecute you for it. Like, how do you even make that determination? The fifth question would be, would you be okay, this is for conservatives, would you be okay with the entire cases against Joe Biden and his impropriety with Hunter Biden, or anything having to do with Hillary Clinton, assuming, let's say, she was president, falling under the purview of official acts in accordance with this ruling, thereby making all of their actions absolutely immune from criminal prosecution or judicial review? Remember, all Joe or Hillary has to claim is, well, fuck, if you guys are going to start going through my servers or going through my emails, going through whatever, like, I don't even feel like I can operate, without me facing infinite criminal prosecution. I think that Joe Biden could very easily argue that his administration has been hampered by criminal prosecution. Hillary Clinton, if she were president, I mean, she could make the argument that, like, I didn't even get elected president because of this investigation by the FBI. I feel like Hillary Clinton could strongly make the argument that future presidents might be deterred from making certain actions because of potential investigations that could hamper their reelection, right? I think you can very easily make those arguments. And now, so that means any of those actions would be absolutely immune from all criminal prosecution. This is all, like, none of these are even the crazy SEAL Team 6 things. I think that all of these are very easily arguable. I guess we'll see over the coming days if conservatives want to argue over any of them. But, the first thing that No Opinion cited was this Twitter thread. For everything partisan coded, let's see, let's refresh, see if he's updating anything. Okay. For everything partisan coded, 80% of people will lie through their teeth to serve their tribe's goals. True. So it'll be hard to find an impartial summary of today's presidential immunity SCOTUS opinion, but I don't have a tribe. So here's my Just the Facts summary. Oh boy. This is always a red flag when people say this. I'm not politically biased. Executive immunity has always been a thing. The underlying rationale is that presidents cannot be encumbered in carrying out their necessary official duties with fear that they will be sued into oblivion for doing so. So I think I clicked this guy. Apparently he's a lawyer, for what that means. Spoiler alert, that doesn't mean much. I don't know what he means when he says executive immunity has always been a thing. If that was the case, then I don't know why the Fitzgerald case would have ever happened, where the Supreme Court granted civil immunity to the president. I don't think it's always been a thing. There's no plain reading of the Constitution that gives you that. I'm pretty sure this is just wrong, but I don't know, maybe you in the comments can link something disagreeing with me. In terms of official acts, a president may, 1, act with constitutional powers reserved solely for the executive branch, 2, with powers shared between or delegated by the legislative, or 3, neither. Presidential immunity is strongest in Category 1 and non-existent in Category 3. So he's kind of like created the 3 buckets of acts in a different way than how Roberts structured it. I don't agree with his structuring here, and I think as we read through, we're going to find out why I don't agree, because I don't think that the way that he structured them is the same as how Roberts would structure them. But so for the first thing here, presidents have total immunity in Category 1. Otherwise, it would give Congress and the judiciary power over the executive in an area where it is supposed to have exclusive power. This opinion focuses on Category 2, where Congress delegates or shares powers with the president. So I don't know how nitpicky I want to be. He said he was a lawyer, right? So what has been ruled is that the president has total criminal immunity in Category 1. The reason why the president has criminal immunity is because it would give Congress and the judiciary power over the executive in an area where it is supposed to have exclusive power. So the president, in no reading of the Constitution, in no reading of U.S. history, and no anything, has ever been said to have exclusive power over committing crimes in the course of their job as the executive. That's just not true. Now, in terms of, can the legislature tell the president that he can't have a power that is dictated in the Constitution to him? No, the legislature has no power over that. And can the judiciary rule that he's not allowed to do a thing that he has a core power over? No, the judiciary is not allowed to do that. However, what this ruling has done today is it said the legislature can't make laws that apply to the president at all, even if it's outside of the core powers, because eventually it's going to be the judiciary that decides whether or not the president has immunity from that particular prosecution. And for the first time, the president has been given total criminal immunity when performing acts in Category 1. That's never been the case, okay? The other axis relevant here is whether proceedings are civil or criminal. A president's official acts, which encompass both categories 1 and 2, are absolutely immune from civil money damages lawsuits. In terms of criminal law, though, we have far less clarity. Well, I would argue we have none. And remember, the official acts are only immune from civil liability because of the Fitzgerald ruling in the Supreme Court. I don't believe that was ever a core thing in the Constitution. I don't think there's a textual reading there. I don't think in Fitzgerald, I didn't read the entire Fitzgerald case, but I don't think that they cite any textual basis for that, because I think if they did, I think Roberts would have cited that instead, or cited that in the ruling. But SCOTUS today laid out the tension. The president needs to be able to act within the scope of office without fear of politically motivated prosecution after leaving office, but the president also cannot be above the law. SCOTUS today said, taking into account these competing considerations, we conclude that the separation of powers principles, he says competing considerations here, but they don't ever really consider whether or not the president can be above the law. They just basically say that, if we redefine the law as such, the president's never above the law, so we don't have to worry about it. I think that's what Thomas says. Thomas writes a little bit about this, but he mainly, in his concurrence, he just dedicates it all to his schizo ramblings about the fact that he doesn't believe that a special prosecutor should ever exist. He doesn't think that Congress is explicitly authorized. I don't know why apparently Thomas writes just random shit in his concurrences for other stuff that he cares about. I don't know why, but apparently that's the thing. SCOTUS today said, taking into account these competing considerations, we conclude that the separation of powers principle necessitates at least a presumptive immunity from criminal prosecution for a president's acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. What is presumptive immunity? It is a presumption that a president is immune from criminal prosecution for official acts, but that presumption can be rebutted with a showing that prosecution wouldn't violate separation of powers. I don't like his expression here, wouldn't violate separation of powers. This doesn't really make sense because any judicial review is technically crossing separation of powers. What Roberts has really said is you have to show that it would have no bearing on the executive's ability to carry out its functions as the president. That's what you have to show. Not that you're not violating separation of powers, but it would have no bearing on the executive's ability to perform and function those powers. But SCOTUS today said that the president has at least presumptive immunity. The majority said whether immunity here is presumptive or absolute is not a question that needs to be resolved today. In essence, today's decision kicks that can down the road. That's not really true. SCOTUS said in Category 1, in the first thing when he was talking about the AG, SCOTUS said that he has absolute immunity for his conversations with the acting attorney general. For Category 2, with President and Vice President Trump and Pence talking, he has presumptive immunity. So the district court needs to overcome that presumptive immunity. And then actions 3 and 4, which were Donald Trump talking to state legislatures about the electoral votes and Donald Trump's actions on January 6th, those are remanded to the district courts for a fact analysis to see which acts were official and which acts weren't. So this tweet is just wrong, I think. Up until now, I've only talked about SCOTUS's opining on presidential immunity generally. What does that mean for Trump's case specifically? Well, this may seem strange, but nothing really. I don't know why he would say this, considering they literally ruled part of what he had done absolutely immune from all of the case, which was the AG conversation, but okay. The key question for Trump's case is whether Trump's conduct around January 6th was official conduct. But there's other conduct as well, such as his conversations with the state legislatures, like a lot of conduct before January 6th, but okay. SCOTUS says the lower courts haven't adequately addressed that, and SCOTUS can't address the question on its own initiative. It can only review the lower court findings, although they did address that for the conversation with the AG, which was wild. And so SCOTUS goes on to analyze the alleged conduct to assess whether and what conduct qualifies as official conduct, but with the caveat that it can't do so comprehensively because it doesn't have a comprehensive record. Well, no, they don't analyze any of the conduct for categories 3 and 4. They just tell that because they remand that to the lower courts to make a fact finding, basically. SCOTUS addresses Trump's alleged conduct in 4 buckets. Oh, so here now he's bucketing the 4 different things. Challenging the election results in court, leaning on VP Pence to thwart certification, leaning on state officials and private parties to change state election results, and 4, Trump's speech on and around January 6th. Okay, these 2 are right. I don't know where he gets challenging the election results in court. I don't remember reading that at all anywhere. Unless I didn't miss it. I need to not be as doubtful for YouTube videos. I don't think I don't think Roberts ever spoke about challenging the election results in court. I think that's what he's saying. What the communications with his DOJ are. Oh, that wasn't what the communications were, and that's not what Roberts said the communications were about. He said that the communications were about hiring or firing for the AG and leading investigations for the AG. Bucket 1. SCOTUS says that this conduct has absolute immunity. The executive is given sole authority to investigate and bring cases. True. If you could get around this by saying the cases were shams, every challenge to presidential judgment in bringing cases would claim as much. Okay, but Trump's cases for his election stuff were not cases that were brought by the Department of Justice. So this is not really talking about anything. Bucket 2, SCOTUS says that the vice president presiding over certification is generally not an executive function, but some VP acts presiding over the Senate may be. SCOTUS instructed the lower court to determine whether prosecution on these grounds would intrude on executive function. He's kind of right here, but what SCOTUS actually said is these probably are an executive function, so there's presumptive immunity, and you need to prove why the presumptive immunity wouldn't apply to make sure that so then you need to make sure they don't intrude on executive function. Bucket 3, SCOTUS says the president doesn't have authority over the state's elections. They suggest find me 10,000 votes, and plots to replace slates of electors aren't immune. But they admonish the lower court for not giving them a full record to assess other conduct in this bucket. They don't make an assessment at all about whether or not any of these actions are immune. I don't remember Roberts saying anything about how, well, these are probably private actions. I think Barrett does. Justice Barrett, I think she says these are plainly not official actions. I think she might say this in, oh, fuck, I should have written this down. Oh, wait, fuck it. It's not like we have a time limit. Wait, the fuck? Oh, it doesn't use her full name. What does she say? Jesus Christ. Hold on one second. Jesus. Let me see here. Oh, here we go. So, Justice Barrett says, sorting private from official conduct sometimes will be difficult, but not always. Take the president's alleged attempts to organize alternative slates of electors. In my view, that conduct is private and therefore not entitled to protection. The Constitution vests power to appoint presidential electors in the states, and while Congress has a limited role in that process, the president has none. In short, the president has no legal authority unless no official capacity to influence how the states appoint their electors. I see no plausible argument for barring prosecution of that alleged conduct. So, Amy Coney Barrett makes that assessment. Roberts does not. So that is not in the majority opinion, the controlling part or whatever, that the president doesn't have authority over a state's elections. I don't know where he's getting that from. And they also, I don't think they admonish the lower court at all. I don't like that phrasing. Bucket 4, SCOTUS says that some presidential speech is squarely official conduct. Other presidential speech isn't, and it's a very fact-specific inquiry, and so the lower court needs to do the fact-finding to determine precisely for each of the things Trump was alleged to have said. In sum, presidents are absolutely immune when investigating and bringing cases. Presidential immunity is shaky at best, regarding conversations with VP on certification. To be clear, they didn't say presidential immunity is shaky at best. Roberts said that he has at least presumptive immunity there, so I don't know where he gets this. Presidents aren't immune for pressuring state election officials. He doesn't say that either, and the lower courts need to determine the rest. Next, SCOTUS makes clear that if the court determines he has immunity for a given act, he cannot face criminal prosecution for that act. They also add that those acts cannot be considered by the jury when prosecuting the president for other non-official acts or for anything. Finally, SCOTUS considers and rejects Trump's far broader argument for immunity. Trump's team argued that he can't be prosecuted for anything unless he is first impeached and removed for it. SCOTUS says there's no textual support for this argument. While that's true, Trump's legal team did concede that he could be criminally indicted for anything if he was impeached for it. So in some ways it's more narrow, in other ways it's far broader. Okay, it depends. The dissent and commentators all over social media are decrying this decision and saying things like, this decision would allow the president to assassinate his political opponents using SEAL Team 6. There is absolutely no support in the majority opinion for this. Then the question is, why didn't Roberts address that? SCOTUS could and likely will rule further on immunity in this case, but it has also signaled several instances of Trump's conduct that do not have immunity. And no, they didn't signal a single act that wouldn't have immunity clearly. Only in the concurring opinion did Justice Barrett suggest that some act would clearly be non-official and or may not have immunity, depending on what the lower court ultimately finds when it does more fact-finding. For the dissent and for these social media takes, the opinion has this note. They strike a tone of chilling doom that is wholly disproportionate to what the court actually does today. Wow, congratulations. Correct. The majority opinion does flex over themselves to self-suck themselves about their opinion. I don't know why the fuck this citation means anything, but okay. Okay, and then we have Ben Shapiro's take. Whew. Let's see if we can survive getting through this.
So yesterday, pretty much all hell broke loose. It didn't break loose because of a Supreme Court decision. It broke loose because the left has decided, along with the media and the Democrats, but I repeat myself, to lie about the Supreme Court decision in order to revive the flagging hopes and dead body of Joe Biden. Let me begin at the beginning. Yesterday, the Supreme Court released a decision about presidential immunity. Now, this decision, of course, is rooted in Donald Trump filing a lawsuit to stop the various Jack Smith lawsuits against him. His claim was that as president of the United States, no matter what he did while he was president of the United States, he has full immunity from criminal prosecution. That, of course, is not true. That is a step too far. The idea that the president of the United States is never, for any activity, able to be criminally prosecuted is really silly. If the president of the United States decided that in his home, in the White House, he was just going to murder a maid, for example, could he be criminally prosecuted? The answer, of course, is yes.
That's fine that Ben Shapiro says that. We don't know the answer to that, though. We have no guidance on that whatsoever. So this is fabricated from his mind and pulled from nothing.
Step too far. The idea that the president of the United States is never, for any activity, able to be criminally prosecuted is really silly. If the president of the United States decided that in his home, in the White House, he was just going to murder a maid, for example, could he be criminally prosecuted? The answer, of course, is yes. However, there is the idea that the president is, in fact, criminally immune from certain activities that a normal person would not be. So, for example, if I authorized somebody to go kill somebody abroad, I'd be criminally liable for that. If I'm president of the United States and as commander-in-chief, I authorize SEAL Team 6 to take out Osama bin Laden, I'm not going to be criminally liable for that.
Okay. Sorry. Wow. Hold on. This is so wrong. I'm sorry. I'm irritated for a few reasons. The president has already understood to have had criminal immunity from these types of criminal charges because the president has been explicitly tasked with the legislature for performing some of these acts. It's either in the official capacity of the president to perform some of these acts, or the legislature has empowered him to via legislation. We've never, ever, ever needed a Supreme Court to tell us that the president has criminal immunity from that. The idea that we needed this decision today to spell that out is entirely inconsistent with the history of the United States. It has never been suggested. When Barack Obama drone-striked an American citizen and he consulted, his legal counsel for what was okay, it has never, ever been suggested that the president requires criminal immunity to do his job. That's never been suggested. So the fact that we needed a Supreme Court to tell us this is ridiculous.
If I'm president of the United States and as commander-in-chief, I authorize SEAL Team 6 to take out Osama bin Laden, I'm not going to be criminally liable for that. So there's plenty of stuff that the president of the United States has to be able to do in order to ensure the functioning of the executive authority of the United States. The president does have outsized powers under our Constitution. Those powers are not endless. Immunity is not eternal and endless. That is not the way that immunity works.
We have no guidance on what core powers even are. We've gotten a few from the Constitution, but in terms of like what are the core powers that are exclusive, we don't actually know. There was nothing given. There wasn't a list given by Roberts, and there wasn't even a good way to determine what those are other than this conclusive and preclusive, this idea of what a conclusive and preclusive power is.
And that's basically what the Supreme Court found. So in order to understand why the left is lying about this decision and why Joe Biden is lying about this decision and the political games that are now being played, you have to understand the decision itself from the Supreme Court. So I'm going to go through that decision in a little bit of detail because the sort of final effect of this as far as President Trump is that there are a couple of charges that Jack Smith has been pursuing that are basically DOA, and then there are several charges that are not DOA, and that will likely be upheld when this thing is reverted back to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, because that's effectively what the Supreme Court did. They took
Maybe. But the problem is that if you can eliminate enough acts as core acts, maybe you have other things that you'd want to indict Donald Trump for. However, if you've eliminated enough acts that aren't now able to be considered as evidence for whatever other crimes you're trying to charge, you have no case, right? Let's say that I go to the head of my FBI and I say, hey, listen, I want to steal a horse, okay? I really want to steal a horse. I think that you should hire an agent to go and find out who has the best horses, okay? Otherwise, if you don't, I'm going to fucking fire you, all right? Okay. Then the FBI reports back and we found this. And then he goes to the DOJ. He's like, listen up, okay? Listen up, Attorney General. We're going to sue this guy who has, who has a farm. I want you to sue this guy. And we're going to, if you don't do this, I'm fucking firing you, okay? You need to do this, okay? We're gonna bring a case against the guy. Well, not sue him, it'd be a criminal case against the DOJ, right? And he's like, okay, fuck it, Jesus, okay? So they bring a case against him. Let's say the case isn't going too well. Then the president goes to the head of the CIA and like, listen, I just need you to, can you take this guy out? But also, can you like deliver the horse to my, I want you to deliver the horse to my backyard so that I can ride this horse around. I really want this horse. And the head of the CIA is like, okay, well, and he's like, I'll fire you if you don't do it. Okay, fuck it, okay? In all three of these actions, all right, the president has implicated core powers that are conclusive and preclusive to his office, all right? Let's say that everything happens, the FBI finds the person, the DOJ tries to prosecute him, eventually the CIA kills him, and then the horse has been delivered to the president's backyard and he's riding around on his horse. Let's say that a criminal investigation happens and they find out, okay, well, clearly the conspiracy is all here. We've seen all of the actions of Donald Trump and all the things he said for these heads. He clearly conspired to set up this whole plan to get this fucking horse in an illegitimate manner. However, you can't begin to even probe on that because all you could talk about is the fact that a horse showed up in Donald Trump's backyard. That's it. You can't bring up any of the conversations that he had as evidence in any of those three circumstances because it is the conclusive and preclusive power of the president of the United States to have conversations about with his officers about how those executive departments carry out their jobs and talking about hiring and firing people. That's all exclusively within the purview of the president, and it's unquestionable insofar as his immunity goes. Absolute immunity here. So in this case, the president would get away with that, and there'd be nothing you could do about it. All you could bring up is the fact that he has a horse. This is brought up. Roberts tries to address this by saying, well, actually, so in oral arguments, this was brought up as the one-legged stool thing, right? What if a more simple example, it doesn't involve horses in three different executive departments, was what if the president takes a bribe for a pardon? Well, you can talk about the bribe, but you can't talk about the pardon. And I think it's Sotomayor that brings up, how do you prosecute somebody for doing a quid pro quo if you can't talk about the quid or you can't talk about the quo? And Roberts' way of getting around this is Roberts like, well, you could consult the public record that shows through some through some unofficial action, the president saying, well, I'll accept a bribe, if he says it publicly in a non-official act, but it's obviously like a ridiculous, it's a ridiculous way to try to get around that. Oh, I'm sorry. Justice Barrett actually brings this up. This is Roberts' attempt to head that off. Justice Barrett disagrees, arguing that in a bribery prosecution, for instance, excluding any mention of the official act associated with the bribe would hamstring the prosecution. But, of course, the prosecutor may point to the public record to show the fact that the president performed the official act, and the prosecutor may admit evidence of what the president allegedly demanded, received, accepted, or agreed to receive or accept in return for being influenced in the performance of the act. What the prosecutor may not do, however, is admit testimony or private records of the president or his advisors probing the official act itself. Allowing that sort of evidence would invite the jury to inspect the president's motivations for his official action and to second guess their propriety. As we have explained, such inspection would be highly intrusive and would seriously cripple the president's exercise of his official duties. And such second guessing would threaten the independence or effectiveness of the executive. So I have no idea how the fuck Roberts thinks that this prosecution could ever be successful. Because remember, when you're talking about a criminal prosecution, your standard for conviction is beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, it's not just a preponderance of evidence. It's not like a civil case. You 51%. It's not a preponderance. It's you have to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. And now we're not allowed to bring up any of this stuff if we're trying to do a criminal prosecution.
A couple of charges, they said the president has immunity for this sort of activity. And then they said about many of the other charges, we're not going to rule whether the president has immunity on this sort of activity. We instead are going to send it back to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals to determine whether the president has immunity. Judge Chutkin is the judge in that particular case. Presumably, she's going to rule that President Trump does not have immunity on those particular charges. So, in essence, this is a very in-between decision. Now, you could have known that by the fact that the writer of the decision was Chief Justice Roberts. Chief Justice Roberts is, in fact, a fairly moderate justice. He is not Justice Samuel Alito. He is not Justice Thomas. He is not one of the more right-wing members of the federal judiciary. Remember, it was Justice Roberts who saved Obamacare way back when. Justice Roberts has a view of the court that it should be minimalist in how it approaches decisions. It should draw decisions as narrowly as possible. So in this particular case, he said, okay, we're going to try to create some sort of system, some sort of framework for thinking about when the president is immune from criminal liability. And
the idea that this was a narrow decision when Roberts has fabricated out of thin air these concepts of absolute and presumptive criminal immunity that apply to every action that he has created out of thin air, this new test for a state overcoming this presumptive immunity, that, like, the idea that this is a narrow ruling is hilarious. This ruling is quite broad and quite extensive. And Roberts almost says this himself when he's like, we're not trying to rule just on Trump's case. We need to figure out like a rule that works for like every future situation like this going forward. I disagree here that, oh, well, it was just a narrow ruling.
When he is not. But we're going to restrict our judgment to very specific aspects of the charges being brought against Trump. We're going to say only a couple of these he has absolute immunity on. And the rest of the stuff we're going to push back to the courts. That does not sound like President Trump or any other president has endless immunity. The kind of immunity that the dissent in this case suggests. The dissent is written by Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who writes all of her opinions in crayon, because she is not an intelligent person and apparently does not know how to read the law.
So to be clear, Sotomayor's reading of the law and the underlying Federalist Papers is vastly superior to Roberts. For instance, when Roberts cites over and over and over again to Federalist Paper 70 or 77 about this energetic executive over and over and over again, all he's citing to are people talking about why the executive doesn't need to be opposed by, multiple members of the executive, that you shouldn't have co-equal executives that are executing the law. None of these citations that Roberts makes ever are alluding to anybody talking about the need for infinite criminal immunity from criminal charges for the president. So, and Sotomayor's citations, in my opinion, are vastly superior if you read any of the underlying material, which I know people don't like to do. But this idea that Roberts, who cites over and over again to Fitzgerald a case about civil immunity and doesn't make any good or unique or prescient arguments on his own, or the fact that he's citing to a civil immunity case where it seems that every single justice there is also saying like, well, obviously if this was used in the case of criminal immunity, it would be ridiculous, but we're only talking about civil immunity here. The idea that Roberts is writing a more intelligible opinion here is ludicrous.
As it turns out on Twitter, pretty much nobody knows how to read the law, or they're just lying about it. By my count, about 80% of the legal analysts on Twitter fail basic reading comprehension. Another 17 or so percent succeed in understanding the decision, but then lie about it. So what does the decision say? So the Supreme Court starts its decision by defining the crimes for which Trump is being charged. And they essentially break them down into 5 categories. 1, he tried to get state electors to change their votes. 2, he organized fraudulent state electors. 3, he tried to use the DOJ to conduct what Jack Smith called sham investigations, meaning investigations into electoral fraud that were really poorly based and resulted in nothing. 4, he tried to persuade Mike Pence to alter the results. And 5, he tried to convince members of Congress to delay certification. Now, all those things
I'm so curious if it's like I don't know how you would get 5 from here, especially now that I've read the opinion, I've taken notes. I'm so curious how anybody would bucket these things in this way. If this is like a ChatGPT analysis, or like if there are like underlings that do the analysis, like why would you separate it out this way? They're not in the order they were presented in the opinion. So they're out of order, which maybe you organize your notes that way. That's fine. But then also they're you've given 5 when there were only 4. I'm curious what the process is. I wish I could see, like, how do you do your research? How do you write these things down? How do you group these things the way that you do? I'm so curious how.
To alter the results. And 5, he tried to convince members of Congress to delay certification. Now, all those things, in my opinion, are morally wrong. That does not mean that they are legally criminal. And that's particularly true if you're president of the United States. Because as the court points out, you're the head of the DOJ. There are only 3 branches of government, not 4. The DOJ is not an independent branch of government. The Department of Justice works for the President of the United States. If the President orders the DOJ to go ahead and investigate a thing, it is the job of the DOJ to go ahead and investigate the thing. So that falls within his purview of authority. Okay, so we'll get to how the actual ruling affects these various cases against Donald Trump. Well, this Supreme Court decision is really important. The Supreme Court actually made another decision last night about social media companies. They didn't come down hard on these social media companies. Here's the thing. Social media companies, they get to decide what content is suitable for the snowflakes among us and censor whatever they don't like. The Supreme Court didn't stop them from doing that. But shouldn't you be the one to decide what you want to read or watch, not them? Here's one thing you can control, their access to your data. For that, I use ExpressVPN. The problem with big tech companies is not only do they censor what you read, they track what you do online. They track what you're searching for, the videos you watch, everything you click. They use this data to serve you ads. They can match your activity to your offline identity using your device's unique IP address. When I use ExpressVPN, these tech companies can't see my IP address at all. My identity is masked and anonymized by a secure VPN server. Plus, ExpressVPN encrypts 100% of your data to protect you from hackers and internet bad guys. Does that sound complicated? Well, it's not, I promise. ExpressVPN software takes just 1 minute to set up on your computer or phone. You tap one button, and now you're magically protected. Why give these tech companies a free license to know everything about you, and then turn around and sell off your information? Take back your own privacy at expressvpn.com/Ben. By visiting my special link, you get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN service for free. Who doesn't like to save money, right? Again, that's expressvpn.com/Ben, expressvpn.com/Ben to protect your data today. So here's what the Supreme Court writes. The parties before us do not dispute that a former president can be subject to criminal prosecution for unofficial acts committed while in office. They also agree that some of the conduct described in the indictment includes actions taken by Trump in his unofficial capacity. We conclude that under our constitutional structure of...
I don't know where this agreement comes from. Did I miss this? Has nobody pointed this out to me? Roberts does not explicitly say anything is an unofficial act. He suggests that there are 2 categories of actions that require a fact analysis, and he remands that to the lower court saying they haven't done any. But the concerns we noted at the outset, the expedition of the case, the lack of factual analysis by the lower courts, and the absence of pertinent briefing by the parties thus become more prominent. We accordingly remand to the lower court to determine in the first instance, with the benefit of briefing we lack, whether Trump's conduct in this area qualifies as official or unofficial. I don't think Roberts makes a single suggestion that any act might be unofficial. I don't think he does. I think that Justice Barrett does, but I don't think, I'm sorry, did I say Jackson? I don't think Roberts does, but I don't know.
Separated powers. The nature of presidential power requires that a former president have some immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts during his tenure in office, at least with respect to the requires that a former in his unofficial capacity. We conclude that under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power requires that a former president have some immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts during his tenure in office. At least with respect to the president's exercise of his core constitutional powers, this immunity must be absolute. As for his remaining official actions, he is also entitled to immunity. At the current stage of proceedings in this case, however, we need not and do not decide whether that immunity must be absolute or instead whether a presumptive immunity is sufficient.
Except they do for one act, which was the conversation with the Attorney General. He does decide that, but...
And so let's start from the beginning. Why does the president need immunity at all? Why does he need immunity at all? The answer is, again, the executive has to be able to function in the constitutional order. So as the Supreme Court writes under Justice Roberts, a president inclined to take one course of action based on the public interest may instead opt for another, apprehensive that criminal penalties may befall him upon his departure from office. And if a former president's official acts are routinely subjected to scrutiny in criminal prosecutions, the independence of the executive branch might be significantly undermined. The framers' design of the presidency did not envision such counterproductive or burdens on the vigor and energy of the executive. The court also...
No source, by the way. No source for that at all. Strange that the dipshits that wrote our Constitution saw fit to put a criminal exemption for speakers in the House and the Senate when they were speaking, that they would be exempt from all criminal prosecution, but they just didn't write anything like that for the president. Oof, that was pretty dumb of them to not write that when they obviously the framers intended for our president to be immune from any law passed by the legislature, immune from all criminal prosecution, obviously.
...of the presidency did not envision such counterproductive or burdens on the vigor and energy of the executive. The court also said there are, in fact, countervailing interests at stake when it comes to, say, criminal liability. Quote, we must, however, recognize the countervailing interests at stake. Federal criminal laws seek to address a wrong to the public as a whole, not just a wrong to the individual. There is therefore a compelling public interest in fair and effective law enforcement. The president, charged with enforcing federal criminal laws, is not above them. So in other words, the president is not above the law, but there are core constitutional functions where the president is immune.
Wait, what was...
Law enforcement. The president, charged with enforcing federal...
Federal criminal law seeks to address a wrong to the public as a whole. Okay, I'm just going to read this. I don't know if he's going to read past this. There is, therefore, a compelling public interest in fair and effective law enforcement. The president charged with enforcing federal criminal laws is not above them. Chief Justice Marshall's decision in Burr and our decision in Nixon recognized the distinct interests present in criminal prosecutions. Although Burr acknowledged that the president's official papers may be privileged and publicly unavailable, it does not grant him an absolute exemption from responding to subpoenas. So he didn't get an exemption even in responding to subpoenas. Nixon, likewise, recognized a strong protection for the president's confidential communications, a presumptive privilege, but it did not entirely exempt him from providing evidence in criminal proceedings. Now, okay. This is what I mean. Oh, fuck me. This is what I mean when I said Roberts doesn't ever argue with this. So, okay. So he does reference, at least, that these other 2 cases brought up the idea that, okay, well, obviously we're not going to give him unlimited criminal shielding, right? That'd be crazy. Or any criminal shielding, right? Okay, so how does Roberts deal with these opinions in these prior cases? Taking into account these competing considerations, we conclude that the separation of powers principle explicated in our precedent necessitates at least a presumptive immunity from criminal prosecution for a president's acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. Such immunity is required to safeguard the independence and effective functioning of the executive branch and to enable the president to carry out his constitutional duties without undue caution. He doesn't even like... So there's no public interest at all? Like, why do we feel like the president needs to feel safe from crimes to carry out his function of the executive branch? Indeed, if presumptive protection for the president is necessary to enable the effective discharge of his powers when a prosecutor merely seeks evidence of his official papers and communications, it is certainly necessary when the prosecutor seeks to charge, try, and imprison the president himself for his official actions. Really? Why would we assume that just because, there might be a standard for subpoenaing somebody, that if there's some protection for like national security stuff being subpoenaed, then there needs to be full criminal immunity for a prosecution? It's so wild. I can't believe there's just this one thing here, and then like that's it. It's like, okay, whatever.
Criminal laws is not above them. So in other words, the president is not above the law, but there are core constitutional functions where the president is immune. So for example, you could not bring a criminal prosecution against Barack Obama for droning Anwar al-Awlaki despite the fact that he's an American citizen overseas because he was a terrorist. Okay, so for all the Democrats who are freaky...
Wait, really? You don't think you could do that? Well, I mean, I'm sorry. You don't think you could have done that before this decision? Do you think this decision changes that? Like, if you couldn't bring that criminal suit against Obama, it's because Obama has been tasked with carrying out the national defense functions of the United States of America. Like, you can say that maybe it was wrong, or it was a mistake, or that department shouldn't have that power, or that the legislature needs to make more restrictions or something like that. Sure, but that he personally committed a criminal act? That's just never been a serious consideration.
Out today, and as we'll see, claiming that Donald Trump now has the capacity to activate SEAL Team 6 to kill his political opponents. By the way, if Donald Trump had that authority, the current president is Joe Biden, so he could do that to Trump today. I notice that Joe Biden isn't doing that because he doesn't believe this, because no one believes the claims the left are making.
Or because the Democrats act fundamentally differently.
About this particular case. But the actual person being protected here, on this score, would actually be Barack Obama for droning people like Anwar al-Awlaki. So,
except you would never be able to convict Obama acting as the commander-in-chief, executing authorities given to the commander-in-chief tasked with like national defense stuff on counsel from his legal department. You would never argue that he had the criminal intent, the criminal state of mind, where you could convict him for the crime of murder. That's unbelievable.
Here is how this actual decision breaks down. There's an excellent flowchart that was put out by a group called Just Security, run by Ryan Goodman. And here is sort of how this decision breaks down. So there are effectively two types of conduct that the president can participate in. One is official conduct and one is unofficial conduct. So unofficial conduct would be the president stripping an intern, right? That's unofficial conduct. Or lying about stripping an intern, right? That has nothing to do with the presidency of the United States. That's just the president in his private capacity basically doing private things that are criminal. So can that person be prosecuted? The answer for unofficial conduct is yes. Okay, so how does that break down in terms of the Trump cases? We'll get to in a moment. Then there's the second type of activity, official conduct. Official conduct under the Supreme Court decision breaks down into two categories. One is core absolute immunity categories, core official acts. So what would that be? That'd be like pardon power or firing people who work in the executive branch or controlling recognition on the determination of foreign countries. Right? That's stuff that is like core presidential power. So if the president decided tomorrow to recognize an independent state of Kurdistan, he couldn't be criminally prosecuted for that, for example. He would have absolute immunity.
Or if the president accepted a bribe to recognize the independent state of Kurdistan, he wouldn't be able to be prosecuted for that.
And then there's a second type of official conduct, and that would be official actions with presumptive immunity. So this would be kind of like the confusing gray area. So let's say that the president, for example, is pressuring Vice President Mike Pence to change the elector scheme. So the president very often has conversations with the vice president about a wide variety of topics. That in and of itself is in fact official conduct, but he's pushing the vice president to do a thing that is plainly not inside the constitutional structure. And not only that, if you prosecute the president for that, is that going to impede the functioning of the president on a go-forward basis, right? That is the question. When it comes to presumptive immunity, the idea is that there is a burden that the prosecution has to overcome. That we presume immunity for the president, but that can be overcome. Absolute immunity means done, right? There is no case you cannot prosecute the president. Presumptive immunity means that we can presume the president has a certain level of immunity, but that can be overcome by a showing that prosecuting the president on a particular charge does not in fact threaten the functioning of the constitutional structure. So here's what the Supreme Court writes. When it comes to absolute immunity, quote, the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution for conduct within his exclusive sphere of constitutional authority. Again, that would be like the president telling the DOJ to investigate a thing, right? That's a core constitutional function. You may not like what he does, that's a core constitutional function. That's not prosecutable. That's how it shakes down in terms of the Trump case. Then you have those remaining official actions with presumptive immunity. And here's what the Supreme Court writes about that. Of course, not all of the president's official acts fall within his conclusive and preclusive authority. As Justice Robert Jackson recognized in a case called Youngstown, the president sometimes acts pursuant to an express or implied authorization of Congress or in a zone of twilight, where he and Congress may have concurrent authority. Taking into account these competing considerations, we conclude the separation of powers principles explicated in our precedent necessitate at least presumptive immunity from criminal prosecution for a president's acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. Such an immunity is required to safeguard the independence and effective functioning of the executive branch and to enable the president to carry out his constitutional duties without undue caution. Indeed, if presumptive protection for the president is necessary to enable the, quote, effective discharge of his powers.
I wish some examples were given by Roberts. Give me one example of an action the president might need to do where people might confuse him with like committing a crime. Like, I have to be able to commit crimes, or people might think I'm committing, like, give me an example of this.
A prosecutor merely seeks evidence of his official papers and communications. It's certainly necessary when a prosecutor seeks to charge, try, and imprison the president himself for his official actions. Okay, so, again, this category, which is presumptive immunity, can in fact be overcome by a showing that the president's functioning will not be impeded by the prosecution of the president. So in this category, for Trump, would probably fall his pressure on former Vice President Mike Pence. So I would assume that the appeals court in D.C., Chutkan, is going to find that that charge is totally fine. You can charge Trump with pressuring Pence to overrule the electors, because that's not within his sort of official capacity to the extent necessary to provide him absolute immunity. So they remand this to the lower courts for explication, saying, as we explained below, the current stage of the proceedings in this case does not require us to decide whether this immunity is presumptive or absolute. Certain allegations, such as those involving Trump's discussion with the acting attorney general, are readily categorized in light of the nature of the president's official relationship to the office held by that individual. Other allegations, such as those involving Trump's interactions with the vice president, state officials, and certain private parties, and his comments to the general public, present more difficult questions. Although we identify several considerations pertinent to classifying those allegations and determining whether they're subject to immunity, that analysis is ultimately best left to the lower courts to perform in the first instances. So again, what does this mean? It means that certain of these charges are going to get thrown out, like the DOJ charge, but a bunch of other charges not. A bunch of other charges are likely to be preserved against Donald Trump criminally. Now, in terms of time...
Likely? Really?
Because this is now going to get remanded back to the lower court, that means that the timeline here is stretched. That means Trump is not going to get charged on any of these criminal activities. He's not going to go to court on any of these criminal activities, alleged criminal activities, until after the election, which is why the left is so all-fired mad. So the timeline on Trump's trials has now been moved out, which is good for Trump's election, but listen, the amount of uncertainty in the world right now is insane. Saudi Arabia, for example, recently ended its 50-year petrodollar deal with the United States. It has the potential to weaken the U.S. dollar. I mean, so is our gigantic national debt. Well, if there's less demand for the U.S. dollar, what exactly happens to its value?
Gold.
For reasons like this, I feel it's important to diversify some of your savings into gold. You can do that with the help of my friends over at Plan B8, limited star friends over at Birch Gold. Her dissent is just lies. I mean, as we will see, the dissent written by to 989898 today to hook up with my friends over at Birch Gold.
Thanks.
And now, as we'll see, the dissent written by Justice Sonia Sotomayor, she of the double-digit IQ, her dissent is just lies. I mean, it's just absolutely untrue lies, as we'll get to in a second. And the Supreme Court majority opinion rejects her read of the case. Okay, the Supreme Court majority says, quote, as for the dissents, they strike a tone of chilling doom that is wholly disproportionate to what the court actually does today. Conclude that immunity extends to official discussions between the president and his attorney general, and then remand to the lower courts to determine in the first instance whether and to what extent Trump's remaining alleged conduct is entitled to immunity. Unable to muster any meaningful textual or historical support, the principal dissent suggests there is an established understanding that former presidents are answerable to the criminal law for their official acts. Conspicuously absent is mention of the fact that since the founding, no president has ever faced criminal charges, let alone for his conduct in office. Accordingly, no court has ever been faced with the question of a president's immunity from prosecution. All our nation's practice establishes on this subject is silent. Okay, now, why exactly the Supreme Court has to write all of that is pretty obvious. Okay, and the answer is because Sonia Sotomayor, in her true political fashion, has decided to just lie about what the majority opinion does.
Where is the textual or historical evidence then? Historical? Is Nixon now, that's history? That's ancient, that's our historical, that's our foundational, that's our framers' intention in writing the Constitution and figuring out our separation of powers? Really?
So she writes an absurd dissent, and this dissent becomes the basis for every Democratic talking point. Here is where things become perverse. So I've spelled out to you how this decision works. The decision is actually quite mild. It suggests that core official authorities of the President of the United States are immune from criminal indictment. Non-core
and can't even be used in the furtherance of other crimes.
Official activities are subjected to presumptive immunity that can be overcome by showing that you're not harming the constitutional order by criminally indicting the president.
Not harming the constitutional order, show that you're not impeding on or hurting at all the executive's ability to carry out their functions. So you have to show that it wouldn't even impede at all in hurting the executive's ability to carry out their functions.
And then there are unofficial acts in which the president can be indicted willy-nilly.
Of which, who the fuck knows what an unofficial act would ever be? It seems like almost everything could be theoretically an official act.
That seems like a fairly rote and along the basic lines of logic decision. That's not how Sonia Sotomayor takes it. She decides to go absolutely hog wild nuts over this thing. Why? Well, because she's a militant left-winger. And so her goal is to suggest that the Supreme Court has now given the president, presumably Donald Trump, even though he's not the president right now, absolute criminal immunity for literally everything, which is clearly not what the Supreme Court is doing. So here's what she writes in her unhinged dissent, and it is totally unhinged. I mean, this lady needs some Thorazine. This is a wild dissent.
Man, I can't wait to hear his factual rejections of her arguments and the way that he deals with her arguments rather than over and over and over and over again ad hominem her. Oh boy.
She says, today's decision to grant former presidents criminal immunity reshapes the institution of the presidency. It makes a mockery of the principle, foundational to our constitution and system of government, that no man is above the law. Relying on little more than its own misguided wisdom about the need for bold and unhesitating action by the president, the court gives former President Trump all the immunity he asked for and more. Now, that's not even true. Trump asked for immunity for everything. If that were true...
That's not true. Trump did not ask for immunity for everything. They said that he couldn't be prosecuted for some things without being impeached and convicted by the Senate first. That's what the ask was. The ask was, hold on, if you want to charge my client with a crime, you need to impeach him first. He didn't ask for permanent immunity from everything. Even Trump's counsel didn't ask for that.
They would not have remanded multiple of these charges back to Chutkin, who is presumably going to uphold the charges. President Trump, all the immunity he asked for and more. Now, that's not even true. Trump asked for immunity for everything. If that were true, they would not have remanded multiple of these charges back to Chutkin, who is presumably going to uphold the charges.
What do you mean uphold? They didn't remand the charges back to him to uphold the charges. They remanded them back to him for him to do a fact analysis, because there's been new categories of immunity created by the Supreme Court that have never been created before. And now we need to do a factual analysis to try to figure out how these even fit into our new paradigm of what a president can or cannot be held criminally liable for.
So that's just a lie, right off the bat. Okay, she continues. The court effectively creates a law-free zone around the president, upsetting the status quo that has existed since the founding. Really? How many criminal prosecutions of the president have we had since the founding? 0.
Yeah, but why is that? Maybe that's because presidents are, one, exceptional characters. We haven't had that many presidents, okay? To be the president of the United States is pretty exceptional. And two, maybe because presidents generally don't think they can get away with committing crimes. So they don't commit crimes while they're in office.
Founding. Really? How many criminal prosecutions of the president have we had since the founding? 0 is the answer. This new official acts immunity now lies like a loaded weapon for any president that wishes to place his own interests, his own political survival, or his own financial gain above the interests of the nation. The president of the United States is the most powerful person in the country and possibly the world, says Sonia Sotomayor. When he uses his official powers in any way, under the majority's reasoning, he will now be insulated from criminal prosecution. That's not even true. If he uses his powers in improper ways that are outside of his core official position, then a presumptive immunity can be overcome, as I've now...
Wrong. If it is a conclusive and preclusive power that is a core, it can never be questioned. Doesn't matter how he uses it. That's what absolute immunity is. As soon as you start saying, well, it depends, that's not absolute anymore. So she's talking about the definition for the absolutely immune acts, and those are not questionable regardless of how you use them.
From criminal prosecution. That's not even true. If he uses his powers in improper ways that are outside of his core official position, then a presumptive immunity can be overcome, as I've now explained about 4 times on the show. But since she apparently...
Presumptive immunity is only if it falls outside of those conclusive and preclusive powers. That's the only time this presumptive immunity applies. Otherwise, it's absolute immunity.
Apparently cannot read. Here's what she comes up with, Sonia Sotomayor. And this is nuts. Okay, this is just nutso, bizarro world, straight from the asylum crap. Here she goes. Orders the Navy's SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival? Immune. Organizes a military coup.
He skipped over all of her opinion just to go to the he read her intro, which is going to have the most charged language, by the way, because that's what you do. You're the dissent, and so in the beginning, of course, you're going to write, this is a sham of justice. That's what you do. And then you make all of your arguments, of which she did, and now you've got like your final paragraph where she talks about, well, these are the bad things that could happen. He basically read her opening and her ending. He didn't deal with any of the arguments in the middle, really?
To hold on to power? Immune. Takes a bribe in exchange for a pardon? Immune. Immune, immune, immune. Let the president violate the law. Let him exploit the trappings of his office for personal gain. Let him use his official power for evil ends. Because if he knew that he might one day face liability for breaking the law, he might not be as bold and fearless as we would like him to be. That is the majority's message today. That is, like, every element of that is false. Every element of that is false. Orders Navy SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival? Okay, so the president has a conference. Let's take this to its logical conclusion.
Okay, let's
using
do this.
the model that we have set up under the Supreme Court majority.
Yes.
The president does speak to the military. The military does control SEAL Team 6. So that, in and of itself, is inside the official act. However, the president ordering them to do something blatantly illegal, like murder his political opponent, prosecution of that crime would certainly overcome any presumptive immunity the president has in ordering his political rival to be killed.
He doesn't understand the ruling. Did Harvard stop teaching lawyers how to read law? He's making this mistake, and it was the same one that Connor was making. He's making the mistake that to overcome the presumptive immunity, you have to show that the action was really bad. Let's say that the president orders a thing to execute his opponent or assassinate his opponent, well, we can overcome the presumptive immunity because it's really bad. That's not the test. The test for overcoming presumptive immunity has nothing to do with how bad the act is. The test has to do with, if you are allowed to probe on this, will it impede the executive at any way from functioning in the future? That's the test. Nowhere does Roberts say, well, if he does a really bad thing, then fine, you can... Then we can hold him criminally liable. That is not the test. Any actions taken under the official acts are granted presumptive immunity in order to protect the president's ability to execute the duties of his office fearlessly and fairly. This means that the burden is on, quote, the government to argue that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and function of the executive branch, end quote. Nowhere does Roberts ever suggest that if the action is really bad, then you can criminally prosecute. That is not the case.
No, the president ordering them to do something blatantly illegal, like murder his political opponent? Prosecution of that crime would certainly overcome any presumptive immunity the president has in ordering his political rival to be killed.
Why? There is why? How? In what way? How does that overcome the presumptive immunity? What do you think it means to overcome the presumptive immunity? Sorry.
In fact, if the president were not, in fact, criminally indicted for ordering his political rival to be killed, then that would threaten the constitutional order.
Whoa! Yes! Yes! Holy shit! He unintentionally stumbled upon the incredibly important countervailing interest that Roberts never addresses. That is true. Having a president that could infinitely commit crimes would threaten the constitutional order. Correct! Yes!
Criminally indicted for ordering his political...
I think hold on. I think somebody in chat brings this up. I think Roberts might even explicitly say, can I find this? This was Jackson in a dissent. This is Sotomayor dissenting. Is it legality? Roberts might have even said explicitly that the legality of an action can't even be, it's not even relevant. I'm trying to remember if he said that explicitly or not. Oh, fuck. Can I find this or not? 332 matches on this. He did? Yeah, fuck. What was he? It's on page 18. Can you give me a quote for it? Page 18, the framers? Page 18 in the doc or page 18 in the opinion? The framers accordingly vested the president with supervisory and policy responsibilities of utmost discretion and sensitivity. He must make the most sensitive and far-reaching decisions entrusted to any official under page 18 in the opinion? Oh, wait. Okay, so this is page 10. Wait, you have to give me like a few words or something for. Nor may courts. Oh, here we are. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, fuck. This is what I think I was remembering. Okay. Nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. For instance, when Fitzgerald contended that his dismissal violated various congressional statutes and thus rendered his discharge outside the perimeter of Nixon's duties, we rejected that contention. Otherwise, presidents would be subject to trial on every allegation that an action was unlawful, depriving immunity of its intended effect. So no, just because you're saying that an action might allegedly violate a generally applicable law, that doesn't mean that you can all of a sudden make that action unofficial. The test has nothing to do with the legality of the action. The test has to do with imposing an undue burden on the executive and hurting the executive's ability to do its job. That's what the test is. You will not hear Ben Shapiro reference at any point Roberts saying anything along the lines of, oh, well, if the action is mega illegal or horribly illegal, then it's not an official action. That's not part of the test at all.
Political opponent? Prosecution of that crime would certainly overcome any presumptive immunity the president has in ordering his political rival to be killed. In fact, if the president were not, in fact, criminally indicted for ordering his political rival to be killed, then that would threaten the constitutional order.
Yeah.
Obviously and clearly. Again, Joe Biden doesn't even believe this. Nobody believes this. If they believed this, Joe Biden would have put out the hit on Donald Trump yesterday. He already authorized his DOJ to try and jail his political opponent. Notice the reversal that's taking place. Joe Biden's DOJ is trying to jail his political opponent in an election he is losing. And now his suggestion is that if his opponent wins office, then somehow Joe Biden's going to be driving down the street and Donald Trump's going to hit him with a drone. It's so ridiculous. I'm sorry, this is ridiculous garbage.
I don't know how any of these things related at all. I don't know what any part of this, I don't know how those two things remotely relate to anything.
Opponent in an election he is losing. Notice the reversal that's taking place. Joe Biden's DOJ is trying to jail his political opponent in an election he is losing. And now his suggestion is that if his opponent wins office, then somehow Joe Biden's going to be driving down the street and Donald Trump's going to hit him with a drone. It's so ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I don't understand the comparison at all. Yeah, the DOJ is free to investigate things as they wish and pursue charges and everything through the federal court systems as they wish. Yeah, they are doing that. I don't know what this has to do with anything whatsoever. How does that relate to anything we're talking about? Or how does it relate to any of the expansion of executive criminal immunity now? That's how I say expansion. I should say the fabrication of the creation of, yeah.
Sorry, this is ridiculous garbage. Sonia Sotomayor concludes her bizarre and nonsensical dissent, quote, never in the history of our republic has a president had reason to believe that he would be immune from criminal prosecution if he used the trappings of his office to violate criminal law. Moving forward, however, all former presidents will be cloaked in such immunity. If the occupant of that office misuses official power for personal gain, the criminal law that the rest of us must abide will not provide a backstop. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. Our democracy. Okay, I noticed something about the our democracy crowd. The our democracy crowd is perfectly willing to destroy the Supreme Court wholesale, as we'll talk about in a moment.
Oh, so we're done? We're not going to talk about any of the factual parts, any of the actual legal contentions or citations she makes in her thing. We're just going to go over the first and last paragraph and not even respond to what she just said there and just meme about. Okay.
They are perfectly willing to jail their own political opponents. They are perfectly willing to get rid of the Electoral College, stack the Senate, use the administrative state in order to cram down a bunch of unconstitutional trash, and avoid the actual edicts of the Supreme Court, the our democracy crowd. I noticed they don't seem to give a crap about democracy or the workings of the government. But now they're saying that the Supreme Court has given the president ultimate authority to murder his opponents or something. It's just a lie. It's just a lie. Democrats keep pretending that they give a damn about democracy. They don't care at all, which is just another reason why, for example, they've allowed crime to explode in all of our major cities, which is the reason that you should check out the Byrna Less Lethal Pistol Launcher. It was developed by a team of common sense gun owners who understand the importance of having choices. They engineered the Byrna Launcher as a powerful tool for self-defense, allowing users to de-escalate threatening situations without having to resort to deadly force. I'm about as pro-Second Amendment as it gets. I own 4 pistols, an AR, a shotgun.
What is this?
But here's the thing. If, God forbid, I have to react inside my own home, it would be nice to not have to actually, kill somebody because that comes with legal consequences. It's kind of a mess. Not only that, God forbid, you're in your house and somebody's in your house. You don't exactly know who it is. You don't want to make a mistake, like a deadly mistake. It is legal in all 50 states to know directly to your door. Visit Byrna.com. That's Byrna. Sonia Sotomayor put out the talking points, and the rest of the Democrats picked it up. So Representative Jasmine Crockett, most famous for insulting Marjorie Taylor Greene as a bad, butch, body, blonde, blangy blue. She was very upset. She says, this decision means that the president can literally kill someone. No, it doesn't. It clearly does not, you dullards.
I am actually very shook. And I hate the fear-mongering that the Republicans consistently do all the time. But I am going to be honest. The fear-mongering is about to begin, at least from my perspective. And not because it's a matter of making people scared for no reason, like trying to scare them about the diversity that exists within who I am, but scaring them because they literally are allowing him the ability to kill someone.
No, they are not. And by the way, if Democrats really believed that, then they would be pushing Joe Biden to murder Donald Trump today because they really hate that guy. AOC, the irrepressibly stupid bartender, she put out a tweet saying, the Supreme Court has become consumed by a corruption crisis beyond its control. Today's ruling represents an assault on American democracy. It is up to Congress to defend our nation from this authoritarian capture. I intend on filing articles of impeachment upon our return. Yeah, good luck with that, AOC. Again, these people pretending they give two good goddarns about democracy is really, really amazing. Adam Schiff, who himself attempted to undermine our democracy by lying for literally years that the Russians had captured our democracy. He put out a very long statement, deliberately misinterpreting the Supreme Court decision.
Is the rest of this video just
Today's
garbage?
Supreme Court decision on Donald Trump's immunity claim is far worse than anything I imagined, effectively giving a president's immunity for any crimes committed while in office, as long as that president can plausibly claim the action was taken in some form of official capacity. It must now be presumed the president, as king, is immune from accountability. The rule of law applies to everyone except the most powerful person on earth. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so what is this really about? What is this really about? It's not about the law. Okay, when Neil Katyal goes on, the legal analyst on MSNBC, when he declares that this ends the rule of law, it is not true. It is clearly not true. Here he was yesterday, MSNBC, legal analyst, well, again, lying about the decision.
Here's what practically this means. A president, like Donald Trump next year, or whoever the president is, can take a blatantly illegal act, slap the label, hey, this is an official act, and write that in the preface to whatever the heck he's doing. And now we're going to have hearings and so on before district judges and then appeals to determine whether it's truly an official act or not. If you're a Democrat who's running for the president, your path right now is clear. You have to run against the Supreme Court. You have to run against this decision. This is not America. If you want to make America great again, you got to return to the rule of law. This decision today, unfortunately, is a blueprint on how to end the rule of law.
A blueprint on how to end the rule of law. Now, again, the reason they're doing this has nothing to do with the law. This has nothing to do with the decision. I read you large chunks of the decision. Okay, that's clearly not what the decision says. So why are they doing this? The answer is because Joe Biden is a failed candidate. That's all. Joe Biden is a failed candidate. Donald Trump is still going to be prosecuted for multiple of these charges. That doesn't matter.
There's no guarantee of that, by the way. All of these cases might fall through completely, except maybe the Mar-a-Lago one. Maybe.
They have to proclaim that the end of the republic is nigh. They are just going to rev into high gear the entire Biden argument that January 6th represents an existential threat to the Republic, and therefore the only person who can stop Donald Trump right now is Joe Biden, and you have to vote for him even though he's addled with dementia. That is literally what this is all about. This whole thing is just about Joe Biden being a failed presidential candidate. If Joe Biden were leading in the polls, everybody would be like, okay, well, this seems like kind of another decision. If Joe Biden were up 10, nobody would care because this is a very rote.
Georgia might stay. I mean, if the federal courts rule that the president can't be questioned in criminal, if he has immunity here, I doubt that that immunity is only for federal cases. That immunity must extend to Georgian cases as well, right?
Non-controversial decision, frankly. Of course, the president has some level of criminal immunity for core official acts. Of course, that immunity is not unending. There could be official acts in which the presumption of immunity is overcome. And of course, there's unofficial action by the president. Like, again, why this distinction is somehow controversial is beyond me. It makes no sense to me. But it's not honest. It's just not honest. Here's the thing. The Supreme Court decision is not all that hard to understand if you can read. But so many people cannot read, apparently, in our media, which is why they all should take a look at Grand Canyon University. It's a private Christian university in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. Equips users or Christian is they're trying to claim that if that's GCU.edu.
I'll listen to like 5
so
more
what
minutes of
Democrats are
this.
doing right now is they're trying to claim that if Donald Trump, thanks to the Supreme Court decision, right? Here's the thing. They have to pretend that there was an inflection point yesterday. They have to. If there was no inflection point, Joe Biden's going to lose the election. So what they have to do is they have to say the threat now really revved into high gear. The reason they have to do that, of course, is because Joe Biden died physically during a debate. So because Joe Biden died physically during a debate, you can't claim that Donald Trump is such a threat to the Republic that Joe Biden has to be elected because the polls are out post-debate and they're very, very bad for Joe Biden. According to the current polling data, Donald Trump is now up 4 in Pennsylvania. He is now up in New Hampshire, a state the Republican has not won in 20 years. He is now up. That means that Joe Biden is losing. A new inflection point, typical earth-shattering powers of Jafar. Ooh, phenomenal cosmic power. Like, this is what they now have to claim. The Supreme Court just did. They rubbed the magic lamp of the presidency, and out came that there is now a real danger that Orange Hitler will come forth from the magical electoral lamp. That is the thing that they have to say. So Joe Biden decided to seize on this last night and give one of the most demagogic, pathetic speeches I've ever seen from a president. There are a couple reasons here that he's doing this. One is the political and staring snaz. So the Democrats were trying to find some excuse for putting this new inflection point, this false infringe, and then they put him out there. Answer questions about the president's obvious dementia in 4 seconds, and then having him talk Biden is okay, this is the shtick that Joe Biden was trying last night, and it's pathetic and it's gross and it's stupid. We're gonna break it in the last debate, and he is such an extraordinary that it's not his team inside the White House that is manipulating his. Is the aides who are like, yeah, man, we've been trying to deal with this crap.
That 72%.
All right, the rest is just political coverage. Okay, well. Yeah, I don't know, man. I uploaded all 119 pages of the Supreme Court decision to an LLM to analyze the decision and asked most of the questions you were asking, and it seems to agree with Ben in most of these. I can DM Terrence if you're interested. Nice. No, I'm good. Jesus, what a yeah. Wow. Well, good luck. It's our Supreme Court. Gloomy, you're up. What's up?
Oh, shit. Okay, so if I remember wait, give me a second. I'm getting confused from the end.
Why do I have not a single fucking American that wants to talk to me?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm here. Okay, what's up?
Yeah, hi. So if I remember correctly, one of your biggest learnings from whole Israel-Palestine shtick was deciding that deterrence is very important and that having red lines that cannot be crossed are also crucial for a political system to be respected. And how does that work with your position on the Republican Party?
Because deterrence is like applied military doctrine to other countries, and nothing about deterrence is contrary to any of my core understandings or values of how countries should operate.
It can be economical, for example.
It can be what?
Economical.
An economic
It
deterrent?
doesn't have to be military.
Okay, sure, but I don't think any of these are like contrary to any of the core functionings of a. Like, for instance, I would say that deterrence is fine, but I wouldn't support like deterrence in the form of like genocide or like mass rape or like mass like civilian starvation or something.
True, but about the democracy itself, because with international law, as you said, it has to be balanced between military goals and safety of civilians.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that democracy has to balance with something, or is it
Yeah, it
just
balances
a good,
itself. Yeah, you've
in
got
itself?
three in the United States. There's three co-equal branches of government with different roles and responsibilities and different checks and balances on each other. Yeah, there might be better ways to organize the democracy. I just don't agree in like authoritarian or anti-democratic things happening to ensure the continued function of democracy. Because at that point, the democracy is probably not working.
I would pose that democracy does have a balance. It balances between well-being of its citizens and ability of government to remove bad actors.
Okay.
And if neither of those two work, then democracy falls apart.
All right. Well, listen, I will consider your conversation. I love you. Be careful. Okay. I'll do one more. Fuck me. Okay. What do you want?
Yo.
Yo.
What's up, Destiny? I was in here yesterday. I wasn't able to ask my question because I couldn't get my volume to work. Is it okay if I ask you about Biden?
Go for it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just wondering. So basically, like after the debate, we saw like all of like leftist media kind of flip on him. So I'm wondering if in like a month or two, if kind of the talk about him dropping out starts to blow over, do you think that it'll be possible for them to kind of course correct and take back some of the things they've said?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much Americans even remember shit like that. We jump from topic to topic so quickly. But
wait 1 sec. This is fucking well, I have to listen to your.
We'll just turn off my.
Yeah. Okay. I just heard you reply through stream. My Discord's not working. But what I was gonna say is, if you still think that Biden should be the candidate, I'm just wondering why you think that his name recognition, and kind of just the fact that he's the incumbent would be an advantage over almost all left-leaning media and media in general, telling Americans that either indirectly or directly that he is incompetent and should not be president and that they should replace him.
I just don't know if any other candidate hasn't been tested. If some scandal or something is revealed, I don't know if he could survive the media scrutiny leading up to the election. But I mean, it is possible you could throw up another candidate and like he could survive it and be fine. It's just a big risk. But also, this is supposed to be the disagreements channel, motherfucker. All right, Jesus Christ. Okay, we're just doing this. Okay, connections, fireworks, liberty, cookies, dinner, history, chemistry, revolution, tinker, data, bar, sparks, lap, cycle, cash, turn, attraction. Okay, romantic things. You could have chemistry with somebody, sparks between you, attraction between you. Oh, shit. Fireworks? Fireworks, chemistry, sparks, attraction? God, I'm so good. Oh my God, romantic rapport. Holy shit, I'm so fucking smart. Okay. I'm thinking like things in a hard disk drive. You've got like data. There's a cache. No, that's dumb. Okay, a bar. There's so many bars. A cycle. Revolution. Turn. And a lap. Things when you're going around a track. A single rotation. God, I'm so smart. Okay. Oh, thanks for your browser. Your browser has a history. You've got cookies. I guess you can say data and there's a cache, I guess. Maybe. What is this? Dinner, liberty, bar, tinker. Oh my God, it's a stupid one. A barbell, Tinkerbell, a dinner bell, and the Liberty Bell. Cringe. Okay. Well, there were 2 other Supreme Court cases I wanted to go over. This one took me a long time. We could just do Chevron, which I think is only 60 pages, and hopefully not as many people want to debate on it. I just want to make notes on these things. Tomorrow we'll probably go over another Israel day, so either an interview we did or something else, and then I'll do probably a note. Yeah. Okay, hold on. 945 plus and Biden wins, okay? Let's fucking go. Fuck. I fucked up. I fucked the whole election, guys. I'm sorry. Wait, one more time. Hold on. Hold on. One more time. Damn. Okay, hold on. One more time. Jesus Christ. Okay, fuck it. I boomed out. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful. Wait, will I? Something happening tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be back. Be careful. I love you all so much. If you're ending stream, raid loner box. Okay. Have fun. Bye.